Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 141 Who Can Resist? Young and young, people in high positions, how can you not be frivolous, how can you not be frivolous? As a prominent figure in a certain big family in Tiandi City, Kaidi Luo has always acted according to his own preferences. This time, without telling the family, he led his cronies to the southern wilderness to look for some legendary fighting beasts. He haunted the wild forest for more than 10 days, lost his troops, and left only 5 people. Today, he saw the little stubborn dragon. With his eyes, he couldn't see how extraordinary the little stubborn dragon is. After secretly watching the little stubborn dragon challenge several ferocious beasts and win, Kedaluo has come to the conclusion that this is definitely the king of sub-dragon beasts, at least 1/3 of the dragon blood. Maybe this is a real dragon living in the southern wilderness. Thinking of the dragons in the southern wilderness, his blood boiled. Legend has it that in the ancient past, it seemed that several extremely powerful dragons were not sealed in the Dragon Island, but lived in seclusion in the southern wilderness. If this little stubborn dragon is their descendant. Kedaluo trembled uncontrollably with excitement. The descendant of the strongest dragon clan in ancient times who escaped the calamity of the seal is simply the greatest gift from heaven to him. If he can be subdued, it may not be inferior to the real little dragon king who came out of Dragon Island. The descendant of the strongest dragon clan. After making such an inference, Kaidi Luo immediately led his cronies to take action, and quietly followed and surrounded the little stubborn dragon from all directions. What pleased him was that the little stubborn dragon was extremely sensitive and found them at the first time, but instead of running away, the provocateur looked at them and took the initiative to fight. Such a proud personality convinced Kaidalo even more that the conjecture might be true. Make a decisive shot, you can't miss it, you can't let it go. A battle to subdue the descendants of the strongest dragon clan begins. It's just that, just as he was about to succeed, he didn't want such an outsider to come. Kaidaluo was very upset. Tiandi City is the largest city in the southern wilderness of the Changsheng continent, and his family is one of the few big families in Tiandi City. He has always made others submit. How could he tolerate others disturbing his good deeds? Although it can be seen that Xiao Chen's cultivation base seems to be very advanced, but his innate sense of superiority makes him not look down on ordinary practitioners. What I said is true, you see it is so familiar with me. If it is an ordinary beast in the wilderness, how could it recognize me? Xiao Chen tried his last effort. He didn't want to kill the dispute if he could avoid the conflict. But the blonde-haired young man on the opposite side obviously didn't buy it, and his expression was still extremely arrogant. He said impatiently, "Don't bother, you also want to fight for what I value. This is obviously a wild beast. I don't want to make it difficult for you. The ancient road is over there. You can leave as you like, and neither of us will get in the way of the other party." Kaidaluo's meaning is obvious. You get out of here. I have taken a fancy to this fighting beast. If you don't leave, you can't even leave. How could Xiao Chen not understand what he meant? The other party obviously relied on his identity and the experts around him to plunder the little stubborn dragon. This is a real world, and strength is the last word. If it is an ordinary young cultivator, he may give in immediately. Because they will recognize the family emblem on the left sleeve of this young man in a brocade robe. It is the emblem of a certain powerful force in Tiandi City. It is a super big family that controls the Colosseum. It is an existence that cultivators do not want to provoke. But Xiao Chen didn't know, and so what if he knew? With his character and current strength, he would still attack fiercely, because it was absolutely impossible for the little stubborn dragon to give up to the opponent. As he knew more about this little beast, he valued the little stubborn dragon more and more. He was always looking forward to a certain possibility in his heart. As long as you make a decision, you won't be procrastinating. Knowing that the other party is unlikely to change his mind, Xiao Chen assumed a fighting posture at that time. The dazzling light came out of his body, like a dancing blazing flame, and it was like wearing a sacred armor. At this moment, Xiao Chen was unstoppable. Hey, the kid is so arrogant, he wants to take the initiative. Keteluo was very angry. He was always the one who provoked others, and few people dared to provoke him, especially this guy who looked like a wandering cultivator in front of him dared to offend him like this. Keteluo is a master of the third heaven, and he is considered a master among the younger generation, especially among the nobles. However, this, depends on who you compare with. He didn't know how deep Xiao Chen's cultivation was, but the people next to him vaguely felt that it was his shadow, the war guard who grew up with him, the 6th-level master who was responsible for protecting his safety, and the guards his family trained for every direct descendant since childhood, and they were the most loyal. Master. Keteluo's guard gently tugged at the corner of his clothes, and said in a low voice, "This man's combat power is stronger than mine, and he already has killing intent." Speaking of this, Zhan Wei looked at Xiao Chen and said, "We belong to the Reagan family. Friends, can you sell us this fighting beast? We won't treat you badly." Apparently he had clearly felt Xiao Chen's killing intent, and he knew that the person in front of him was very scary, so he didn't want to fight with Xiao Chen. Because Zhan Wei grew up with their masters, sometimes they can speak on behalf of their masters. Impossible, Xiao Chen refused very simply. Take him down. Keteluo of the Reagan family couldn't bear it, and gave the order directly. The 3 young women floating in the air are all spiritual beings. They are all beautiful, they seem to be of mixed race. They have both the classical beauty of the East and the noble temperament of the West. However, it is difficult to hide the charming look between their eyebrows, their eyes are watery, and their light blue hair is loose like water waves. They are the offshoots of the Reagan family, and their blood relationship with this big family in Tiandi City has long been somewhat weak. However, due to their good strength and outstanding appearance, they are still appreciated by the family. The 3 female spirit warriors swept down 3 green lights, and launched their spiritual skills to attack Xiao Chen first. At the same time, Keteluo has rushed forward with a sharp sword in his hand. Xiao Chen quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the attacks of the 3 spirit men, and rushed directly towards Keteluo, pointing like a sword, emitting a dazzling sword light, and slashed at the young man from the Reagan family. The sword light made a terrifying sound of piercing through the air, and the guard next to him showed shock. At this moment, he clearly sensed Xiao Chen's terrifying combat power. With a loud shout, the speed increased to the limit, surpassing Keteluo. After being injected with vitality, the iron sword in his hand became almost transparent and trembled. Chi chi chi, the sound of the sword glow piercing the void was extremely ear-piercing. However, Zhan Wei's sword glow couldn't resist the sword glow from Xiao Chenru's gold-cast fingers. The golden finger directly shattered dozens of sword glows, and then hit the sharp sword in Zhan Wei's hand. There was a sound of shattering, and the sharp sword in Zhan Wei's hand exploded like a firework, shooting out in all directions together with the energy flow. Zhan Wei seemed to have been hit by a violent wave, his body was shaking wildly, and a golden light could be seen rushing into the cracked hilt in his hand. The guard retreated quickly, shaking his right arm constantly, using a kind of superb martial arts to dissolve the terrifying power penetrating through his body. At this moment, he was deeply stunned, obviously feeling that he was far from being Xiao Chen's opponent, and exclaimed, "Are you Yu Wenfeng or Dugu Sword Demon, or Zhao Chongyang?" He named several top young masters in the southern part of the mainland in a row, and his combat power really made him feel a little scared. But Xiao Chen's figure didn't stop there. He was still advancing like a blade, and his sword-like fingers suddenly clenched into fists, and directly blasted towards Keteluo. At this moment, Keteluo also happened to kill him. With a bang, the long sword shattered, Xiao Chen's fist passed through the shattered light curtain, and directly collided with Keteluo's palm holding the hilt. Click click, the sound of bone shattering came out, which was especially ear-piercing in this kind of combat situation. A spiral force directly poured into Keteluo's right arm. At that time, his arm was already in a twisted shape. Although it was not broken, it was obviously distorted and deformed, and it was completely abolished. Ah! Keteluo yelled in pain, his face twisted. This series of actions only happened in an instant, and the speed was dizzying. Whether it was the 3 female spirit warriors or the battle guards in the air, they only launched one attack, and there was no time to rescue them. Let's go. Zhan Wei pushed Keteluo, who was holding his right arm and screaming in pain, and he rushed forward by himself. He knew that this enemy was too terrifying and could not be stopped at all. And the 3 spirit men in the air swooped down directly, dragged Keteluo and flew into the air. The little stubborn dragon made a move, and the unicorn shot a beam of divine light, knocking a female spirit warrior down from the air with a bang, and then rushed over ferociously. At the same time, a figure leapt high from the canopy of a tree in the distance, and the king of reincarnation who was hiding there jumped up and attacked a female spirit priest, making her tremble, but she did not fall down. Xiao Chen rushed forward like a ghost, and went straight to the Zhan Wei who stayed behind. Without any fancy tricks, the blade in his hand was as sharp as a heavenly knife, and the glaring light directly collided with Zhan Wei's fist, and the sound of bones breaking was heard again, accompanied by a muffled groan. Zhan Wei was blown away. Friends have to be forgiving and forgiving. Zhan Wei hugged his twisted arm in pain. Xiao Chen was very calm, and said, "If people don't offend me, I won't offend. It's not that I didn't give you a chance, but you insisted on forcing me. You have to know how powerful the Reagan family is. Keteluo is the patriarch's 7th grandson, he is very popular with the patriarch. It is precisely because I know that you are from a powerful family, so I can't let you go." Zhan Wei instantly understood Xiao Chen's meaning. Since he has already made a move, it is absolutely irreversible, and he must silence it to avoid future troubles. Kill. Zhan Wei rushed forward again without fear of death. But obviously this is in vain. There is no chance of winning in a duel between the masters of the 6th level of the Metamorphosis realm and the peak of the 8th level. Xiao Chen seemed to be floating in the sky, with the sword in front of him. His whole body seemed to become transparent, turning into an indestructible sky sword, and rushed straight through. The speed was too high, and Zhan Wei fought hard, but with a poof, blood splashed, and Zhan Wei was split in half, and the two halves fell to the sides. Xiao Chen directly passed through his body, protected by the divine light, and was not stained with a trace of blood. If such speed and strength were seen by his peers, he would be shocked. The speed didn't stop. Xiao Chen had spread his immortal wings and charged forward, chasing forward. A very interesting scene. The two female spirits have been fixed in the air by a ball of light. It turned out that KK, who was looking for the essence of heaven and earth, came back and found them who had fled, and trapped the two of them. And Keteluo has already unfolded a scroll and rushed to Gaoshan, fleeing towards the direction of Tiandi City. Xiao Chen sneered, with immortal sky wing on his body, how could it be possible for him to escape, flying at top speed, and soon caught up with Keteluo. Where can you escape to? Hearing the sudden sound behind him, Keteluo turned his head and looked back, scared to death. The murderous Xiao Chen spread out a pair of sky wings and came to less than 3 meters behind him. He never thought that Xiao Chen could fly into the sky. Such a warrior is really terrifying. At this moment, he no longer showed arrogance, only fear remained in his eyes. The look of fear was spreading, and Keteluo hated himself very much at this moment. If he hadn't been so arrogant just now, maybe such a terrible thing would not have happened. He remembered the warnings of the elders in the family: don't easily make enemies with the cultivators after leaving the Emperor City. The foundation of the family is in the Emperor City, and the outside world is not something they can completely control. Do not kill me. Give me a reason. Seeing Xiao Chen's icy expression, Keteluo's body trembled, and the flying scroll carrying him shook. I'm from the Reagan family. If you kill me, you'll be in big trouble. If I don't kill you, I'll be in trouble. Without saying any more words, Xiao Chen shot directly. A cold divine light flashed, blood sprayed, and Keteluo's head flew out. The scroll carried the headless corpse and fell obliquely to the ground. Xiao Chen flew back along the circuit. Signaling KK to let go of the imprisoned spirit man, Xiao Chen intends to test whether Immortal Tianyi can catch up with the spirit man. The charming woman screamed and flew forward close to the woods. She had witnessed everything just now, and she was already terrified of Xiao Chen, and now she wished she could flee back to Tiandi City immediately. Obviously, Xiao Chen couldn't give her this chance. The immortal sky wing spread out, flew at a high speed, and caught up with the female spirit man almost instantly. At this moment, there was no kindness to be done. The blood splattered, the beautiful female spirit priest was cut off in half, and the dead body fell into the forest. Xiao Chen was very satisfied with undead Tianyi, which was simply the nemesis of spirits and cursors, and he believed that it would become a nightmare for his opponents. After cleaning up the mess, the 3 female spirits, Zhan Wei and Qidi Luo, were all beheaded. Xiao Chen's mood fluctuated slightly. He didn't think he was cruel, because everything was for him to survive. Because of killing these people, Xiao Chen was not in a hurry to go on the road, and continued to move forward slowly until half a month later, and after another 5 days, they finally walked out of the vast southern wilderness, and the Heavenly Emperor City was already in sight. Chapter 142 Heaven Emperor City. The southern barren mountains and forests traverse thousands of miles and are boundless. Xiao Chen and the others walked through the mountains and ravines, walked through the endless green sea, and finally saw the Tiandi City. The majestic Tiandi city is full of the vicissitudes of time. The city wall is tall and thick, with a height of 20 to 30 meters. On the city wall, more than a dozen horses can run side by side. The tall city gate tower is even more majestic and magnificent. This is like a city gate that has fallen from the sky. It is simple and magnificent, and it is indeed a famous city in the world. The moat is tens of meters wide and more than 10 meters deep. Although lotus flowers bloom and schools of fish swim in it, if you look closely, you can find that there are fierce crocodiles in and out. There is no doubt that Tiandi city is a majestic and magnificent ancient city, and it is the most famous and largest city in the southern wilderness. There are various legends about this ancient city. From its name, Tiandi city, it can be seen that it is closely related to the Emperor of Heaven and shrouded in a mysterious veil. Finally reached. Looking at the giant city ahead, Xiao Chen led the little stubborn dragon and the others forward. Walking across the suspension bridge, passing through the moat, and entering the city gate, no one checked or stopped such a one-way person. Entering Tiandi city, you can see the endless prosperity and prosperity. The traffic is busy, the streets are bustling with people, there are many shops on both sides of the avenue, and the sound of hawking and selling is one after another. Excellent sub-dragon skin, 100 gold coins to deal with. 1000-year ginseng, the real old ginseng king. This restaurant is newly opened, the first day offers big rewards. The strongest fighting beast, sugar-coated Hasa A. It is really a bustling and prosperous city. The streets are crowded with people, men, women, old and young, of all kinds. There are people with golden blue eyes, people with black hair and yellow skin, people with green hair and purple hair, and even tall and burly barbarians with animal ears. Xiao Chen and the others were really dazzled as they walked through the crowd. They have been walking in the wild forest these days, and entering such a big city seems like a world away. Tiandi city has a population of nearly 2 million. It is a veritable giant city. It consumes a lot of daily consumption. In addition to the supply from many surrounding towns, the most important thing is that there is a grand canal from the north, which can continuously send resources. Let's go, we will live here permanently. Xiao Chen liked the prosperity of Tiandi city very much, and led King Qin Guang and the others forward. Seeing little stubborn dragon and KK, the people passing by didn't show any strange expressions because this was really normal. There were several majestic beast palaces in Tiandi city, and there was a strong atmosphere of fighting beasts, and there were many people walking on the street with strange beasts. Xiao Chen and the others lived in a big inn. After freshening up, they were going to go out for a stroll and get acquainted with this giant city. The 3 skeletons were not accompanying them, and they were not interested in these. The 2 little beasts are full of expectations for this bustling city, curious about all new things, and travel with Xiao Chen. They turned around casually, made some inquiries, and walked towards Do Beast Street. To go there, you must walk through the antique street. Most of the people who come here are middle-aged and elderly people, and only these people like antiques. Xiao Chen also bought a few pendants casually, and put them on regardless of the objections of Kiki and little stubborn dragon. The crystal-clear ancient jade matched them and had a charm. Suddenly, Xiao Chen saw a familiar figure from behind at the corner of the street. Hey, why is she here? It turned out to be Yan Qingcheng. The other party obviously didn't see him. Xiao Chen looked thoughtfully, watched from a distance for a while, and found that there was an imprint of the undead gate in the secret place of the antique shop. Obviously this was a small contact point of the undead gate. On Do Beast Street, there are many coliseums lined up on both sides. From time to time, there are huge roars of beasts, and there are even more people coming and going on the street, and the voices are full of people. Obviously, this place is much more prosperous and noisy than other areas. Although the sky is getting dark, this is a street of fighting beasts, and everything seems to have just begun, and there are more people fighting beasts at night. Xiao Chen felt a little hungry, and took the 2 little beasts into a restaurant, which stood facing the street, and the business here was very good. Instead of choosing a separate private room, Xiao Chen chose a table by the window on the 2nd floor, and enjoyed the food while listening to the people at other tables talking. Hey, it's really evil. That tiger dragon beast is not a real dragon, but it has swept a coliseum without opponents. It is still in the growth stage. In my opinion, that tiger dragon beast is no match for the golden-haired beast in the Hughes Coliseum. That guy is ferocious. It's also in the cub stage. It tore apart the sub-dragon king, which is nearly 10 times its weight. The snow dragon lion that appeared in the Moss Coliseum is also very scary. It is only 2 meters long, but it smashed a 15-meter-long wild beast. A lot of spirit beasts have appeared in the Colosseum recently. They are all very rare alien species. I guess if they are well cultivated, they may transform into holy beasts after they grow up. Isn't it? The strange beasts are too powerful recently, and they are all in the infancy stage. I guess they can be sold for a sky-high price. I don't know if there are those owners who will sell them. Well, although they are all very powerful, they are all fighting in some arenas after all. It is only extraordinary to enter those arenas and survive. Don't you find it strange? Why do all kinds of spirit beasts appear together in Tiandi City? They are all rare alien species. As far as I know, some of them are really young holy beasts, and they are powerful races that can compete with dragons and phoenixes. Hush, keep your voice down. I also heard that some little holy beasts may have come. I don't know if it's true or not. It is said that they came from those big cities in the north. I know some gossip. It is said that a young dragon king appeared in this city. It seems to have appeared in those arenas. I guess those who brought the holy beasts came for the little dragon king. Really? Is it the little dragon king from Long Island? It actually appeared here. How many of them actually appeared? I don't know how many have appeared, but they must have appeared. Those people who brought the little holy beasts are definitely picking on the little dragon king. You must know that letting the little holy beasts fight the little dragon king will definitely promote the growth of the little holy beasts. It's really exciting. Could it be that there are holy beasts stronger than the dragon king, otherwise those people would not be able to take risks? I look forward to it. If the news is true, I'm sure that the Colosseums in other big cities on the mainland may be moved by the news and rush towards the Heavenly Emperor City. It will be extremely exciting at that time. Think about it. The strongest beasts in dozens of giant cities will fight against the holy beasts, the dragon king against the dragon king, and the holy beast against the dragon king. I am really looking forward to it. People in the whole restaurant were talking about it. Now is the time to eat, and all kinds of news spread most quickly on this occasion. Xiao Chen felt that the meal was worth it, and heard a lot of useful news. When the Dragon King appeared here, which one or which ones would it be? When he was on Long Island, he had seen all the 11 little Dragon Kings, and he even knew who he followed. However, I later heard that after the people from Shenzhou were sent back to the Longevity continent, there was a fierce melee. In order to fight for the Dragon King, all the demigods took action. Presumably some little dragon kings may have already changed followers, and it is not known whether Lu Mu and Yijun are safe and sound. Sitting at a table by the window, you can clearly see everything on the street. Although the sky has darkened, there is still a constant flow of people on the street, and many colosseums are already brightly lit. Fatty, Xiao Chen yelled, and he saw Zhuge Liang, a fat man. This guy was walking around with a snow-white Lulan cat in his arms, and behind him were a few big men leading a few sub-dragon beasts. He looked like a playboy. FCK, who is scolding me? This dead fat man must have been called that often, so he immediately started looking for someone when he heard someone called, dead fat man. When he looked up and saw Xiao Chen in the restaurant, Zhuge Liang's eyes shone with gold, as if he saw a lot of gold coins. So it's brother Xiao, ha ha ha. It's so good to see you again. Fatty could see that he was very pleasantly surprised, his eyes glowed green, and he shouted, did the little stubborn dragon bring it too? When Xiao Chen left the restaurant with the fat man, he heard someone talking behind him, isn't that the little fat man from the Xuanwang Beast Palace? This guy has poisonous eyes. Could it be that the little beast brought by the young man who ate here just now is a rare war beast? Ha ha, the dead fat man smiled very happily, looking at the little stubborn dragon, he seemed to see endless golden beauties throwing at him, and then he turned his head to look at Xiao Chen, and said, brother, I am so happy to see you. Last time, I was so close to death. Damn, we got lost in the wild forest, and we almost couldn't get back. Nothing to say, let's get together tonight and discuss big plans to make a fortune. Fat brother, I am bleeding a lot today, please have a good time. Fatty hugged the snow-white Lulan cat, walked forward with Xiao Chen, introduced from time to time, and said, in terms of prosperity, this area is definitely the most prosperous in Tiandi City. There is no better place than here. Not only the Colosseum, the best restaurant, the most romantic beauty palace, and the best casino are all here. Hee hee, fat brother, let me take you to the most fun place. Seeing the fat man's smiling face, KK wanted to go up and scratch it a few times, but was stopped by Xiao Chen, who was quick-sighted, and the little stubborn dragon kept grinding his teeth at the fat man. Not long after, they had arrived in front of a magnificent palace. Xiao Chen was a little dumbfounded, this. In the human world, it seems that only the royal family is allowed to build a palace, it is too magnificent and magnificent. Hey, how is it? Fatty smiled, looking a little lascivious, and said, This is the closed moonshame flower palace. We are here tonight, and I will take you to the sinking fish and wild goose palace to enjoy the flowers in a few days. Hey, brother, I am bleeding a lot. You must know that this kind of place is only willing to come once or twice a year. The specifications are definitely the highest in the whole continent. Chapter 143 Drunk. Xiao Chen didn't resist. His body was very relaxed. He was not a rigid moralist. He faced all this with a smile, feeling the youthful vitality of Huo Wu. The fiery red hair lightly brushed his face. The soft, itchy, graceful touch of his body made him feel a little throbbing. Huo Wu was like an active elf, smiling charmingly, spinning her jade body, and after she fell into Xiao Chen's arms, she danced lightly out again. Looking at the stunned fat man beside her, she giggled and patted her jade palm lightly. 8 young and beautiful women came in one file at a time. They were all about 18 or 19 years old. They were in their prime of life. They came in twice with food trays, and served 16 delicate dishes and 2 jugs of fine wine. Huo Wu twisted her soft and slender waist and came to the jade table, and pulled Xiao Chen to do it together. She almost sat in Xiao Chen's arms. This sexy and beautiful woman is really very seductive. Seeing the smirking fat man next to him, Huo Wu patted the jade palm again, and 4 young girls danced cheerfully, appearing in the hall lightly. They surrounded the fat man together, and pulled him to sit at the jade table. The fat man laughed. Facing wine and beauty, this situation is really a kind of extreme enjoyment. Huo Wu smiled coquettishly. Her whole body was as tender as water dripping out, her jade arms were stretched out, her wrists were lightly raised, her snow-white jade body was almost leaning against Xiao Chen's arms. She picked up the wine glass, stretched out her slender jade fingers, brought it to Xiao Chen's mouth, and said softly, "Please use, sir." Her big watery eyes looked at Xiao Chen without blinking. The fat man next to him was also surrounded by 4 women, and there was another woman sitting in his arms, which made the fat man intoxicated. Seeing Huo Wu treat him like this around Xiao Chen, the fat man trembled in surprise, as if he was enjoying the blessing of boundless beauty at this moment. Although the beautiful woman was with him and he was sitting among the flowers, Xiao Chen was very calm in his heart. Huo Wu's cultivation is really not weak, even in the realm of metamorphosis. Although the real strength is not easy to guess, it is enough to explain the problem. There must be a big problem with such a cultivation base and such a smiling face to welcome guests. It can be said that the Palace of Moonshame and Flowers is by no means an ordinary place. The fat man next to him had already toasted with the 4 girls, and the laughter and the sound of clinking glasses blended together, making the fat man's eyes glow green, and he swept back and forth at the 4 beautiful and sexy women. "Young Master Xiao is so silent, I respect you." Huo Wu was like a beautiful snake, holding a wine glass in her snow-white arms and moving gracefully in front of Xiao Chen's eyes. Even if she was sitting next to Xiao Chen, some of her limbs could dance in wonderful gestures. "Brother, let go, I don't know how much I envy you. Brother, I really want to sit with you in a different place." The fat man smiled and said, "Miss Fire Dance, I will entrust all my brothers to you." The 4 young and beautiful women lingering around the fat man said one after another, "Let's each offer a toast to Mr. Xiao." For a while, the sound of birds and swallows here is very lively, and there are even more charming and graceful dancing postures. Not far away, the sound of the ice piano is even more fascinating. There is a jade girl with ice and snow in the distance, and a hot and unrestrained sexy and enchanting girl in the distance. The intoxicating people laugh and laugh in the middle, creating an intoxicating scenery. Xiao Chen is not a rigid person, he just guessed how much energy the Palace of Shame and Flowers closed to the moon, and lost his mind for a while. Now that I have come to my senses, I let go completely. The so-called acting on the occasion is nothing more than that. It is too rigid in confinement, which is not good for others or myself. Thousands of charms, drunk in the world of mortals. The spring breeze blows, the catkins fly, the hero is short-tempered, and the sons and daughters love each other, and the long sword turns into soft fingers. Huo Wu is as graceful as a butterfly, and at the same time, she sings sweetly, making people feel drunk. She dances beside Xiao Chen. The 4 girls next to him also entangled the fat man and danced, even holding the fat man's hand, making the clumsy one dance with him. But at this time, the figure was shaking, and a few girls came out, sitting in front of a few yaoqin on the chintai, replaced the bingqin and began to pluck the strings, and the bingqin stepped into the center of the hall, and began to dance. At the same time, 4 women came from the dormitory, behind the bingqin quilt, dancing gracefully. Huo Wu led the 4 girls to greet her. For a while, the singing and dancing in the hall were lingering, making people intoxicated. Especially when the Bingchen, which is as cold as the moon and has the charm of poetry and books, dances lightly in front of the table, it really makes people feel extraordinary. The contrast between her and Huawu is so great, giving people an extremely different aesthetic feeling. What's even more intoxicating is that Bingchen is also wrapped around Xiao Chen in the end. It's really surprising that such a posture of a woman with talent and temperament is really surprising. Can feel that soft delicate body and that burst of fragrance, so close to anyone would want to dream about it. The fat man next to him was surprised, thoughtful, and seemed to see something. It wasn't until Bingchen went away and merged with Huowu, dancing in the center of the hall, that Fatty underestimated in a low voice, "No, they have never been so proactive towards visitors before." Xiao Chen didn't say anything, but he was more careful in his heart. He guessed a possibility that the people here might know some of his deeds in Long Island. But it's nothing, those are not secrets. If one is strong enough and wants to know everything that happened on Long Island, those will definitely be known. It's just that they don't know what their plan is. Are they trying to win him over, or have they seen the extraordinariness of KK and Xiao Stubborn Dragon? Kiki and the little stubborn dragon next to them didn't seem to understand all of this, and watched the dancing postures of the girls curiously on the soft chairs. While admiring the dance of the beautiful women in front of him, Fatty chatted with Xiao Chen, talking about some topics about fighting beasts. The situation in Tiandi City is very complicated now. There is actually a Dragon King showing up, and a few little holy beasts have been brought here. If the little stubborn dragon can defeat them, well, that's really. At the end, the fat man was almost dreaming. Do you know how many Dragon Kings have come? It seems that there are 2 heads, but I have searched for a long time, but I can't find out their origins. I can't even check the results of the 2 Dragon Kings. They are classified as secret by several colosseums, even our families. Those old antiques don't want me to get in touch with them. Xiao Chen frowned when he heard this. Originally, he wanted to know about this issue from Fatty's channel, but he didn't expect those people to be so cautious. The little stubborn dragon must not be able to collide with those holy beasts right now. It is time to stimulate its potential as soon as possible. From my most professional point of view, its ability has been suppressed to a high degree. I believe that as long as it is well developed, it will definitely not be inferior to the little holy beast. Xiao Chen was toasted continuously by the intoxicated women, and felt a little dizzy. The other party seemed to know that he was a cultivator, and they didn't let him use shuangdong to transform wine at all. In the end, he had no choice but to find an excuse to come out to breathe, trying to refine the wine out of his body. The moonlight is soft and the sky is full of stars. At this moment, he unexpectedly saw a familiar figure, standing beside the refreshing rose garden like him, refining wine. "It's you, bastard." The voice was as beautiful as the sound of nature, but it was very hostile, with a trace of surprise and resentment, as if he had a grudge against Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was surprised that it turned out to be Yan Qingcheng who was disguised as a man, so he laughed at that moment and said, "So it's you, chick." Although the beautiful Yan Qingcheng is dressed as a man, her magnificent appearance is hard to conceal. Her skin is like cream, her eyes are like autumn water, her slender jade body, and her graceful figure are as fresh as flowers and trees piled up with snow, and as magnificent as divine jade formed naturally. Xiao Chen's word, chicken, is extremely frivolous, especially in such a romantic place like a palace. It makes the metaphor even more unusual, and makes Yan Qingcheng extremely angry. You bastard, shameless." Yan Qingcheng was very angry and felt that she had been molested. Xiao Chen found it very interesting. In the past, he either faced her life or death, or suppressed her with absolute strength. This was the first time he saw her like this, and he said frivolously, "Why, are you not convinced? Yan Xiaoniu, you have no right to speak of me. Didn't you also come here? But I wonder why you, a woman, came here. Don't you like some special taste?" Yan Qingcheng seemed to have drunk a lot of wine, her face was flushed, and her eyes were watery. When she heard Xiao Chen's words, her feet were unsteady, she swayed twice, and then cursed in a low voice, "You are a bastard, a hooligan. Do you think that everyone like you came here to do bad things? Rose Garden has 3 halls. Zui Renju, Qianzhao Pavilion, and Qingyazan." Xiao Chen took a look and found that Yan Qingcheng came out of Qingyazan. He said with a smile, "Then what can you do here? Recite poems and paint with others, or drink tea and talk about the Tao? You don't care. I think it's because you have a special taste." Brush. Yan Qingcheng turned into a ray of purple light, and slashed at Xiao Chen 5 palm knives, leaving beautiful afterimages beside the rose bushes, but was blocked by Xiao Chen several times in a row, and finally grabbed her bright wrist. Let go, I won't fight with you, this is not an ordinary place, no one dares to be presumptuous here. Yan Qingcheng said in a low voice. Anger and shame were grabbed by the wrist, but she didn't dare to shout out. It can be seen that she is indeed a little drunk, her face is flushed, and the girl's unique body fragrance is almost covered by the smell of wine. It is conceivable that she drank a lot of wine. If you're not my opponent, don't mess around with me. Xiao Chen turned and left, and at the same time muttered, be careful, a woman shouldn't run to this kind of place, your head teacher betrothed you to me. Although the voice was small, it was clearly captured by Yan Qingcheng. She was already drowsy from drinking, far from being sober and sensible as usual, and said with an air, don't talk nonsense, or I will never end with you. How could it be nonsense? Aren't you cultivating the devil-smashing god? Your masters have told me that you can't stay too far away from me. If you don't marry me, who will you marry? Although Xiao Chen was underestimating with an inaudible voice, Yan Qingcheng heard it, and was immediately furious. How could the headmaster be like this, even tell you this? Xiao Chen, if you talk nonsense, I will fight with you. Afraid of you? Xiao Chen looked at her provocatively, and then continued to walk towards the intoxicating residence, thinking in his heart as he walked, why Yan Qingcheng came to such a place, there must be some reason. A wine arrow was forced out of the body by Yan Qingcheng, and then she also walked towards the intoxicating house, saying, okay, today I will not finish with you, but it is not a martial fight. Since we are here, we will have a wine fight according to the rules here. Seeing Yan Qingcheng chasing after her, Xiao Chen knew that although she had forced out the drink, she hadn't really woken up for a while, so she looked at her provocatively and only a frivolous word made Yan Qingcheng catch up angrily. Little girl Yan, are you okay? I didn't expect you bastard to be so hateful, I'm going to make you drunk for a month. When Fatty saw Xiao Chen bringing back a handsome young man, he was a little dazed, while Bingchen and Huowu showed strange expressions, as if they had noticed something, and the eyes of the 8 gorgeous dancers beside them were extremely hot, because Yan Qingcheng was so beautiful and handsome. It took a long time for the fat man to start laughing. He had already seen that this was a truly beautiful woman, and whispered to Xiao Chen, brother, you can do it. Such a beautiful country is really embarrassing. It's so beautiful that it makes people dizzy. And you can actually bring her into this kind of place. After Yan Qingcheng came in, he didn't say much, poured wine continuously, drank 10 cups in a row, and then looked at Xiao Chen provocatively. Each glass can hold 1 or 2 glasses of wine, which is equivalent to drinking a caddy of high-alcohol wine in one go. Xiao Chen didn't say much, and drank 10 glasses in a row. Seeing the two of them fighting for wine, Huowu, Bingchen and other women immediately fueled the flames, and the fat man was afraid that the world would not be chaotic. It was a chaotic fight for wine. After a while, Huowu came to Xiao Chen with fragrance and alcohol, and said, what is the background of your beautiful friend? It is really good enough, I just went to Qingyuxuan to have a look, and all the sisters were drunk on the ground, all by her alone. Everyone in the hall drinks together. While Yan Qingcheng didn't intend to let Xiao Chen go, she didn't seem to want to let Fatty, Bingchen, Huowu and others go. Huowu and Bingchen played tricks on each other, and asked the beautiful women next to them to come forward and prepare to drink Yan Qingcheng down. It's just that Yan Qingcheng grabbed the two of them and prevented them from escaping, as if he was determined to get Xiao Chen drunk and make them drunk at the same time. As for the fat man, he was already drunk. I know you are cultivators, but if we fight for wine, we will fight for wine. No one is allowed to go out and force out the drink. Yan Qingcheng looked at everyone provocatively, but her face was already flushed, her breath was blue, and mist appeared in her beautiful eyes. In the intoxicating house, Ying Yanyan was pushing a cup for a change. The fat man was the first to drooling and hug 2 beautiful women and lay drunk on the red carpet not far away. This is a unique wine competition. A beautiful woman disguised as a man leads 2 extremely beautiful women with different temperaments to fight, and at the same time forces Xiao Chen to drink, which is extremely intoxicating. Xiao Chen was stunned by Yan Qingcheng's drinking capacity, and finally he fell down on the ground with unwillingness, and finally said to himself angrily, damn, this woman can really drink, I actually passed out. In the end, Yan Qingcheng supported Huowu and Bingchen who were already drunk, and there were 2 strange lights in his eyes. If Xiao Chen was sober, he would know that it was a method of spiritual consciousness, and he could guide people to tell the secret in his heart without a trace. She looked at Bingchen, and said in an inaudible voice, tell me, is there a dragon king hidden in the palace of shameful flowers? Yes, it is a. Yan Qingcheng was also at the end of his strength, and after asking a satisfactory answer, he fell down softly and fell towards Xiao Chen. The hall gradually became quiet, except for the three women beside the Chintai in the distance. Everyone was already drunk. Kiki and the little stubborn dragon were a little confused. They enjoyed the delicious food and watched all this quietly. The three women beside the Chintai looked at each other, and then walked over from a distance. First looked at Xiao Chen. One of the women said, "He is very manly, but not as handsome as the other one." Their eyes all stopped on Yan Qingcheng's body. Looking at the dreamlike face, one of the women sighed, "Is this really a man? As a woman, I feel a little inferior. It's so beautiful." The slender fingers couldn't help stroking the jade-like face, but she retracted it like an electric shock, and said in surprise, "Woman, it's actually a woman. No wonder, how can a man be so beautiful? It's so beautiful. I'm afraid only the Huahuang in the legend of the Palace of Shameful Flowers in the Closed Moon can compare with it. The Flower Emperor in Shenyu Luo Yan Palace should also have such a stunning appearance." Looking at Yan Qingcheng, whose body was horizontally formed, the three beautiful women were very jealous. Bye made my heart flutter. It's actually a woman. HMPH, it's unforgivable. Hearing this sentence, the youngest girl among the three, who was only 16 or 17 years old, smiled playfully and said, "It can't be done like this." Having said that, they began to play with Yan Qingcheng's posture. Yan Qingcheng was already on Xiao Chen's body, and through their manipulation, the posture between the two became extremely ambiguous. Hee, I look forward to them waking up. Aren't we too evil? Hee. No, it's fun, hee. The three girls left the main hall, but KK and little stubborn dragon's eyes brightened. They left here quietly, and sneaked towards the depths of the Hall of Shameful Flowers of the Closed Moon. Chapter 144 Winning a Beautiful Follower. Seeing KK like this, Xiao Chen immediately wanted to buy a little turtle with a white shell. You must know that the little snow-white beast has always been the nemesis of spirits. However, Xiao Chen was afraid of attracting the attention of the seller, so he laughed loudly and said, "I have been looking for it for a long time, and finally found a turtle with a white shell. Haha, white turtle soup is a great tonic." The little white turtle on the ground trembled violently, as if it was frightened, but no one paid attention. And the few buyers who just came over heard the words behind, and immediately retreated bored. The seller even rolled his eyes and said weakly, "I said little brother, I am a fighting beast, not a tonic. You have come to the wrong place. No, it's for sale anyway, so you can just sell it as a medicinal material." Both the boss and the people next to him were speechless. "Okay, how much do you plan to pay?" "A little turtle this big, 2 gold coins. You, where are you shopping for vegetables? Go away." The seller waved his hands helplessly. 2 gold coins are not enough. 2 gold coins are enough to set up a sumptuous banquet. Although this little white turtle is very rare, it shouldn't be too expensive. Xiao Chen fiddled with the little turtle indifferently, and found that this little thing the size of a fist was really different. Its eyes were shining like black gemstones, and it was very spiritual. It was looking at him timidly, as if it was really afraid of being stewed. "Brother, I am a fighting beast. The price you are asking is too outrageous. You should go away quickly." The seller thought he had encountered a green-skinned rascal. This little turtle is a fighting beast. But it's the size of a fist, and it has no sharp teeth. What can it fight? You're two fooling people. Why don't you just grab something and come here to sell it? The boss also seemed very embarrassed, and said, "Although its combat power is not strong, it is considered a fighting beast after all, and it can defeat things many times larger than it." Hearing this, 7 or 8 people immediately gathered around. Xiao Chen casually asked, "What have you defeated?" "Defeated a vicious dog and a golden rooster." "Haha, boss, are you kidding me? The little fighting beasts they sell are rare breeds. They can kill giant monsters 7 or 8 meters long. You are so speechless. A little turtle can only sneak around. It looks like a thief when it shrinks its head." The people next to him laughed, and no one was watching, and they all dispersed. The boss was also blushing, and argued, "This little turtle was originally intended to be bought 1 and get 1 free. I didn't really plan to cheat people and sold it alone. Or, you buy this Wolf King cub, and I will give you the little turtle for free. Whether you take it back to make soup or coax the little girl, it is a good thing." "Hey, boss, you are really interesting. It costs 5 gold coins a mouthful, and I will buy the little turtle to make soup. As for your Wolf King cub, forget it, I don't plan to eat dog meat. Take it, take it." The boss waved his hand vigorously. He couldn't stand Xiao Chen anymore. If he let Xiao Chen stay here for a while, the people around would think that he was selling tonics, not fighting beasts. Then quickly open the chain. A little turtle is still locked. Xiao Chen found a small hole pierced in the white shell of the little turtle near the neck, and a black fine chain tied it. Let's talk about it first. If it falls after I open it, I don't care about my business. The boss underestimated dissatisfiedly. This little turtle has a strange and evil door, and it runs as fast as a gust of wind. At first, I thought it was a good thing, but I didn't expect that it would only sneak around. Are you really sneaking around? Xiao Chen laughed. Isn't it? He stole a lot of gold coins from me. Hey, it's still a greedy little thing. Xiao Chen looked at the little turtle carefully. He already knew that this little white turtle must be unusual, because the chain and the hole in the turtle's shell were quite old no matter how you looked at it. After paying the money and holding the little turtle in his hands, Xiao Chen casually asked, "Boss, where did you catch it?" "I bought it from a medicine digger." "You really bought it as medicine? Then I didn't say anything wrong at the beginning." The boss showed a rare expression of embarrassment, and said in embarrassment, "When the medicine digger dug up a rare old ginseng tree, he also dug up this little turtle." "I'm dizzy, dug it out." Xiao Chen pondered for a while, and said, "You put that chain on?" "No, it was there when I bought it. It should be worn by the medicine digger." Xiao Chen didn't say anything. He turned around and left with the little turtle, KK and the little stubborn dragon, based on his feeling that he might be lucky. He kept pulling on that tiny chain, which was unbelievable given his level of cultivation. Afterwards, he observed carefully with his keen spiritual sense, and found that there seemed to be some small words that could not be seen by the naked eye engraved on the fine dark iron chain, which was definitely not worn by a medicine digger. Not far away, Xiao Chen keenly caught a trace of abnormality, and there was someone following behind him. "Who is it?" Xiao Chen remained calm, still strolling around. The various forces in Tiandi City are intertwined. Not only are there several unfathomable beast palaces, but also several cultivator schools, and there are also places for emperors such as the Palace of Shameful Flowers in the Closed Moon and the Palace of Sunken Fish and Wild Goose. The most important thing is that many major forces in the Southern Wilderness have deployments here, including the Southern Wilderness Great Sect like the Undead Gate. "Young Master Xiao, please stay." Xiao Chen turned around and found that he didn't know the young man who was chasing him. He was a mixed-race man with long blue hair and black eyes. He seemed to have a natural sense of pride and superiority. "What's up? My old man is here to invite you." "Who is your old man?" "You'll know when you see it." "I'm sorry, I wouldn't even think about it if I didn't say it." The young man said with a bit of arrogance, "There are not many people in Tiandi City who would dare to reject my family." Xiao Chen turned around and stopped looking at him, and continued to walk forward, saying, "If I say no, I won't go." Faced with some hostile invitations, he should not want to rush in casually. "Don't regret it." After saying this, the young man left quickly. In one of the magnificent palaces in Tiandi City, an old man's voice came from a hall, asking, "He won't come?" "Yes, and the attitude is very arrogant." It was the man who had invited Xiao Chen. "Well, you are young and frivolous." The old man's voice was calm. "He is despising us, we can't let him go easily." The young man said. A young woman's voice in the main hall, "He is now the protector of the immortal lineage. According to the unwritten rules among the major forces, the previous generation cannot easily attack the younger generation, otherwise it will cause big fights and big troubles." Well, this guy is very troublesome. According to his performance on Dragon Island, he should have the cultivation base of the 6th or 7th heaven of transformation. He is considered a master among the younger generation. After a while, the old man's voice came out. "According to what happened on Dragon Island, that little snow-white beast is really extraordinary, not inferior to the Dragon King. Our Colosseum needs it very much. The old people must not make a move, otherwise the Immortal Gate will not sit idly by, and the young people can only solve the problem. Maybe, you should find a way to win him over." The young man said. "HMPH, so what if his cultivation has reached the 7th heaven? We have a young strong man who is as famous as the Dugu sword demon in the southern wilderness. Killing him is like cutting vegetables, so we will deal with him in the way of the younger generation." The voice of the young woman, "No, it cannot be done unless it is absolutely necessary. It's late, my little sister has already left when I came back." The young man's voice carried a hint of a smile. "How can her cultivation base go? How can you let her go like this? Things will definitely cause trouble." The young woman seemed a little dissatisfied. "It's only after she suffers a disadvantage that she can ask that one to make a move." Xiao Chen was still wandering freely, watching those strange and miraculous little fighting beasts. But at this moment, he suddenly felt strange fluctuations in the sky. Many people looked up, only to see a colorful giant bird in the shape of a crane landed, and it came straight for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen calmed the little stubborn dragon, held KK down, and raised his hand to strike a golden sword into the air. The colorful giant bird that rushed over quickly dodged, and then landed not far away, causing people around to avoid it. "Are you that arrogant Xiao Chen?" A blue-haired girl walked over with her plump breasts as proud as a little phoenix. She was petite, but curvy, and she was very sweet, with long eyelashes and big watery eyes, but her expression was very arrogant. Xiao Chen was sure he had never seen this woman before. "Hey, isn't that the most troublesome little girl in the Monde family?" "It's her. Her family owns the Colosseum, which is a symbol of strength. It's normal to be a little domineering. This is a troublemaker. Do you have anything to do with me?" Xiao Chen asked. "My seventh brother invited you to my house, I heard you dismissed it." Xiao Chen was relatively speechless. Why did he ever dismiss it? "HMPH, don't think that you are the protector of the undead gate, that no one dares to do anything to you, and that there is no scruple in rivalry among peers. Today I will teach you some lessons." The blue-haired girl walked over with elegant steps. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen guessed a lot of things. There is a deep taboo among the major forces, and it seems that the elders can't act casually. That being the case, he can take advantage of it. If it is really the younger generation who come to the door, there is no need to worry about hitting the young ones and provoking the old ones. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen casually asked, "Whose spoiled little girl are you? You mess around like this all day, aren't you afraid of being caught and sold?" The blue-haired girl was obviously used to bossing her around, and when she heard Xiao Chen's words, her crooked eyebrows frowned immediately, and she scolded, "You are too hateful, see how good I am, I must teach you a good lesson." Xiao Chen is really speechless. This little girl can really turn black and white. Who is the dude and who is the yaman? However, with the improvement of his cultivation base, his state of mind is also improving, and it is difficult for him to have emotional fluctuations. He smiled and said, "You little dude, you really need to be beaten." The blue-haired girl stared at Shui Lingling's big eyes, and said angrily, "You are really as airy and arrogant as Brother Seven said. Miss Ben is here to teach you a lesson. Stop talking, come here quickly, I've been waiting for you to make a move." Xiao Chen's relaxed look of indifference made the girl angrier the more she watched, and said, "I can't fight you for nothing, we want something to win, if you hit you with teeth all over the place, you have to give me that cute little white lion." She looked at KK unabashedly, showing an expression of incomparable joy. Her big eyes were already crescent-shaped. "What if you lose? How could this girl lose? No one in my generation has ever surpassed me. It's because they don't want to beat you, haha." Xiao Chen laughed, thinking that this little girl is very interesting. "Come on, if I lose, I will give you my colorful crane." The girl pointed to the colorful crane not far away, and said, "It is a super fighting beast. Okay, let's not come here. How dare you underestimate me like this?" The blue-haired girl was like a ghost, and she moved very quickly towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was shocked. The girl's cultivation was indeed not weak, and she had reached the realm of the fourth heaven, but she was still far behind him. His figure swayed slightly, and Xiao Chen left an afterimage on the spot. The blue-haired girl was not flustered, and flew up in the air, flying like an angel, and shot 108 palm shots at Xiao Chen. However, all of this stopped under the action of a palm knife. Xiao Chen lightly slapped her with a palm knife and sent her flying. At the same time, it passed by her ear, and a severed earring appeared in his palm. Oh, lost. The baby girl of the Mander family lost. A large group of people around were booing together. The blue-haired girl stomped her feet. "Well, I didn't pay attention. You were lucky enough to win this time, and the colorful crane is yours for the time being. Let's come again, and I will win it back." Xiao Chen was amused when he saw this sweet-looking but troubled little girl, and said, "What else do you have to lose? I lost to be my wife. I lose and marry him. ... The people next to them were really afraid that the world would not be chaotic, so they booed together. The angry little girl with blue hair was extremely angry and kept glaring at everyone. Half an hour later, within the Monde family, several young people were discussing helplessly. Little sister got into trouble and exported her beloved colorful crane, but was sold by that stinky boy at the beast market on the spot. That is a super beast. Does anyone dare to buy my little sister's things? What are the dandies in the city afraid of? The worst thing is that the little girl lost again next time. What's going on? Not only do I know, I just know that I have become the follower of that bastard boy at this time, and I am walking down the street with him." Chapter 145 Pervert. In just half an hour, Xiao Chen has become a celebrity on Do Beast Avenue, and even won Kanas, the baby girl of the Monde family, as a follower, making a group of onlookers dumbfounded, sighing secretly that this kid is really kind, and Ida's okay for everyone to boo, but this kid dared to be serious. I was really impatient. What's more, this kid who didn't know his origin didn't have the slightest sense of consciousness, and swaggered around with his beautiful little follower, looking at ease, making a large group of young people salivate with envy. Arrogant boy, you are so vicious. The blue-haired girl frowned and said with a gleam of anger in her big watery eyes, you really dare to let me be your follower? I'm willing to bet and admit defeat. You have to have this awareness. If you want to go back on your word, you can go by yourself. I didn't force you, but you want me to cancel the bet directly. There is no way. Xiao Chen walked around in a carefree manner, taking the two little beasts to look around. Admit the bet and admit defeat. Admit the bet and admit defeat. A large group of people in the rear booed together. Good boy, go crazy first. There will be times when you will suffer. The blue-haired girl no longer looks like a proud little phoenix before, but now she looks like an ostrich, with her beautiful head lowered and followed behind Xiao Chen, for fear of being recognized by others. But is this possible? Behind them followed a large group of playboys, laughing and laughing loudly, as if they were afraid that others would not know. They were all playboys from the city who had old grudges with the blue-haired girl. Xiao Chen looked back at the group of young men who were following behind, and shouted at a handsome and outrageous boy, brother with a pretty face. I have something to ask. This is indeed a handsome young man, about the same age as Xiao Chen, but in his 20s, with long hair like a waterfall, skin like snow, eyes like autumn water, and a slender figure. If it wasn't because he really had an Adam's apple, Xiao Chen would have regarded him as a beautiful woman disguised as a man. He is so beautiful that many young women would be jealous. Brother, my name is Hai Yuntian, we are familiar with each other, but you can't bark at random, or I'll never end with you. The handsome dude came over, even though he said so, but he was smiling. He was the one who bought the colorful crane for 6,000 gold coins. It can be seen that he is also a person with background, and he is deliberately against the blue-haired girl Kanas. Little boy, you wait, I'm not finished with you. No one else dares to buy it, but you dare to buy my colorful crane. It's embarrassing to me. HMPH, when my elder brother comes back, he will beat you. Kanasi yelled at Hai Yuntian angrily. Xiao Chen could see that they had a feud in the past, but he didn't care about it, and said to Hai Yuntian affectionately, Brother Balian, please help me. I'm new to Tiandi City and I'm not familiar with the place, and I want to buy a property. How about introducing one to me? No problem, leave it to me. The handsome playboy Hai Yuntian agreed wholeheartedly. It is obvious that he is not an ordinary person. He has already seen that Xiao Chen is very powerful. He comes from a big family, and he intends to make friends with such a person. For thousands of miles in the southern wilderness, the most indispensable thing is land, but this is outside the Tiandi city, but it is a different situation in the Tiandi city, which can be described as every inch of land. Not only all the rich people in southern wilderness want to live here, but also many other princes and rich people on the mainland want to buy real estate here, because there are many ancient legends about Tiandi city. 2 gold coins can set up a good banquet. One can imagine how much wealth 6,000 gold coins are, but when Xiao Chen bought a courtyard, he already owed Hai Yuntian 5,000 gold coins. An expensive price of 11,000 gold coins. However, Xiao Chen really likes the garden-style layout of triple courtyards, pavilions, small bridges and flowing water. Brother, don't be heartbroken. If I didn't want to be your friend, and I knew that you and that fat Zhu Liang are also friends, I would never give up my love to you. The beautiful and ugly Hai Yuntian seemed really reluctant, and said, do you know where this is? Speaking of this, his eyes were shining, which was extremely inconsistent with his beautiful appearance, and he whispered, this is Shafu Road in Tiandi City, look up and look at the opposite side, and see what it is. On the opposite side is an endless ancient wall, inside are huge ancient palaces, like an imperial city. The gate is facing here, almost directly opposite to Xiao Chen's house. Through the open gate, you can see some young men and women. This is the famous Beidou College, and there are Do Shen College and Beilu College adjacent to it. If you want to ask where the most expensive land in Tiandi City is, it is definitely this Shafu Road. The 3 major colleges are here, and there are so many beauties in it. If my unmarried tigress fiancé knew about this property, I would not resell it to you. Sitting at the door every evening, watching the young and energetic beauties coming in and out, is definitely the greatest enjoyment in the world. The 3 major colleges, just thinking about it makes me happy. Spitting blood, Xiao Chen felt very speechless. This handsome and outrageous boy is really a pervert, but he really felt itchy in his heart. For men, this place is really a treasure. It is indeed a wonderful thing to watch the beautiful women coming and going by guarding the gate of the academy. Pervert. The blue-haired girl Kanas pouted her lips and said, "You and that pig-headed Zhuge Liang are always peeping here, and you've been blacklisted by the 3 colleges long ago. If you didn't know that there is a coliseum behind you, you would have been chopped up by the people here. Just wait, I have to tell that crazy woman Li Yu that you are calling her a tigress. Uteria a. ... The blue-haired girl Kanasi left in disgrace. Although she was teased by Hai Yuntian for being dishonest, she still escaped. In the words of this girl, Xiao Chen is not a good person at first sight. She actually walks with the pervert, little white face. If she stays here, her personal safety will be threatened, and she will pay off the debt in a few days." How did that girl get into Beidou Academy? She is a student of Beidou Academy, but as a baby girl of the Monde family, she is savage, and she often skips classes. Hai Yuntian also left. Xiao Chen settled down in Tiandi City. Everything in this courtyard was ready-made, and he didn't need to decorate it. After everything quieted down, he began to play with the little white-shelled tortoise. Calm down, close your eyes, hold the thin black iron chain with both hands, and let your spiritual consciousness come out, sinking towards it. The dark iron chain is only as thick as a few hairs, but at this moment it seems to be magnified thousands of times, and it is approaching Xiao Chen. In front of the sharp spiritual sense is the endless blackness. In the darkness, many small characters gradually shone brightly, and Xiao Chen felt the stinging pain in his eyes of divine consciousness, and it was difficult to distinguish those strokes. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen kept calming his ups and downs, put himself in an ethereal state, and tried his best to push his spiritual consciousness forward. Pain, very painful, the consciousness seems to be eroded. The body seemed to be torn apart. Sweat poured out from the pores continuously, and Xiao Chen was completely drenched in the blink of an eye. This made him feel more uncomfortable than experiencing a tragic battle. His body was shaking violently, as if he would collapse and fall down at any time. Dragon. Xiao Chen finally saw the characters on the black iron chain clearly, but he didn't recognize any of them except for the word, dragon, that appeared frequently. The complicated fonts and vigorous strokes are like a divine book. It is not known how many years ago the ancient characters were used, so it is difficult to understand their meaning. The dense, thin black iron chains are no more than 7 or 8 hairs thick and no longer than a foot long. They are actually engraved with ancient characters of unknown ages, which cannot be found by ordinary people's eyes. Even if one's cultivation has reached Xiao Chen's level, if one's spiritual consciousness is not particularly strong, it would be difficult to see the secrets within. Extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. When Xiao Chen's spiritual consciousness withdrew from the endless black area with difficulty, he almost collapsed, and he didn't recover until he adjusted his breath for an hour. What surprised him was that his spiritual consciousness seemed to be more condensed, and his spirit was surprisingly good. Peeping into the hidden mysteries of the iron chains can actually exercise one's consciousness. He felt that it was necessary to take it as a daily compulsory course. After changing the wash, Xiao Chen looked at this fist-sized little turtle with a white shell, and no longer felt slighted. Is this a dragon? He had such an inexplicable thought in his heart. It is an absurd guess. The main reason for the unconstrained thinking is that there are a lot of dragon characters on the iron chain, and the iron chain locks the little turtle. Whatever you are, since I bought you, you will be called Little Thief from now on. Looking at the sneaky little turtle, Xiao Chen gave it such a name. The little stubborn dragon ignored it, but Kiki always liked to look at it from side to side, as if trying to find some secret or treasure from it. However, Kiki couldn't make any gestures, as if it just had a premonition, and didn't really perceive anything substantial. In the evening, the setting sun dyed the sky red. Fatty and Hai Yuntian laughed and came to Xiao Chen's residence, sitting comfortably on the balcony on the 3rd floor, pulling Xiao Chen to watch the students coming in and out of the gate of Beidou Academy. Their eyes kept shining. Wow, that girl is so upright, her curves are exquisite, she's so hot. Well, a Xiaojiabiyu model came out, quite pure, with a special taste. Alas, what a pity, it was stuck on a piece of cow dung, and there was an ugly man next to it. Look, it's definitely a graceful and perfect back. Just looking at the back makes people dream about it. The lotus steps are graceful and graceful. It really makes people drool. I'm dizzy. Why is it her? Damn, it's that woman who is hooking up everywhere. It's really bad luck. I didn't recognize it when I didn't turn around. The fat man and the boy are just two perverts, drooling and criticizing constantly. Brother, you are really strong. The fat man took a long time to come back to his senses, and said to Xiao Chen, it's really satisfying to win the baby girl of the Monde family as a follower, haha. I always look forward to coming out to take care of her. God finally opened my eyes, but unfortunately I didn't meet her face to face, otherwise I have to taunt and ridicule her, haha. But brother, be careful, this little girl is savage, no one dares to provoke her. You know, she has a big brother who is known as the strongest in the southern wilderness, one of the young strong men, except for the perverted Dugu sword demon and a few others, no one is his opponent. Faint, only now did Xiao Chen realize that there seemed to be a lot of trouble. The Monde family controls the Beast King's Beast Palace, which is one of the veritable powers in Tiandi City. Kanas is a direct descendant of the Monde family, and is deeply loved by the old patriarch of the Monde family. In addition, there is an elder brother who beats the invincible southern wilderness in the younger generation, and has an extraordinarily wild personality. Look, there's a man with a superb figure coming out. Hai Yuntian shouted. Fatty and Xiao Chen couldn't help watching quickly. I fainted. Damn it, why is that chick Kanas, bad luck. Fatty and Hai Yuntian cried out almost at the same time. Come on, let me introduce you formally. The fat man turned his head to Xiao Chen, and said, this is Hai Yuntian from the Great Desolate Beast Palace, a real dude, who belongs to the direct line of the family like the chick Kanas. It's not like I am far away from the center of the family. After a brief introduction, the three of them started talking without any exception. Recently, we have to train the little stubborn dragon as soon as possible. I heard that Tiandi City will hold a large-scale beast fighting competition in 3 months. Every winner will have an extremely generous bonus. This is no longer a contest between several arenas, and several big cities in the north will come. There are even rumors that it will be a battle of holy beasts. Of course, there are different levels. There are rumors that young dragon kings and powerful little holy beasts have small-level life and death battles. It must be the movement of clouds in all directions. It is not so much a battle of beasts as it is a confrontation between different major forces. It is a competition and display of their respective strengths. There is no doubt that Heavenly Emperor City will be full of wind and clouds. I have heard that many young strong men will come here with their respective family elders, and it is very likely that a big showdown between young strong men will be triggered. Xiao Chen is looking forward to the arrival of all this. Arrogant boy, here I come again. While the three of them were talking, the blue-haired girl Kanas broke into the courtyard, with a small waist, blinking big watery eyes, and shouted upstairs, Xiao Chen, my elder brother is back, and I want to fight you. Hurry up and accept defeat. The place is in the Beidou Academy Square. Don't forget to bring your little white lion that can be photographed. I'm dizzy, this girl really found her brother, and now she's in big trouble. The fat man shrank his neck. Hai Yuntian shook his hand, and the tea spilled out. What's scary? Let's go and see. Xiao Chen's cultivation has improved a lot now, and he really wants to find a strong opponent to fight. And the elder brother of the blue-haired girl is in existence at the same level as Dugu Sword Demon, which is exactly what he wanted. Let's go to Beidou Academy Square. Chapter 146 The Four Masters. Beidou Academy has been passed down for 800 years, and it is one of the most powerful forces in Tiandi City. It is said that it was founded by some casual cultivators back then. The founders all have extraordinary strength, but they have no sect background, and they are some extraordinary, one-way cranes. Facing the long-established sect, their personal strength seems a bit weak. It is for this reason that some like-minded people gathered together and established Beidou Academy in the southern wilderness Emperor City. After hundreds of years of development, it has become a big school in the southern wilderness, which is unfathomable. Over the past 800 years, Beidou Academy has absorbed many schools of cultivation methods, and through the intensive research of the elders in the academy, it has created more than a dozen sets of top-level methods. As for the establishment of the adjacent God of War Academy and White Heart Academy, they also have their own illusions, which are quite different from this. Beidou Academy occupies a very large area, and the ancient wall is like a continuous city wall. The main entrance is tall and majestic. It is just opposite to Xiao Chen's residence, only one street away. Crossing this Shafu Road, following the precious girl of the Monde family, Xiao Chen and the others entered Beidou Academy. It was already evening at this moment. Beidou Academy's classes for the day had ended. It was the time for the students to relax. Many young men and women came in and out. Seeing the blue-haired girl Kanas, many people greeted her warmly. It can be seen that this little girl is quite prestigious in this academy. Many people even cast unfriendly glances at Fatty and Hai Yuntian. It could be seen that the two playboys are not very popular here, even Xiao Chen was stared at for a few times. Come on, do you want to watch the masters duel? Do you want to see the masters of the Yakontian abuse the pervert? Please come with me. The blue-haired girl Kanasi started shouting after entering Beidou Academy, waving at everyone. Dizzy, girl from the Monde family, you can't be so ruthless, right? Fatty was a bit stage fright. He and Hai Tianyan, a pair of voyeurs, often peeked at beautiful women here, and even came to the academy for a stroll. Hai Yuntian wasn't too scared. After all, he was a very powerful cultivator. He had some doubts in his heart, there was a faint smile on his beautiful cheek, and he looked indifferent. Little girl, where is your elder brother? Hurry up and let us the way. Xiao Chen didn't mind people watching the battle, and it didn't matter whether it was high-key or low-key. Let's go, everyone come with me to watch our college's top master defeat the pervert. The baby girl of the Monde family shouted vigorously, as if she had expected Xiao Chen's fiasco, and took this opportunity to vent her anger during the day. More and more people gathered, and everyone followed them to the depths of the academy. I have to say that Beidou Academy is magnificent, and there are many palaces along the way. I have seen 7 or 8 martial arts arenas, and there are 3 magnificent gardens with different styles. Go to the martial arts arena in the center and let everyone come and watch. The blue-haired girl saw more and more people rushing towards them, she became more and more excited, looked at Xiao Chen provocatively, and said, "Arrogant dude, today you are going to lose a lot, I told you to embarrass me, and I will give you back in a while." Xiao Chen felt a little funny, this little girl is really willful and savage. But Fatty and Hai Yuntian were already suspicious. Fatty underestimated in a low voice, "Is that pervert really back? It's not like, he can't be so high profile, and he will never let the little girl do such nonsense." Hai Yuntian asked suspiciously, "Kanas, is it really your elder brother who wants to fight Xiao Chen?" Certainly. The martial arts arena in the center is extremely open, and it is next to a small lake that is as clear as a sapphire. It is solemn without losing a trace of agility. There are lotus flowers in the small lake, and a few light boats are rippling. The martial arts arena is filled with a murderous aura. Kanas, Hai Yuntian and everyone else had already stopped. Xiao Chen, who was tall and straight, strode towards the center of the arena. Standing in the arena without saying anything, he scanned the crowd. At this time, a surprised voice suddenly came from the crowd, "It's actually the 4 masters. It's really the 4 masters. ... Fatty and Hai Tianyan were also a little dumbfounded, and said to Kanasi, "Is there any mistake? Why are you a master of Beidou Academy, and there are 4 people on stage, why didn't your elder brother come? Isn't one of the 4 of them my brother? That's just your cousin, not your elder brother. But it's still my big brother, and not weaker than my own big brother." Kanas smiled giggly. The fat man was a little depressed, and said, "Xiao Chen is dead." Hai Yuntian turned to Kanas and said, "The girl of the Monde family, you are too shameless, you actually found him. He is already 30 years old, half a generation older than us, why don't you just find your uncle directly?" "Nonsense, brother Lu Muda is only 29 years old. According to the mainland's unwritten rules, he should be considered among the younger generation. It's not too much to deal with Xiao Chen." Kanasi smiled, her beautiful big eyes bent into crescents. "Damn, a master who has grown up for half a generation, you can't be like the Monde family." The fat man cursed softly. The 4 masters entered the arena unhurriedly, trapping Xiao Chen in 4 directions. Lu Muda stood with his hands behind his back, his expression was cold and aloof, although he was not very handsome, he had the demeanor of a master. The other 3 are also 6 or 7 years older than Xiao Chen, and they all look about 25 or 6 years old, with extraordinary auras. I heard that Lu Muda and other 4 masters gathered in the central martial arts arena, and many students rushed here quickly, wanting to see if they dare to confront Lu Muda of the 8th heaven. "You 4 go up together." Although Xiao Chen's voice was not loud, it was clearly heard throughout the martial arts arena. 700 or 800 people had already gathered at the scene, and there was an uproar when they heard this statement. This kid must be too arrogant, and he wants to fight against the 4 masters alone. One must know that Lu Muda's 8th level cultivation base, if he is counted among the younger generation, few people can match it. Who is this guy? He is so arrogant. I heard that today I won the precious girl of the Monde family as a follower. It is really courageous. I am not afraid that that girl's perverted elder brother will come back to settle accounts with him. You don't need Kanasi's perverted elder brother to come back, this Lu Muda is enough, and he is also at the 8th level. What is the origin of this guy named Xiao Chen? In a short while, Xiao Chen was already famous in Beidou Academy, and many men and women who watched the battle were asking about his origin. Hai Yuntian and Fatty, the pervert duo, looked left and right, and Fatty couldn't help but said, so it's so easy to attract beautiful girls. Look at those pretty girls. Sigh, when will I be able to get so much attention? When you find a way to inherit your family's Xuanwang Beast Palace, beautiful women will rush towards you like a cloud. Hai Tianyan ruthlessly attacked. In the arena, Lu Muda raised his eyebrows again and said calmly, I am nearly 10 years older than you. If I really bully you, let my 3 friends compete with you separately. If you can win, I will not make things difficult for you. Then the 3 of you come together. Xiao Chen was very quiet and spoke directly. Xiao boy, you are too arrogant, Lu Muda is so humble to you, you don't know what is good, I, Wang Ming, will be the first to meet you. A man in blue, with black hair like ink, moves like the wind, leaving a blue shadow on the spot and rushing towards Xiao Chen. Wang Ming has made a move. He is 25 years old, a master of the 6th heaven. There was a commotion outside the arena, and many people knew that he was a master of Beidou Academy. The blood-transforming Tianluo knife that he is best at, look, he has made a knife. A blood knife was like a tumbling cloud of blood, bringing up a hazy blood mist, engulfing the space in front of Wang Ming into blood red lightning interlaced in the center of the martial arts arena, a total of 81 knife lights tore out, and the violent blood red knife waves condensed together, forming a terrifying blood knife curtain, covering Xiao Chen. Exclamations have already been heard outside the arena, and the blade lights piercing the void one after another. The people who have already dazzled can't open their eyes, making everyone feel flustered and watching the arena nervously. There are no complicated fancy moves, no fierce collisions as imagined, no shocking turbulence of bright energy, only a non-glare light flashing in the blood light. Xiao Chen's palm unexpectedly passed through the heavy sword screen, and shattered all the sword lights silently. Indestructible seal. It turned out to be the immortal seal of the immortal lineage. When did the immortal lineage produce such a master? The well-informed people outside the arena have already screamed. Immortal seal, all dharmas will not touch the body, the mind will not be destroyed, and the body will not be destroyed. Use the weak to fight against the strong, use the weak to kill the strong, the treasure of Zongong. This person is more powerful than Wang Ming, and he uses the unrivaled mysterious kung fu method to attack the strong with the weak. The advantage is too strong. ... Amidst the exclamation of the crowd, Xiao Chen stepped forward and turned his hand over the imprint. Wang Ming's blood knife shattered like porcelain, and his whole body trembled frantically as if he had been struck by lightning, and flew upside down. With just one blow, a master of the 6th heaven was defeated. Many spectators were in an uproar, and many people couldn't believe the facts before them. Wang Ming was actually defeated by one move. ... Hearing the exclamation and noise here, more people from the academy rushed towards this place. Chapter 147 Humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Defeat the enemy with one stroke. Xiao Chen stood quietly in the field, while Wang Ming had already flew upside down. Lu Muda beside him rushed over like a ray of light and caught Wang Ming. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Wang Ming's mouth. Although there was no danger of his life, it was obvious that he had lost his combat power. The hustle and bustle outside the arena had already raged, and everyone was extremely surprised. Wang Ming is a student of Beidou Academy, and Lu Chongtian's cultivation base is already considered a master in the academy. The news spread quickly, and in just a short moment, nearly 1,000 people had gathered in the central martial arts arena. I'll fight you. Out of the 4 masters came out a man again. He was of medium build, a little thin and average looking, but there was a hint of sternness in his eyes. He walked into the arena to protect his name and said, "My name is Xu Feng." The people watching the battle have already started talking about it. Xu Feng is a born spirit man with the cultivation base of the 6th heavenly layer. There are few opponents in the courtyard, and he has terrifying supernatural powers under his control. Able to hide one's whereabouts and kill people invisible. ... Of course, the whispered words of these people could not reach the ears of the 2 duels in the arena. Under the gaze of everyone, Xu Feng's figure suddenly disappeared and became invisible. The evening glow dyed the sky red, and the red glow made the martial arts field red. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Xu Feng could no longer be found. At this moment, Xiao Chen moved suddenly, quickly moved away from the center of the field, and flew 5 meters away lightly. A dazzling light swept across the place where he was standing just now. Obviously Xu Feng launched a fierce attack. But after not hitting Xiao Chen, the light disappeared instantly without leaving the slightest fluctuation. Xiao Chen couldn't help frowning. The scene suddenly fell silent, and the spectators stopped discussing and watched all this quietly. This is a special battle. Although Xiao Chensho is strong, the opponent is invisible, and it still poses a certain threat to him. Click! A brilliant flash of lightning struck out, and a corner of Xiao Chen's clothes turned into fly ash in an instant. If he took half a step at night, his body would have also turned into a piece of charred charcoal. No one would doubt the power of this lightning bolt, and there was a unique burnt smell in the air. Avoiding the past dangerously, Xiao Chen frowned again. The martial arts arena fell into extreme silence, and it seemed that everyone's breathing could be heard. Everyone was paying attention to all this nervously, because maybe the winner would be decided in the next second. Kai! A bright blade light suddenly cut out from the void, and went straight to Xiao Chen's neck, but at the moment of approaching, Xiao Chen's body bent into an incredible arc like a soft vine, and narrowly avoided the blade light. Then, he turned his body like an agile cheetah, and rushed towards the direction where the blade light was attacking. Although the blade light had disappeared and Xu Feng had long since disappeared, Xiao Chen seemed to have locked onto the opponent, and went straight to a certain void, without any unnecessary movements, and punched out, simple and direct. The fist was almost crystal clear, shining brightly, and made a crisp sound of click after hitting it hard. With a muffled snort, Xu Feng's figure flashed out, and he quickly backed away. One of his arms was already twisted, and it was obvious that the arm bone had been broken by Xiao Chen's punch. Very good. This is Xiao Chen's evaluation of Xu Feng. Although the other party is in the sixth heaven realm, Xiao Chen still values the supernatural powers such as invisibility. However, Xu Feng was extremely annoyed when he heard it. The other party was a few years younger than him, but he spoke as if the elders were pointing the younger generation. Again, he didn't feel that he had failed. His figure quickly disappeared, and disappeared on the spot again. You are not my opponent. Xiao Chen spoke to a void, and Xu Feng, who was hidden there in shock, was startled and hurriedly changed his position. Seeing that he didn't stop, Xiao Chen didn't say anything more. At this time, he had already activated the supernatural power of knowing before he heard or seen, and everything about Xu Feng clearly appeared in his mind. If Xu Feng knew that Xiao Chen had deliberately closed his spiritual sense just now, he would be stunned. He would not have thought that Xiao Chen was deliberately training his body's reaction speed in this way, and he did not regard him as an opponent above the same level at all. Of course Xiao Chen will not say that he has such a supernatural power, and he will not let people know that he has the ability to perceive before he has heard or seen it. Boom! The energy storm raged in the martial arts arena. Xiao Chen punched the invisible Xu Feng flying, and the sound of bone shattering was heard clearly throughout the martial arts arena. Xu Feng's other arm also hung down, and at the same time, his legs were deformed, and his body was obviously fractured. The people outside the battle were clamoring. This guy named Xiao Chen is simply a humanoid weapon. Xu Feng's strength is extremely outstanding in Beidou Academy. There are really not many people who can suppress him. However, it seems a little unimaginable to be beaten by Xiao Chen now like a scarecrow. Is that guy made of steel? Looking at Xiao Chen's tall and handsome appearance, he didn't want to be the kind of fierce man who has been trained in gold bells and iron cloth shirts, but he behaved like a fierce beast, and his bones would break if he touched it. The handsome and messed up Hai Yuntian took a deep breath and muttered, "This guy is really ruthless." Looking back at Zhuge Liang next to him, he said, "Fatty, be careful, and then don't make mistakes with the little stubborn dragon, otherwise your pig's arms and legs will be broken when it touches him, and the pig's head will be broken when it touches him. It's not human at all." The blue-haired girl Connessy's watery eyes widened, she bit her red lips hard, her white teeth were shining brightly, her delicate Chong nose was wrinkled, she looked a little cute, and she muttered dissatisfiedly, "This guy is made of iron, so powerful, my cousin will not be able to beat him later." At this moment, the Beidou Academy was already buzzing with people. Most of the people in the academy had rushed to this place, and the outside of the martial arts arena had been completely surrounded. Beidou Academy is next to Aries Academy and White Deer Academy. The news of the four masters' duel against unknown masters has spread to the other two academies. Many students have already jumped over the wall and rushed here, wanting to see which madman came to Beidou Academy to challenge the field. It was impossible for Xu Feng to fight anymore. It was like being stepped on by a Tyrannosaurus Rex, with many bones broken in his body. The third person strode into the arena. This person was tall and burly, with a rough appearance and an air of banditry. He said simply, "Xu Long, let's fight you." Boom! With a punch, the wind of the fist pierced through the air, the gang chi surged, and the purple light was stimulated like a rainbow. Xiao Chen didn't dodge, and greeted each other with a fist. The clenched fist was shining brightly, and his skin was as crystal clear as jade. Although there was no eruption of gang chi or sharp edge, there was a rumbling sound of thunder. Boom! Fighting directly, the two fists collided together. Xiao Chen didn't move at all. Xu Long shook his arm vigorously and stepped back 7 or 8 steps. Although the right palm was not broken, it was obviously swollen, and blood was all over the flesh of the right palm. Everyone outside gasped. This guy is simply a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Xu Long's 7th level cultivation base, he has the title of Iron Fist, but he was punched back by that guy. What a beast. Xu Long is the strongest disciple in our college right now, but he was firmly suppressed by him. That guy is really a beast. Wrong, Xu Long's Qizhongtian cultivation base is the strongest disciple in our outer court. The 2 trump cards secretly cultivated in the inner court should be stronger than him. Undoubtedly, Xiao Chen knocked back the strongest disciple in the outer court with 1 punch, and calmed down everyone watching the battle. This ferocious gorilla is simply a beast. The baby girl of the Mander family whispered. Brush. The sound of breaking through the sky came out, and Xu Long soared into the sky. He floated into the air, raised his hand and shot down streaks of purple light, shooting towards Xiao Chen. Many people outside the court were very surprised. Obviously, except for a few people, no one knew that he was a master of martial arts and a spiritual man. Xu Long no longer dared to confront Xiao Chen directly. He flew in the air and swooped down continuously, wanting to fight Xiao Chen and exhaust his strength. However, this was just his wishful thinking. Amidst the exclamation of the crowd, Xu Long was dumbfounded, but Xiao Chen spread out a pair of energy light wings and soared into the sky, heading straight for him. Oh my god, this humanoid Tyrannosaurus is invincible, and it can fly. What do you know? That's the extraordinary skill of the School of Immortality. He actually cultivated the wings of immortality. This is simply the nemesis of spirit warriors and curse masters. The flying humanoid Tyrannosaurus is too scary. If Xiao Chen listened carefully, his nose would definitely be crooked. Everyone has already regarded him as a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, an invincible beast. Xu Long wanted to dodge, but the immortal wings unfolded, so there was no room for him to dodge. Xiao Chen's speed was too fast. Everyone saw that Xiao Chen and Xu Long, who was in the 7th heaven realm, had collided with each other. The energy flow in the air was violently turbulent, constantly turbulent, sending out bursts of thunderous bangs. After all, Xu Long is a master of the 7th heaven, and he fought Xiao Chen more than a dozen times in succession, but finally he couldn't hold on anymore. In the rumbling wind of fists, he was beaten upside down, and a bunch of blood sprayed down. Those who watched the battle were all cultivators, and their eyes were particularly poisonous. They had already seen that Xu Long's 2 arms were deformed, and it was obvious that he had been beaten again. Xu Long is also broken. This guy is too strong. I guess the 2 secretly cultivated aces in the inner courtyard are no more than that. Damn it, this guy is truly a beast. At this time, many students from the God of War Academy and the White Deer Academy also rushed here. Seeing this scene, they all yelled loudly. Brother, you are really strong. You have wiped out the top masters in the outer court of Beidou Academy. Brother, work harder, and let's just go to the inner court. Brother, let's make friends later. I'm from Beilu College. Brother, you are really a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. You are too strong. You have no temper against the masters of Beidou Academy. Sister, I support you. Everyone in Beidou Academy glared at them after hearing what these people said. Hey, what are you trying to coax that girl from the God of War Academy? That guy from Beilu Academy, you still dare to come to our academy? Last time you ran into our girls' dormitory of Beidou Academy, you forgot about being beaten away by someone. A girl interjected. Besides, Beidou Academy is not a forbidden place, so why can't you come? Hey, the Tyrannosaurus brothers in the arena, keep up the good work. Go back to our White Deer Academy. My sister will help you introduce beautiful girls. There was a lot of noise outside the martial arts arena. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Lu Muda walked into the arena. Although he was not very handsome, he had a different temperament, extremely calm, and had the demeanor of a master. I said that you can defeat the 3 of them, so I won't embarrass you today. Don't be embarrassed today, I think you will find me tomorrow. I really want to make another appointment with you to compete. I knew you would say this a long time ago. It is better to hit the sun than to choose a day. Let's end it together today. The words of the 2 were clearly transmitted outside the arena, and the martial arts arena suddenly fell silent. Who is Lu Muda? The master of Yakongtian. If he hadn't just graduated from Beidou Academy, he would definitely still be the #1 master in the outer academy. Lu Muda smiled lightly, and said, okay, it's very simple, then today, do you need to rest? No need, let's go straight to the battle. Xiao Chen stepped forward, as if he had a great supernatural power to shrink the ground to an inch, but he teleported 10 meters away with a small step. The wind was mighty, and his right hand came diagonally, shining with a bright metallic luster. Xiao Chen dared not underestimate Lu Muda, this is a real master of his level. Brush. Lu Muda fluttered like a leaf in the wind, moving with the wind, drifting 8 meters away. Xiao Chen rushed up in the air, with his legs in front of him, and swept across the air. His legs were cast like steel, if they were to hit someone, they would definitely break their bones and tendons. Apparently Lu Muda had seen that Xiao Chen was very wild, powerful and fierce, and he didn't want to fight against it. He moved a few feet sideways, then rose into the air, flipped upside down in the air, his legs were like scissors, and cut up and down towards Xiao Chen's waist. All of this happened between the electric flint flowers, and it was unbelievably fast. Many people only saw a few afterimages, and they didn't see the specific fighting movements at all. Xiao Chen is very calm. Scissor kick is the most basic killing method, but all warriors know that it is extremely powerful, but few people can use it well. Xiao Chen didn't panic, and didn't dodge, instead, he moved sideways in the air, speeding up and bumping towards Lu Muda. This kid is too cruel. Strong, this buddy is powerful enough. It's really a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, crazy enough. The masters outside the arena could clearly see that many people were discussing, especially those from White Deer Academy and Ares Academy who spoke without any scruples. Xiao Chen rushed forward like this, hitting Lu Muda's legs with his waist. This method of diffusing the scissor legs was too harsh. Before Lu Muda's legs cut him, he would hit the most vulnerable part of his body first. Beast, Kanas muttered. Many people exclaimed. Lu Muda is a master after all. He did not expect Xiao Chen to be so ferocious. He quickly stabilized his figure, his body seemed to weigh more than 10,000 jun, quickly fell to the ground, and avoided Xiao Chen's fierce attack. At the same time, Xiao Chen swooped straight down from head to foot, his palms struck like knives, and those palms reflected by the bright light shone like jade. The surging energy seems to have a tangible quality, like a giant hammer being smashed down. The ground has already cracked, and the invisible force has cracked the ground, and huge cracks spread. Lu Muda's long hair fluttered wildly in the strong wind, and he couldn't dodge it anymore. The mountain-like power had enveloped him from above, and he could only shake it hard, and couldn't retreat at all. Boom! It was as if two giant mountains had collided with each other. The wind was raging, the energy was surging, and the bright light made people unable to open their eyes, as the terrifying invisible force swept away like a berserk. The people watching the battle on the innermost floor seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, their bodies shook violently, and they couldn't help falling backwards. Many people were affected, and there was a chaos in the martial arts arena. In the center of the arena, after Xiao Chen and Lu Muda slammed a punch violently, the two of them were entangled together like two lightning bolts. Afterimages flashed, palm shadows flew, and dazzling rays of light burst out continuously. The two fought fiercely together. Fly up, fly up. It's a rare flying feather robe. I never imagined that Lu Muda would have such a precious robe. Exclaimed outside the arena, Lu Muda actually soared into the sky and flew into the sky. Xiao Chen stretched out his immortal wings and walked against the sky. Fight fiercely in the air. Almost all the students of Beidou Academy have rushed to the Central Martial Arts Arena, and many masters from Beilu Academy and Ares Academy have also rushed to it. Many old masters in the academy were also alarmed and began to pay attention to this competition. Xiao Chen, you are finished. Lu Muda shouted with indescribable self-confidence, yin and yang are extinct. Xiao Chen felt strong uneasiness, and shouted, slaying God style. Chapter 148 The Mark of the Tao. Although the killing God form is just a Sanshou, it is extremely wonderful. It is a Sanshou that has been practiced thousands of times, and it is the essence of the intangible and highly generalized Tao. Xiao Chen has practiced the 4 moves of killing God, reversing chaos, suppressing demons, and cracking for some time. Although he has been able to comprehend some of the profound meanings in them and can use them to kill the enemy, it can be said that he has not really let the imprint of this way be engraved into his soul. He has initially grasped the killing method of the seal of Tao, but he still has the essence of it. After all, it is too difficult. The invisible avenue is entrusted in the tangible form, and it is difficult for people in the realm of longevity to understand the true meaning of it. Although the imprint of Taoism has not been included in the imprint of the soul, the nearly 1 year of practice has given Xiao Chen a deep understanding of the method of defeating the enemy, especially the first form of Sanshou Shenshin of the imprint of Tao, which has the most understanding. Facing a powerful enemy in the 8th heaven realm, From the beginning of the duel to the present, Xiao Chen did not have the slightest intention to underestimate the enemy. At this moment when he heard the opponent shouting loudly, he felt a dangerous aura enveloping him. The more dangerous it is, the more peaceful Xiao Chen's heart will be. There is no self, nothing, and others, and his inner world is empty, as if he has transcended the battlefield and has become a bystander, but the imprint of Tao has been drawn in his hand. Killing the gods, the stone breaks the sky, and the first move in the hands of the four majors is just like its name. It is mainly reflected in the word, kill, and the sky is instantly illuminated by small rays of light. Although the sun had already set and the sky was completely dark, the sky was extremely bright, as if countless stars gathered in midair, and the gorgeous light was as magnificent as a divine light. But this is not the divine beauty, it is the light of death like a stormy sea, the short pieces broken in an instant, and the thunder and light riots in the sky, murderous. Like a mountain avalanche and the ground cracked, the berserk energy violently swayed, and the martial arts arena shook violently. One can imagine how fierce this duel in the sky is. Lu Muda's yin and yang extermination hand is indeed the top miraculous skill in the world. It has the great ability to turn one hand into clouds and rain on one's hand. If ordinary people are covered by his palm, there will be no bones left. One of his palms was as black as ink, and the other as crystal clear as white jade. Two different colors appeared in the left and right palms, bursting out a tsunami-like tyrannical energy, stirring up 7 waves of energy, as if shredding the void. It seemed that a gate of hell opened in the sky, swallowing towards Xiao Chen. Everyone on the ground felt the powerful coercion and energy turbulence. It can be said that it was the first to come down from the hands of yin-yang extermination. It was a very terrible blow. Lu Muda only turned his palm to cause such terrible consequences. Xiao Chen clearly saw a palace of hell floating in the void. In front of the gloomy ancient palace, the hideous and huge relief sculptures of fierce demons were lifelike, and a huge black door seemed to be open to Xiao Chen. This is definitely the weirdest battle Xiao Chen has encountered. It is unbelievable that a yin and yang extermination hand can lead to such a terrifying illusion. The huge attraction behind the black door seems to crush it. The god-killing style, the mark of the Tao, is like a round of golden sun piercing through the dark ancient palace, tearing through the vast sky of this illusion, making this destructive and dangerous atmosphere constantly weakening. The god-killing light, the slender glow that shines through is particularly eye-catching in the dark. It turns out to be a pair of seemingly real knives and swords, but they are all miniature, the longest is no more than 3 inches, and they are ancient. None of the 10,000 Tao divine swords and heavenly knife have the same style, but have different shapes, as if they came from time and space since ancient times. Strange duel, a duel between illusion and illusion. But the power is real. Lu Muda was horrified. The yin-yang extermination hand is the foundation of the Monde family. The reason why the family has stood in the southern wasteland for hundreds of years and has become stronger and stronger is inseparable from the control of this theology. Only the strength of the family can make them stand taller and more stable. The yin-yang extermination hand is a miraculous skill in ancient legends. It has been famous in the southern wilderness for countless years, and it was obtained by members of their family inadvertently. Confrontation at the same level, as long as this unique skill is used, even royal cultivators such as time spirits and space spirits appear, I am afraid they will retreat, let alone others, few people can compete. However, today Lu Muda was completely stunned, the illusion of exiting the palace of hell that appeared in the void was slowly shattering, thousands of 3-inch long swords and knives cut through all obstacles and shattered all forces. Air crash. In the continuous dozens of violent collisions, everything turned into a stream of light, and the sky slowly returned to calm. Xiao Chen's mouth overflowed with traces of blood. This was the first time he was injured after his profound kung fu advanced by leaps and bounds. Lu Muda's face was pale, and he stood quietly in the void, then suddenly fell on his back, spewed out a big mouthful of blood, and fell into the air. Obviously he lost, and he lost completely. It's over. Lu Muda of the 8th Heaven Realm has failed. The ranking of young masters in the southern wilderness is about to be rewritten. That pervert in the Monde family, Dugu Sword Demon and others will have this Xiao Chen's name engraved on their backs. There is another 8th-level master in his 20s. Horrible. The central martial arts arena of Beidou Academy is already boiling, and everyone is shocked. Xiao Chen defeated the 4 masters in a row, and even defeated Lu Muda. This changed the arrangement of the top young masters in the southern wilderness. I'm dizzy, this pervert probably won't be much worse than Conasi's elder brother. Zhuge Liang shrank his neck in fear. Hai Yuntian also sighed, he is a powerful cultivator, he understands the situation best, said, now you should give up, right? He is so strong, there must be a big force behind him, otherwise how could he pass on such a powerful profound art? In the situation where the old masters in the southern wilderness are afraid of each other and can't take action at will, it is still very easy for him to kill a few young people. I advise you not to think about the little stubborn dragon. Brother. The blue-haired girl Kanas quickly ran towards the field. Lu Muda, who fell from the sky, had already been caught. Looking at Kanas who was approaching, he smiled weakly and said, I didn't expect him to be so strong. Brother, are you okay? It's all my fault. After the eldest brother comes back. He just showed mercy, otherwise I wouldn't be able to survive. In the distance, several old men from Beidou Academy looked at each other, and then showed a thoughtful look. One of them pondered for a while, and said, that was just now, the god-killing style. Like, very similar. Yin-Yang Extinction Hand is famous in the southern wilderness, unexpectedly met the nemesis. It should be that Lu Muda's skill is a bit weaker, otherwise it's hard to say the outcome. The Yin-Yang Exterminator is the treasure of the Monde family. The martial arts field was full of hustle and bustle. Students from Beidou Academy, Ares Academy and White Deer Academy got into a dispute. He is even more aggressive, wanting the inner court masters secretly cultivated by Beidou Academy to fight. Seeing Xiao Chen falling from midair, Hai Yuntian and Fatty ran over quickly. Let's go, you have become famous today, but there are a lot of troubles right now, so let's avoid the limelight first. Xiao Chen nodded, took Little Stubborn Dragon and KK, and rushed to the outside of Beidou Academy with the two of them. No one dared to stop Xiao Chen. The performance of the humanoid Tyrannosaurus left people with lingering fears, and no one wanted to break an arm or a leg. Leaving the gate of Beidou Academy, the fat man heaved a sigh of relief, and said, Brother, you are so strong, it's miserable for me to lie to you. Hee, you can come to Shafu Road to see your sister in an open and honest way, what are you afraid of? Thinking of his pride, he laughed. The handsome Hai Tianyan stroked his forehead and muttered with some headaches, I really don't know whether it's right or wrong to arrange your house on Shafu Road. There will definitely be a lot of excitement in the future. He turned around and said, Today I originally wanted to invite you to Shenyu Loyan Palace, but now it's better to avoid the limelight, or it may cause trouble. Let's get together again in a few days. There is no doubt that Xiao Chen's name has been on the list of the 3 colleges, and has attracted the attention of many people. For a few days, he lived in seclusion and practiced all day long. Of course, he must go out sometimes, for example to eat. He didn't want to wrong his stomach, so he went out to eat every day. But despite being low-key and looking for places that are not too lively, some troubles cannot be avoided. The people in front stop. Several sergeants ran over, their full body armor shone with a unique luster of metal, and their long knives were shining brightly. We suspect that you are related to a murder case, please come with us. This is purely disgusting. Looking at the sneers of the soldiers in front of him, Xiao Chen can easily deduce that these guys intend to blame him. Do you have any evidence? You'll know when you go, let's go. Damn, Xiao Chen was a little annoyed. It was because someone deliberately made him unhappy, although he didn't care about the soldiers in front of him, but he didn't want to kill people in the street. Yes, if you think about it carefully, you really can't mess around. If you want to say who is the biggest force in this city, it must be the city lord of Tiandi City. Go, a soldier next to him shouted impatiently. Xiao Chen looked at them quietly, and said in a deep voice, I hope you will continue to be so arrogant. I'm a soldier of Prince Li, even if I kill you in the street, I won't be guilty. A soldier's eyes showed ruthlessness. What do you say again? Xiao Chen stepped forward. When he was in the human world, he even dared to kill the royal princess, let alone the soldiers of the Prince of Changsheng mainland. Although these soldiers were arrogant and domineering, they felt chills all over their bodies when they were swept by Xiao Chen's sharp eyes. They opened their mouths and swallowed the curses they wanted to utter. Chapter 149 Madman. It is impossible to kill people in the street, but it is even more impossible to be provoked by a few army ruffians and not fight back. When Xiao Chen was intercepted, he didn't have a big attack. He followed them to the bank of the inner city river, where a school lieutenant and several soldiers were waiting. After seeing Xiao Chen, he couldn't tell the difference. He came up with a whip, and slapped it towards Xiao Chen's face, and at the same time shouted, You don't know how to live or die. Snapped. The captain was stunned, his whip hadn't touched the opponent yet, a big handprint appeared on his face, and a big loud slap. You dare to hit me? The captain seemed a little unbelievable, his anger reached the extreme, he raised his whip and whipped it down again. You're a fart. Under such circumstances, Xiao Chen thinks that it is impossible to argue, and there is no need to argue, and there is no need to argue. Snapped. With another big mouth, he slapped the captain's face fiercely. The captain's whip still didn't touch Xiao Chen. Damn it. The two captains with big mouths were so angry that their blood vessels were about to burst. He was Prince Li's guard. He had never been subjected to this. He had always beaten people, and no one had dared to touch him. Snapped. It was another big mouth, making his eyes stare. Clang clang. There was the sound of drawing knives all around, and 8 soldiers rushed up quickly with sharp long knives, and slashed at Xiao Chen fiercely without the order of the captain. Dang dang dang. There was a crisp metal trembling sound, and the 8 sharp long knives were broken one after another. The 8 people immediately changed their colors. Seeing that Xiao Chen cut off the long knives with the palm of his hand, they knew they were in big trouble. Slap. The captain had already been grabbed by the collar by Xiao Chen. Without any extra words, Xiao Chen slapped him 4 big mouths in a row, and said viciously, "Who do you think you are? The prince's soldiers are great. Boy, you have committed the crime of treason, let me go." Conspiracy. Xiao Chen sneered. "Who do you really think you are?" Seeing the captain's fierce eyes, Xiao Chen became angry, grabbed him with 2 big mouths, and turned the captain's head covered. "I am a soldier of Prince Li. Offending Prince Li is a crime of beheading." The captain was still stubborn and yelled at Xiao Chen, struggling to resist at the same time, but how could he break away from Xiao Chen who was in the 8th heaven realm? "I thought you were the emperor and represented a dynasty." After the fight, how could Xiao Chen be restrained, and with 4 big mouths, the captain's teeth had already flown out a few times. The 8 soldiers next to them were a little dumbfounded, and at the same time cringed. They had never encountered such treatment when they were in the capital of the Tianluo kingdom. They were terrified in their hearts, and secretly cursed that the southern wilderness was indeed extremely barbaric. Even the prince's soldiers dared to fight, so it was not a big deal. After half of the teeth in his mouth were blown away, the captain had already softened, and he no longer dared to speak harsh words. He was obedient and answered every question he had. "Really, it wasn't your lord's instruction, but you were entrusted by the people of this city. I swear, what I said is true. I shouldn't be greedy for the 500 gold coins. That damn pig came to me and wanted to teach a green-skinned rogue a lesson. How did I know it was a master like you?" Up to now, the captain has said everything. He knows that he has offended a ruthless character. In this southern wasteland, Wang Hua is the most dissatisfied. If the other party really brutally kills him, it will be too wrong. Tell me a series of details such as the person's physical characteristics. When the captain finished talking about everything, Xiao Chen grabbed him and threw him into the river violently. The other 8 people were also thrown into the river by Xiao Chen after suffering a certain amount of physical pain. It is too much to kill without scruple in the city, so he didn't hurt the lives of these people, but such punishment is inevitable. Although the other party is the prince's soldier, he is not afraid. The southern wasteland can be said to be as high as the sky and the emperor is far away, and the geographical environment is too remote. Although Lishandi city belongs to Tianluo, a powerful country in the southern part of the Changsheng continent, the supreme ruler cannot reach it. Therefore, Tiandi city has been in a semi-independent state for a long time. The city owner is half of the ruler of Nanwang. The big forces here do not take Tianluo kingdom seriously. The Dragon King appeared in Tiandi city, and many little holy beasts loomed. 3 months later, the beast fighting contest was about to start, which caused a lot of disturbance in all directions, and many people came from the north. Sun Miao, the prince of Tianluo kingdom, has a smooth political career and is very fond of fighting beasts. Although he is very dissatisfied with the way of the city lord of Tiandi city, he still came to Tiandi city and was one of the first powerful people to arrive. Tiandi city is in a semi-independent state. The city lord Liu Daoming has always disrespected the royal family. Prince Li Sun Miao is very dissatisfied with him, because the city lord of Tiandi city pretended to be deaf and dumb and did not welcome him. Although Sun Miao came secretly, many big forces in the city knew about it. How could the city lord Liu Daoming not know? Sun Miao was only in his 20s, and he was already in a high position. With such treatment, he could not stay angry, but he has been holding back for a few days. He has already had contact with some powerful patriarchs in the city, and today he hosted a banquet for some young people from big families to show his friendship. Even though these families are powerful, they still belong to the people of Tianluo kingdom in name, so they will definitely actively invite the young children of the family to attend, not afraid of offending the city lord Liu Daoming. This is a small private gathering, and all the elites from the younger generation of big families are here. At this time, Sun Miao suddenly got a message, and her angry face suddenly changed, saying, "Excessive, I don't know how to live or die." The guests for the banquet hadn't arrived yet, only a few came just now. A beautiful woman saw that Sun Miao's face was not in a good mood, and asked, "What's wrong, my lord?" Someone threw the king's personal soldiers into the river. Although Sun Miao spoke calmly, the young men and women in this place were not ordinary people. How could they not feel his suppressed mood swings? "Oh, who on earth would dare to offend the Lord's power so boldly?" asked a man who looked a bit drunk. Sun Miao had put up with Lu Daoming, the lord of Tiandi City, for a few days, and today such a thing happened again, and his mood was extremely bad. Come on. Undoubtedly, it was Xiao Chen who threw the prince's soldiers into the river, and he was wandering around the city at the moment, looking for the scoundrel Scarface that the captain said. Sure enough, he found it, because Scarface was on the street where he usually haunted, and he didn't hide at all. Xiao Chen had vaguely guessed something, and was not in a hurry to act, blocking him in an alley, not letting Scarface see his true face. Focusing on the acupoints on Scarface, he slapped his mouth hard, and then asked, "Have you ever bribed Prince Li's guards?" Scar's face was so pumped that his legs were already weak, and now his eyes were blind for a short time, and he couldn't see anything. It was useless for Xiao Chen to ask and say everything. Scarface is the small leader of a big force in the city, but the person who instructs Scarface to do things is someone else. As expected, Xiao Chen was a little angry. He didn't want to pursue it anymore, because he knew that the real behind-the-scenes figures must have been erased long ago. The soldiers of Prince Li, Scarface, and the Shengjia of Scarface are all insignificant and small characters, but they all belong to some not weak forces. This is because someone deliberately disgusted Xiao Chen and made trouble for him. If he was impulsive and pursued layer by layer, he would offend a large number of small people. Small people are not terrible, but sometimes they can play some special roles. Maybe they will provoke the big forces they belong to. For example, Sun Miao, the Prince of Li, has become angry now. He has tolerated Lu Daoming, the city lord, for several days. Now, a hooligan in Tiandi City dares to attack his soldiers. It's not that he didn't think that it might be the city lord's provocation, but he needs to respond to this provocation. This is the power of a small person, and several soldiers took it for granted that Xiao Chen was called a bully in the city. When two of the prince's bodyguards led a group of soldiers to arrest Xiao Chen, the young and vigorous Prince Li regretted that he had made a big deal out of a molehill. When Xiao Chen was stopped by this group of soldiers on a street, he was immediately annoyed. The so-called Tianluo power allowed Tiandi City to go out semi-independently. These people are still so arrogant and indiscriminately taking people on the street. They are really overbearing. If you have such courage, take back Tiandi City. Tell you so-called lord, carefully interrogate the soldiers who were beaten back by me, and find out what's going on. I'm very low-key and don't want to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. Being low-key is the best way to show off. This is the feeling of everyone in the prince's team. Low-key is too damned excessive, even the prince doesn't pay attention to it, it's too arrogant. There is nothing to say, just take people directly. These people rushed up together. It is expected that the bully in this city will be beaten into submission soon. However, except for the two prince's guards who are masters of the fourth heaven, the others are some so-called elite soldiers. In just a moment, there were people lying on the street, even the two prince's guards. Xiao Chen stepped on them unceremoniously, and said, "Tell me what I said, I am very low-key, don't mess with me." Damn, everyone lying on the ground wants to scold their mothers. Being low-key is the best way to show off. Who is this person? So crazy. Half an hour later, when Prince Li Sun Miao saw this group of people with bruised noses and swollen faces, his nose became crooked. He said he was low-key. Tell me not to mess with him. He slammed the coffee table in front of him and stood up, angrily said, "A gangster in the city dares to be so rude to me, you want to die." However, he suddenly remembered something, and said to a personal guard, "Go, have a good interrogation of those people, what is going on?" Sun Miao said the virtue of these soldiers, the captain who came back first must have not told the truth, but he didn't bother to pursue it. After all, this is his man, and it depends on the owner to beat a dog. He just wanted to settle with the bully in the city. However, this time, since the bastard said to let him interrogate these people, he should ask, maybe there is something inside. Why is the prince angry? A young man asked. There can be 8 or 9 young men and women who are invited to the banquet. These are the elite figures of the major families. Although they are young, they are all very sophisticated. A gangster in the city despises the majesty of this king. Sun Miao had already determined that Lu Daoming, the lord of the city, was instigating him. He looked very ugly, and asked these people, "You are from Tiandi City, have you ever heard of a gangster named Xiao Chen?" The expressions of these young men and women present all changed. After hearing these words, their expressions were different. "Ah, it's him," a blue-haired girl exclaimed in surprise. "Kanas, have you heard of this bastard? Is he famous in the city?" Sun Miao asked. He liked this baby girl of the Monde family very much, and felt that this beautiful girl seemed very straightforward, not as sophisticated as other heirs of the big family. "Of course I've heard of it, this is definitely a super gangster, a well-known bully in this city," Kanasi said angrily, while her face turned red. The young men and women of other families all showed faint smiles, but no one spoke. People in their upper circles were a little bit agitated, and everyone would know it. A few days ago, the baby girl of the Monde family was so deflated that she exported herself to be a servant. These people have all heard about it. How could Sun Miao fail to see the strangeness of these people, and asked a man next to him, "Zhu Ming, do you know this person?" This is a young man who looks too drunk, his face is pale, and his eyes are darkened, but no one in the room dares to underestimate him, and they all know how powerful their family is. "Well, I've heard of this person, it seems very arrogant," Zhu Ming said flatly. These people here have different thoughts, but they all know that Zhu Ming seems to intend to attack that Xiao Chen. Bastard, bully, arrogant. Although Sun Miao was very angry at first, she has gradually calmed down now. The people present here are all the children of the great forces in the southern wilderness. The arrogant guy they are talking about is definitely not as simple as a small gangster. "Hai Yunzu, do you know this person?" Sun Miao asked again. "This is an extremely beautiful woman. If Xiao Chen were here, he would be very surprised, because this person looks very similar to Hai Yuntian. With a perfect face, snow-white skin, clear and vivid eyes, long eyelashes, a straight and delicate nose, red and sexy lips, and a head of black and beautiful long hair like a black waterfall, she is Hai Yuntian's elder sister." I seem to have heard of it. Hai Yunzu frowned slightly. "Report," Miss Yan Qingcheng said. "Welcome." Hai Yunzu's eyebrows stretched, she smiled lightly and said, "My lord, I'd better ask Miss Qingcheng, she might know." Amazing. This was Sun Miao's feeling when she saw Yan Qingcheng. The woman from Undead Gate was so beautiful, she really looked like a fish falling into a wild goose, her face was ashamed after a closed moon, and together with several other extremely beautiful women in the hall, the whole hall seemed to be shining brightly. Chapter 150 Arrogance. There are beauties in the north, peerless and independent. Take a look at the city of Qingren, and then look at the country of Qingren. Wouldn't you rather know the allure of the city and the allure of the country? A beautiful woman is hard to come by. The women in the hall are all beautiful and colorful. Zhang Tiandi's wisdom is the peerless beauties in the southern desolation. Although Sun Miao is the prince of Li of Tianluo Kingdom and has seen countless beautiful women, but at this moment, he also has a kind of throbbing. The country is picturesque, and the beauties are like poetry. Lu Daoming, the lord of Tiandi City, didn't come to see him for a few days. It seemed that he didn't pay attention to him as a prince at all, which made him secretly angry. It wasn't until now that he saw a few beauties from the southern wilderness reflecting each other that he had a strange thought. It would be a blessing for everyone if all the women in the hall were brought into the palace. He was deeply moved, but he sighed silently. What kind of characters are these women? They are all elite descendants of superpowers. These big powers are by no means limited to the Heavenly Emperor City. The entire southern wilderness is their world. The southern wilderness is an ancient region full of legends. The people here do not obey the Tianluo Kingdom at all. The uncrowned king of the southern wilderness is the family of these people. To a certain extent, these young people are equal to him, the Prince of Li. Even if one or two of them can be obtained by various means, it is the limit. It is like a dream to bring all the top beauties of the southern wilderness into the palace, even the emperor of the empire cannot. After everyone sat down again, Sun Miao asked Yan Qingcheng, "Qingcheng, do you know Xiao Chen?" With such a name and that peaceful tone, several people in the hall sensed something. A smile appeared on the corner of Hai Yunzu's mouth, so that she can rest easy and get distracted. If this young prince makes a big promise to her family and tries his best to win her over, she may be in trouble. As a child of a big family, some things need to be obeyed by the family's arrangements, especially women. Zhu Ming, who seemed to be overly drunk, frowned slightly. Who doesn't like a beautiful woman? As a man, he naturally has some thoughts, especially if he can form an alliance with a truly powerful faction like Undead Gate, it will be a great help. But he thought for a while and secretly thought, forget it, this is the prince of a country after all. If he wants to develop to the north in the future, he still needs to rely on Sun Miao, and Yan Qingcheng is not the only beauty in the southern wilderness. The top girls in the hall all have strong backgrounds. These men and women showed different expressions briefly. Yan Qingcheng thought that Sun Miao had learned about the incident on Longdao, and that she had been caught by Xiao Chen, which made her very ashamed and annoyed every time she thought about it. Now, being asked in front of so many people, she felt a little hot on her cheeks. There are indeed 2 or 3 people present who know some information about Long Island. After all, they are the core children of some big forces, and many secrets can be accessed. But not everyone knew it. Everyone was surprised to see her look like this, and felt that there was a story, sensitively. This person has a good cultivation level, and he is not a person who is willing to suffer. Yan Qingcheng said so that the young elites present couldn't figure out the flavor of it for a while, and they didn't know why she said this. Southern Desolation, Hidden Dragon, Crouching Tiger, this Xiao Chen abused and beat the prince's personal soldiers today. Although Sun Miao spoke calmly, the people present felt his anger. Maybe it was because of Yan Qingcheng's initial expression that made the young prince even more dissatisfied. There are also a few heroes in this prince's mansion, who have a lot of experience in cultivation. I followed this king to the southern wilderness, just to see the extraordinary skills of the southern wilderness. This king wants them to compete with that Xiao Chen. What do you think? Sun Miao is the prince of Tianluo Kingdom. How can he be an ordinary person at such a young age? These words showed his strength and conveyed some information to Nanwang. At the same time, the last words contained a hint of soliciting opinions, asking whether these people had anything to do with Xiao Chen, so as not to accidentally hurt them. Of course, I'm looking forward to this battle. Kanasi had a harmless and innocent smile on her face, and everyone felt a little speechless. Why did the Monde family send this little girl here? She is obviously not the person in charge of the younger generation of the family. Maybe she is the only one present who can talk nonsense, completely according to her personal preferences. Zhu Ming showed a faint smile and said, maybe this is a good idea. Several other people nodded, although they didn't say anything, they already agreed. Their purposes are different, so what if Xiao Chen provokes the prince? Xiao Chen must be backed by powerful forces, and they are happy to see this kind of thing happen. Hai Yunzu watched all this with a smile, but said nothing. Yan Qingcheng frowned, and wanted to say something, but seeing everyone's attitude, she thought for a while, and then didn't say anything. Sun Miao was carefully observing the expressions of the crowd, knowing everything clearly, smiled peacefully, and said, in that case, I will send someone to invite that Xiao Chen. He has many conjectures in his heart. No matter whether this guy named Xiao Chen is the person ordered by the city lord Lu Daoming, he has to pinch it. After all, it is an indisputable fact that his personal guard was abused. I practiced in a low-key manner at home for a few days, but today caused inexplicable troubles. Xiao Chen was very angry today, and unknowingly came to the street of fighting beasts again. The 3 skeletons, KK, and the little stubborn dragon all stayed at home and did not follow. For those unheard of fighting beasts, it can always give people a sense of novelty. Xiao Chen kept estimating those little cubs with extremely strong fighting power, imagining what kind of realm they could reach when they grow up. But at this moment, someone spoiled his mood again. It was Prince Li's man again, and asked him to go. Knowing that the previous one was not easy to mess with, the soldiers who came this time did not dare to be arrogant and domineering, but that sense of superiority was undisguised. This made Xiao Chen very disgusted, and directly refused. The prince is amazing. This is not Tianluo Kingdom, this is Tiandi City. What can you do to me? No time. These soldiers were dumbfounded at the time. This one must be too arrogant. This is the guy who claims to be low-key, but he doesn't buy the prince's face. He is really arrogant to the extreme. This brother, please come with us. Our prince really wants to see you. Is there anyone like you who invites people like this? The first time you trouble me, and the second time you send people to arrest me. Even clay figurines are very hot. Isn't it all a misunderstanding before? Brother, don't be offended. It is an exception to let these soldiers talk like this. These people are usually arrogant in Tianluo Kingdom, so how could they be so humble to others? I really don't have time. Xiao Chen really didn't want to go, but if he went to someone else's territory, he would probably lose money in case of a fight. Say it. Xiao Chen turned and left. What's so great? Isn't it just a gangster who can fight? If the commanders come here in person, I'll see how arrogant you can be. Someone beside him underestimated in a low voice. Xiao Chen was instantly annoyed. These guys really deserve a beating. You'd better stay away from me, don't let me see you as an eyesore again. The little lieutenant among the group of soldiers was embarrassed and annoyed, but he still tried to keep a smile on his face. However, those arrogant soldiers behind him were extremely dissatisfied and muttered in embarrassment. I've seen crazy people, but I've never seen such crazy people. It really is the style of a barbarian land. My lord is really unnecessary. Why do you have to ask him to go to the confrontation? Just send a few commanders to beat him up and capture him back for another match. It seems that several commanders are really going to make a move on the street. Your second grandfathers. Xiao Chen was immediately annoyed. He had already understood that the Prince Li sent someone to call him, and he wanted him to confront someone. Called to the mansion, let some subordinates fight fiercely with him, while Prince Li and a group of distinguished guests will drink and watch the battle. Playing monkeys, who is Xiao? Ping pong jingle. With one slap in the face, Xiao Chen knocked over a dozen arrogant prince soldiers to the ground, and then stomped and stomped fiercely. Broken arms and legs were inevitable. There was chaos on the street where people came and went, and many people gathered around to watch. Isn't this the one who won back the precious girl of the Mander family as a slave last time? This guy is really amazing. He actually beat up Prince Li's personal soldiers. What's the origin of this guy, acting so high profile? It's really a joy, and it's very relieved to look at it. When more than a dozen soldiers came back lamely, Sun Miao almost kicked the table at that time. Damn, it's crazy, it's tolerable or unbearable. My lord, I'll get someone for you. Standing behind Sun Miao, a 27 or 18-year-old young man walked out. He looked ordinary, but he had a fierce aura on his body. Okay, Wang Shichuan, bring him to me. Having said that, Sun Miao frowned again, as if remembering something, and said, Lu Haibo, go with him. Today, he lost face one after another in front of some guests, and was already angry, but he already knew that this gangster seemed not easy to mess with, so he sent two newly recruited young masters to go with him. At this moment, Xiao Chen and Hai Yuntian have come together. It has to be said that the Great Desolate Beast Palace is very powerful, and Hai Yuntian has already obtained some information. After finding Xiao Chen, he understood what happened. He frowned and said, this man is very powerful. I don't have a good impression of him. He even wanted to hit my sister's attention. I really want to teach him a lesson. Knowing everything about this prince from Hai Yuntian, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, if you invite me again, go and see him and see what he can do to me. Well, I'm going to contact those dudes in the City Lord's mansion to see if I can invite one of them out so that the City Lord's young master can challenge that powerful prince. When Xiao Chen heard this, he immediately laughed. It may not be successful, those dudes are not idiots, they are not fuel-efficient lamps, they probably want to fish in troubled waters. Hai Yuntian thought for a while, then bid farewell to Xiao Chen and left. As soon as Wang Shichuan brought people out, he found Xiao Chen walking in this direction along the street. That's annoying enough, is this guy hanging around on purpose, waiting to hit someone? Thinking of this, he and Lu Haibo quickly greeted him. You are Xiao Chen, it's me. I heard that your lord wants to see me, so I'll go see him. HMPH, the prince is not something that ordinary people can meet casually. Wang Shichuan made it clear that he wanted to do something on the street. Who do you think you are, speaking with such a posture? If your prince hadn't sent people to disturb me and invite me again and again, would I really come? Xiao Chen ignored him and walked forward. Didn't you hear what I said? Wang Shichuan asked behind him. Which side are you? What you say is gross. Because several incidents happened in succession today, Xiao Chen's heart was already full of anger, so he spoke very rough. He didn't even look back, ignoring him and moving on. Wang Shichuan was about to rush up immediately, and his anger went straight to the door. This bastard is too rampant, dare to talk to him, the deputy commander of the prince's bodyguard, like this, he really is a barbarian. But Lu Haibo who was next to him grabbed him and said, this guy is going to enter the palace anyway, there is no need to do it now. After entering, let him fail miserably in front of many guests, wouldn't it be even more humiliating to him? Yes, Wang Shichuan gritted his teeth. A group of people walked towards the palace angrily. The so-called prince's mansion is the real estate Sun Miao bought in Tiandi City, because Tiandi City is so famous that the super nobles from the north and the west all own properties here. The prince's mansion occupies a vast area, and its layout is very particular. There are not only Western castle-style buildings, but also Eastern pavilions. The fountain is sprinkled, under the small stone arch bridge, the water flow fluctuates, and the golden carp wags its tail. Strange stones are piled up, beautiful trees are verdant, and exotic flowers and plants can be seen everywhere. When Wang Shichuan and Xiao Chen entered the palace together, both sides were very angry, and there were no words at all along the way. And Xiao Chen did not use any notification, directly broke through the barriers, and entered the hall where Sun Miao was entertaining guests. In the hall, the floor was covered with a thick golden silk carpet. Each of these distinguished guests sat cross-legged at a table. As the host, Sun Miao sat in the center of the hall, and 10 distinguished guests sat on both sides of the hall. When he saw the beautiful woman Hai Yunzu, Xiao Chen was obviously taken aback. He knew that this fair-skinned, beautiful woman must be Hai Yuntian's sister. After that, I saw the beautiful Yan Qingcheng again, scanned the hall, and finally sat beside the blue-haired girl Kanas without any scruples. Little follower, you don't do your duty well. Why haven't you been reporting to my residence these days? Kana Si frowned when she saw Xiao Chen sitting next to her. Now that she heard such words, her pretty face flushed immediately, and she said angrily, you bastard, I will settle the score with you later. Arrogance, absolute arrogance. This guy actually barged in just like that, sat down swaggeringly, and ignored Prince Li in the middle of the hall. Zhu Ming, Hai Yunzu, Yan Qingcheng and others had different expressions, and everyone knew that this was a good show. Chapter 151 Unparalleled Strength. Although there are late bloomers in this world, most people are not among them after all. Geniuses generally stand out in their youth, revealing all kinds of extraordinary things that are different from others. This is especially true in the process of cultivation. As for those who have great supernatural powers, most of them surpassed their peers when they were young, and it is difficult to meet opponents. Therefore, in the cultivation world, people pay special attention to the most cutting-edge figures among the young generation, because perhaps they will become all-powerful figures in 20 or 30 years. Especially cultivators in their early 20s, the outstanding generation, are more concerned by people, such as Yu Wenfeng, Zhao Chongyang, Dugu Sword Demon in the southern wilderness, etc. Their strength is beyond doubt, and they are hard to rival among their peers. Although Lu Muda from the 8th heaven can be regarded as a strong young man, he is still too old. What people value is potential. If a person in his 20s, even against a strong man in his 30s, can fight against him, then this is the focus of people's attention. Wu Xingfeng's reputation is really too great. He is a legendary young master in the north, and he is really rare among his peers. Of course, the north mentioned is not the north of the Changshan continent, but the north of the Nanwang Tiandi city, which is the Tianluo kingdom with a territory of thousands of miles. Although the territory is not necessarily larger than the southern wilderness, it is not like the southern wilderness where the primitive forests are densely covered. It is a powerful country with a large population and densely populated cities and towns. In such a real country, the strong need to step through the glory of countless people before they can win the laurels. After all, the population base is there. Wu Xingfeng, no one in the younger generation knows his true strength. He has never lost a single game against his peers, and he is almost always an instant kill against the enemy. Determine the universe in a few moves. Such a character is nothing in the eyes of the elders, but he is almost deified among the younger generation in the surrounding areas. In the area to the north, there are only 1 or 2 strong young men who can fight against him. No one thought that Sun Miao would bring this person to Nanwang. Wu Xingfeng, tall and straight, with long eyebrows and eyes like stars, although he was very calm, but when he walked out, he gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression, and he didn't deliberately force out a strong force, this is a natural momentum. Looking at his posture, it seems that he does not have the slightest humility towards Prince Li, and treats him completely equally. The southern wilderness elites present all realize that Wu Xingfeng came from an ancient family with extremely powerful influence. A leader of his age would not normally choose a prince to lead such a position. When everyone saw him appear, they had a lot of associations. Maybe Prince Li came not only for beast fighting, but also with some kind of royal mission. Wu Xingfeng seems to have come here specifically to deal with the strong young men in the southern wilderness. Maybe the Tianluo Empire wants to use the younger generation to suppress the younger generation, so as to show an absolutely overwhelming power. This may be a signal that they want to bring the southern wilderness into the territory again. In youth duels, the elders are generally not allowed to intervene. This is the unwritten rule of the longevity continent. Otherwise, many young and strong men may be strangled in the cradle. This unwritten rule is very necessary. Xiao Chen, I've heard of you. With a calm expression and clear eyes, Wu Xingfeng had already walked up to Xiao Chen and stood there quietly. I've never heard of you. Xiao Chen said casually. He and Wu Xingfeng's temperament is really similar, the same tall and straight figure, black hair like ink, long eyebrows into the temples, sharp eyes like a blade. Everyone present was moved. Wu Xingfeng had heard of Xiao Chen a long time ago, but Sun Miao didn't know. It can be seen that Sun Miao seemed to have nothing to do with him in his eyes, and he was really not a very good guard commander. In this way, it can also be seen that Xiao Chen seems to be underestimated by the people of the southern wilderness, because he unexpectedly fell into the eyes of Wu Xingfeng. At the same time, everyone was also surprised by Xiao Chen's words. This Xiao Chen is really arrogant. It's too arrogant to say that you have never heard of Wu Xingfeng in such a gesture. Wu Xingfeng smiled, his teeth were white, his handsome face looked very brilliant, the overwhelming momentum swept in all directions like a stormy sea, everyone retreated involuntarily, the ruins on the ground creaked, and the rubble and broken rafters under Wu Xingfeng's feet continuously floated up and then collapsed. Only him and Xiao Chen were left in the arena. Well, you know me today, and you will remember me from now on. Hearing what he said, everyone at the scene knew what it meant. It was said that when he valued an opponent more, he would not kill the opponent, but wanted to save the opponent's life and fight against him in the future. Yes, he is completely thinking from the perspective of the winner. As for failure, he never thinks about it. Seeing this imposing manner, calm demeanor, and even very sunny and handsome man's posture, the expressions of several non-Wang beauties outside the venue changed, and there was a strange light in their beautiful eyes. I don't care whether I want to know you or not. Come on, this battle is unavoidable. Xiao Chen is not arrogant, he feels unprecedented pressure. This powerful opponent is really terrifying, and he may be very dangerous today. With a flat punch, Wu Xingfeng's movement was very slow. The punch was advancing slowly, but the strong sense of pressure was like a sharp blade, making the spectators who retreated far away feel pain in their cheeks. Before the right fist, there was a strong wind, and the golden light was like a wave. It slammed towards Xiao Chen violently, with a powerful and unstoppable momentum. This is a real master, at least among the younger generation. It is really hard to find a match, making Xiao Chen feel unprecedented pressure. Although the opponent's golden fist advanced very slowly, it blocked all his escape routes. If he dared to dodge, then the fist containing unimaginable power must be speeded up to the extreme in an instant, causing a fatal blow to Xiao Chen. There is really no flaw to break through, a powerful punch, a punch that cannot be retreated. God-killing style. Xiao Chen played this move without hesitation. He felt the strong pressure and had to do his best to shake it hard. This was Wu Xingfeng forcing him to do so. It can be seen from this that Wu Xingfeng is a strong character, and he should also dominate everything in the duel, and force his opponent to fight hard when he comes up. Tens of thousands of golden glows are shining, and the 3-inch long knives and swords are completely condensed by golden light. They are ancient and proud, just like the ancient magic weapon blades that have just been unearthed. Thousands of them gather together to form a golden sea of AA swords and swords, surging forward with great momentum. Everyone's face changed. The southern wilderness elites had heard about it for a long time. Xiao Chen once used a unique technique to defeat the legendary Yin-Yang extermination hand in the southern wilderness legend. Click, click, all the rubble on the ruins floated up, and then continued to explode. Thousands of knives and swords cut down all obstacles. Wu Xingfeng's eyes shot out a bright divine light, and the slow-moving right fist was thrust out in an instant, as fast as lightning. The golden waves became more violent, overwhelming the sky, and completely turned into tangible golden waves, blocking the entire space in front of them, constantly colliding with thousands of knives and swords. Big crash. The golden sword confronts the golden waves. The ground trembled violently, and all the people watching the battle quickly retreated. Huge cracks broke out on the ground and spread far away. And the sky has turned into a golden storm, as if a round of golden sun burst open. The golden element fist of the 5 elements fist is the real 5 elements supernatural power. Off the court, everyone is an extraordinary person, and it is difficult for everyone to keep calm. There are many people who can master the 5 elements, but there is only one ancient family who can master the highest mysteries, and that is Wu Xingfeng's family. The 5-form supernatural power claims to be able to shatter the sky and the earth. As if a major earthquake had occurred, violent golden waves raged in all directions, smashing all tangible qualities. After Xiao Chen and Wu Xingfeng punched hard, they moved as fast as lightning in the dazzling golden light, and they were fighting fiercely. A layer of phantoms were left behind, and in the end there was only light and no shadows. The two of them were like 2 lights of destruction. Wherever they passed, they destroyed everything, shattered everything, destroyed everything, and had nothing to replace. The palace turned into dust, the running water was evaporated, and the beautiful trees and flowers disappeared without a trace. When the golden storm disappeared, the two stood quietly in the center of the field, staring into each other's eyes without blinking. Wu Xingfeng's expression remained the same as before. Xiao Chen was fighting with high spirits. Just now he encountered a great danger. The person in front of him was too powerful, he could hardly withstand that tyrannical and violent attack. If it wasn't for the unparalleled power of the killing god style, sealing those golden waves, the consequences would be really unimaginable. He was not afraid of such an opponent, his blood was burning instead. The opponent inspired his fighting spirit, he had a feeling of blood boiling. The stronger he was, the stronger he was. Wu Xingfeng's expression remained unchanged, and he slowly punched out again, and the dusty air waves engulfed Xiao Chen like an overwhelming sea. Earth Fist. It's really a real earth-moving supernatural power. Someone outside the field exclaimed. Block. Xiao Chen's seal of immortality came out, using the smallest force to attract the earth's power, and block the heavy and powerful Earth Fist. However, the Earth Fist was too powerful, and the grayness seemed to cover the whole world, engulfing Xiao Chen. No matter how he guided and blocked it, it was difficult to resolve it. Boom boom boom. The fierce collision began, and the sky was full of dust, but it was by no means real dust, it was transformed by the light of the Earth Fist. Xiao Chen retreated, and Wu Xingfeng followed up in an instant. When he punched again, the green light shone, and Mu Xing punched out. Drawing a mysterious and unpredictable trajectory, the wooden fist seemed to radiate the vitality of the earth, as if it had borrowed the power of life from the heaven and the earth, and it all moved towards Xiao Chen, majestic and unstoppable, and the green brilliance was dazzling. And Wu Xingfeng was also set off to be extremely tall. Xiao Chen retreated again, as if it was hard to resist. Everyone outside the arena felt Wu Xingfeng's strength, and the eyes of several Nanwang beauties flashed again, and Sun Miao even showed a smile. Chapter 152 Breaking into the Ninth Heaven. The sky and the earth are full of vitality, and the green light is dazzling, as if a green forest is floating in the air, but this kind of vibrant scene is only relative to the spectators, and compared to Xiao Chen, it is undoubtedly the light of death. The endless power of life gathered, bringing Xiao Chen a strong sense of oppression, pervasive, with nothing to hold back, and wanted to completely engulf him and merge into the light of life. Rebellion. Xiao Chen shouted loudly. The second move in the hands of Da-Si-San finally made a move against the enemy for the first time. The imprint of Tao, as if a ray of divine light broke into the void, and in the green light of endless life, it seemed that there was an invisible big hand violently stirring. The power of life became chaotic at this moment, and finally was torn open a huge hole. Xiao Chen broke through from the green sea, and the invisible giant hand of rebellion also appeared, turning into wisps of grey light, stirring into the green waves. The decline finally stopped, and the imprint of Tao, Ni Luan, withstood the Mu Xingquan. Xiao Chen was extremely shocked. This Wu Xingfeng was too strong, this was the strongest opponent he had ever met, and he couldn't gain the slightest advantage. The magical powers of the five elements are indeed worthy of being the oldest strange science. The five elements boxing in the human world is just a superficial skill, and it is far behind compared with the longevity world. In this world, there are endless miraculous skills and wonderful techniques, and they are all top-level skills. The methods that have been passed down in the world are nothing in the eyes of this world. If you don't master the four major Sanshou, it seems difficult to gain a foothold in this world. Wu Xingfeng was equally astonished. In his imagination, few people could take over his five elements fist. This person in front of him brought him too many surprises. Immortal Seal, Killing God Sanshou, and Niluan Sanshou are all extremely mysterious, and they are by no means inferior to the five elements. The right fist was launched again. Without rush or delay, endless water blue enveloped the sky and the earth. Wu Xingfeng seemed to be integrated into the blue light. Water fist. It seems that there are water waves everywhere in the world, and the strength of the five elements fist has turned into a tangible quality, as if the surging waves of the East China Sea have been drawn in, rippling over the prince's mansion, and covering the sky and covering Xiao Chen. This is the amazing power of the five elements' supernatural power. It's not a spell, it's not a spiritual art, but it's better than a shu. The legendary five elements supernatural power, which can shatter the sky and shatter the earth, shows the trajectory of the Tao in front of everyone, which seems to verify that this legend may not be a lie. If Wu Xingfeng can use it to the extreme in the future, its power will be unimaginable. As if thousands of troops and horses were galloping, there was a rumbling thunder in the sky. It was the raging sea turbulent, the turbulent waves were churning, and the endless water blue light waves were churning, tilting down like the Milky Way falling into nine heavens. Xiao Chen shouted, suppressing demons. Today, he encountered the greatest enemy in his life, forcing him to use almost all of the 4 major sanshou, and it was the first time for him to use the third form of suppressing demons in front of the enemy. The black light seems to rush from the misty chaos, silently, but the terrifying coercion is breathtaking, impacting in the endless blue sea, like an ink dragon churning. The dragon returns to the sea, and the way of suppressing demons spreads through the supernatural powers of water. The word, town, disrupts all the essence of water, but the scattered divine power of the 5 elements still surges from all sides and devours towards Xiao Chen. The black suppressing demon sanshou transformed into a gray space, like a dead land, as if seeing bones everywhere, death energy lingering, all the power of the water entered that illusion. Seemingly real and illusory, no one can tell the difference, the power is violently surging, smashing everything around. Xiao Chen felt extremely painful in his body, his chest was tight and uncomfortable, and he kept going backwards. This time he was suppressed at a disadvantage. When all the illusions disappeared, Xiao Chen felt as if struck by lightning, and his body had retreated more than 10 meters, leaving a dozen footprints on the ground, each of which cracked into big cracks. His body was shaking slightly, as if he would fall into the dust at any time. Wu Xingfeng didn't move, his expression didn't change, and he decided to judge. All the spectators were astonished. The leader from the north was so strong that he actually suppressed Xiao Chen from the 8th heaven. How far has his strength reached? Everyone was shocked. Like wind and electricity, the legendary young strong Wu Xing turned into a phantom, appearing in front of Xiao Chen, and directly bombarded out with the extremely powerful fist. This time it wasn't the 5 elements fist, because he had already seen that Xiao Chen couldn't hold it anymore, and there was no need to show the last fire fist. You are already very strong. Among my peers, there are really not many people who let me hit 4 5-element supernatural powers. The coercion is as heavy as a mountain, and Wu Xingfeng is like an unattainable holy mountain. The legendary leader of the Northland has an indescribable extraordinariness. Boom! Xiao Chen was thrown into the air, crashing into a rockery in the distance, with traces of blood showing at the corner of his mouth. A little frustrated, a little cold-hearted, the strength of the peak of Yakongtian could not compete with Wu Xingfeng. It seems that the other party is really higher than his practice. This is an absolute manifestation of strength, and it is not wrong to lose. Wu Xingfeng is by no means an arrogant person. Although he firmly suppressed his opponent, he was merciless in his shots. He didn't relax at all. He punched with the greatest force with every punch, and never gave his opponent a chance to stand up. Boom! Xiao Chen raised his arm to block, and was blown away again. His arm bone seemed to be broken, and a palace was smashed down by his body. The southern wilderness elite who watched the battle were secretly shocked. No one thought that Wu Xingfeng would be so powerful. Xiao Chen was defeated all the way, and was already imprisoned by an invisible force. He passively blocked and blocked every blow, as if a giant hammer hit his chest, and the blood spilled from the corner of his mouth did not know how much. Although Wu Xingfeng's expression was calm, and even had a hint of a sunny smile, his shots were extremely fierce, and he didn't give his opponent a chance. I said I won't kill you. Seeing that you can receive so many punches without dying, then I will finish the 5 elements fist, fulfilling your experience of not dying after performing all the 5 elements fist. This is not hypocrisy, nor is it taunting. For Wu Xingfeng, he is indeed qualified to say such things in the northern country. For a legendary young leader, even if his peers are defeated by him, it is not a shame. If he can support him with a few Wu Xingquan, it is capital and glory. This kind of confident and wild words made the southern wilderness elites feel differently. Zhu Ming, Li Feng and others felt a little lost. Men should be born like this. Standing on the top of the mountain and looking down on the world, what a joy and glory this is. And Yan Qingcheng, Hai Yunzu, Kanas and other beauties from the southern wilderness have brilliant eyes. Even if such a man comes from the Northland, which is a threat to the southern wilderness, it is still exciting. A man should be so strong and confident, provided that you have such strength. Xiao Chen's feet seemed to have stepped into hell, and was firmly imprisoned by the 5 elements of divine power. He couldn't fly even if he wanted to spread the immortal wings, and passively received Wu Xingfeng's next punch. Fire fist. The fire burned the sky red, and the dazzling red light flickered, as if it was going to burn everything in the world, covering the sky and covering Xiao Chen. Never give your opponent any chance. This is Wu Xingfeng's consistent principle in confronting the enemy. You must do your best in the duel. Xiao Chen was very angry. To others, receiving the 5G5 element boxing is a kind of affirmation of strength and a kind of glory, but it is a shame for him. He doesn't want to lose, he can't lose. Why did the power at the peak of Yakongtian lose? Burst. The last stroke of San's hands, the imprint of Tao seemed to flow through his heart, and as his anger burst into a bright ethereal light, a powerful force burst out. Cracking style, shattering all tangible qualities. The overwhelming flames were shattered into streaks of light passing through the air, shining like shooting stars. The sky was extremely gorgeous, with flames and sharp edges everywhere. The incomparable strength was surging and surged, and a great coercion swept across the entire prince's mansion. The fire fist was actually blocked. This surprised everyone. Xiao Chen was already seriously injured, he vomited a lot of blood after being beaten by Wu Xingfeng, how could he receive the next 5 elements punch? When the light faded, Wu Xingfeng stood still in the field, while Xiao Chen was already flying upside down with his arms broken, but at the same time a bright divine light erupted from his body, like a raging flame burning. Anger and humiliation burned out of his body like raging fire, and at the same time, an extremely powerful force rushed out of his body domineeringly, making his whole body shrouded in light. The body trembled violently, as if some kind of confinement had been broken. Xiao Chen seemed to have heard the crackling sound in his body. The peak power of Yakongtian broke through the shackles, allowing him to complete a transformation in the duel of life and death. He tried his best to break through the barriers and failed to advance to the 9 heavens, but at this moment he succeeded. Wu Xingfeng's last punch sent him flying and vomited blood. His arms were broken, but it also seemed to open the door to a certain treasure in his body. If you want to close it, you can't close it anymore, the era of the 9 heavens has come. The joints are ringing, the bones are shaking violently, the broken arm bones are connected together, growing and repairing in the dazzling light, and finally intact, the skin is as crystal clear as precious jade, shining with radiance. Xiao Chen seemed to be reborn from the ashes, his seriously injured body recovered in an instant, and he completed a transformation in the battle of life and death. Incomparably powerful power is surging in the body, like a rolling Yangtze river, like a torrential river, wanting to erupt out. Every inch of skin contains terrifying energy, the body is like a god iron that has been tempered thousands of times, and it is like a vast sea, containing endless essence of heaven and earth, shining with brilliance. Wu Xingfeng knew that the situation seemed to be very bad when Xiao Chen was sent flying. Standing still, he rushed over like a fleeting shadow, not giving the opponent any chance as his principle of fighting against the enemy. However, everything just happened in an instant, and it was impossible to stop it. Although he swung his right fist with a violent Jin Xingquan, the space was about to be torn apart. However, Xiao Chen had already completed his transformation at this time, and the immortal wings spread out and soared into the sky. Ha ha, the loud laughter was deafening, the rolling sound waves pierced the sky, and the ruins below were shaking. Xiao Chen's hair was flying wildly, his eyes were as sharp as a blade, and his tall and straight body stood in the sky, with a strong sense of oppression in his sacredness. Without any extra words, Xiao Chen spread out his immortal wings and swooped down, punching a mighty violent wind, as if stirring up thunder and fire from heaven and earth. A large swath of dazzling purple ons poured down. An ordinary punch, but also an unreserved punch, contains extremely powerful power. Zhu Chongtian is unattainable for the younger generation, but Xiao Chen has finally broken into this realm. He shot ruthlessly, tried his best, and did not become careless because of his improved strength. The two fists intersected, and the sound of wind and thunder erupted. Wu Xingfeng's body shook violently, and the ground under his feet shattered, and he kept retreating. Every time he landed, it was as if a huge mountain was shaking. He stepped back 5 steps in a row, and he stopped his figure. Brush. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen landed on the ground and confronted Wu Xingfeng. There is no need to say anything wild, that is too naive. The huge coercion, the invisible momentum, is enough to explain everything. Xiao Chen has experienced a transformation of the 9 heavens, and now he has the upper hand in terms of hard power. Tiny streamers kept flickering on his body surface, and the whole person was still slowly undergoing the final transformation. The people outside the arena were extremely shocked. The situation reversed so quickly, which was completely beyond everyone's expectations. They witnessed the process of the 8th heaven's master breaking into the 9th heaven, which was the dream of everyone present. Confrontation in life and death, transformation in life and death, this is something that the strong and mad people who are not afraid of death dare to do. Xiao Chen experienced such an encounter today. A master of the 9 heavens, what does this mean? The most conservative and scruples can also win the top 3 in the Southern Wilderness Youth High School. Brush. An afterimage remained in place, and Xiao Chen appeared in front of Wu Xingfeng, violently swinging his right fist forward. Wu Xingfeng didn't panic in the slightest, instead his eyes shone with divine light, an astonishing fighting spirit erupted, and he raised his fist to block. Seeing his aura, the spectators were astonished. The leader of the Northland is really a master of the 9 heavens. No wonder he has just firmly suppressed Xiao Chen, who is at the top of the 9 heavens. Chapter 153 The Hero Falls. Xiao Chen breaks into the 9th heaven of transformation realm, which surprises everyone. He transforms in a desperate situation and advances to a new realm in life and death. After being promoted to the same level, Xiao Chen is no longer afraid of Wu Xingfeng. His moves are as fast as thunder, his figure is as fast as lightning, pressing every step of the way, opening and closing, no longer restrained. Brush. Like a meteor chasing the moon, approaching quickly, Xiao Chen's fist burst into golden glow and hit Wu Xingfeng's chest. The space seemed to be distorted, and the displayed image was somewhat blurred. Wu Xingfeng greeted each other with raised fists, and when the two fists intersected, they made a metallic clang sound, and brilliant brilliance shone out. Both of them seemed to be covered with a layer of golden brilliance, like two fighting gods fighting fiercely. Quickly parting, Wu Xingfeng felt his arms go numb, and was secretly surprised by Xiao Chen's strength and unparalleled 5-element footwork. He seemed to be able to teleport, and every step he took disappeared out of thin air, and he got rid of the imposing Xiao Chen in 3 or 2 strokes. Wu Xingfeng made some adjustments, stepped on 5-element steps, his body was like a cloud, and attacked Xiao Chen again. He didn't want to be passive. He has always been strong since he was born, and he always took the initiative in battles. He didn't want to show weakness to others. Wuxing Bengquan was extremely ferocious. He jumped, and hit Xiao Chen's chest fiercely, the grey rustic air spread out, and the power of the earth fist wanted to penetrate Xiao Chen's chest. At the same time, he bent his right leg and raised it violently, the knee bumped into Xiao Chen's lower abdomen. It was as grey as dust, but it was definitely not dust flying, it was the terrifying light of the terrible earth power. As fast as thunder, the fists and legs struck at the same time, blocking Xiao Chen's various directions. Xiao Chen turned sideways slightly, facing Wu Xingfeng's fist with both hands, and at the same time swinging his waist, the accumulated strength burst out suddenly. Like a drawn bowstring, he pulled back violently. While clamping the tuxing fist with both arms, his right leg hit in the opposite direction. With a sound of clang, as if 2 pieces of divine iron collided together, Xiao Chen's right knee collided firmly with Wu Xingfeng's left knee, and the grey rustic atmosphere and the golden glow shattered at the same time, like a large piece of radiance falling down. The movement between the two was as fast as lightning, and they retreated a little at the same time. Xiao Chen jumped up and was more than 2 meters above the ground. If the real one is drawn, even if it is a body of flesh and blood, even the body of the Vajra Buddha will collapse on the spot. Wu Xingfeng lowered his head slightly, and at the same time dodged the blow. He turned upside down in the air, kicked head and foot, and kicked Xiao Chen's chest and abdomen, who was in the air and had no time to move. Xiao Chen was not afraid. If he unfolded the immortal wings, he could easily soar into the sky, but dodging was not his style. He moved sideways for half a meter in the air. He refused to retreat anymore, and then his legs were together, like an indestructible awl, directly inserted into Wu Xingfeng's chest and abdomen on his head and feet. Wu Xingfeng was forced to fly upside down in the air. All of this happened too quickly. From the fight to the separation between the two, it happened in an instant, leaving a large afterimage in the air. Afterwards, Xiao Chen walked in the air, even took more than a dozen steps in the sky to chase after him, tilted his body, and swept Wu Xingfeng's upper body, trying to cut off his body. Wu Xingfeng was furious. He had always been the one who persecuted his opponent, but today it seemed that the situation had turned around. This opponent was even more vicious than him, extremely fierce. He turned sharply, leapt high, and didn't want to retreat, so he kicked his leg back vigorously, colliding directly with Xiao Chen's sweep. Boom! A brilliant light burst out in the sky, and the two separated. Kill God! Xiao Chen was really too fast. The moment he landed, he rushed over again, and directly launched the god-killing stance in the hands of the 4 great sands. Today, he has been promoted to the 9th heaven realm, and his skill is no longer weaker than the opponent. Golden Fist! Wu Xingfeng shouted loudly. His black hair stood up like a waterfall flowing backwards, the sharp light in his eyes was as sharp as a sharp sword, and his right fist smashed out with a golden light. The sound of violent blows was like an earthquake, causing the ground to crack, and Wu Xingfeng was shocked back 5 steps. But Xiao Chen did not retreat but advanced, followed and forced up. Rebellion. While drinking loudly, Xiao Chen shook Wu Xingfeng hard again. Wood Fist. Wu Xingfeng's eyes were like electricity, and his fist burst into a bright green light. When the two fists intersected, he felt numb in his arms, and his body trembled slightly. A surging force seemed to invade his body. Wu Xingfeng backed away again in shock. Xiao Chen was overwhelmed and shouted, suppressing demons. The fist wind was so powerful that it slammed into Wu Xingfeng's face. Wu Xingfeng had to be forced to block, and the water fist broke out. It was as if thunder was rumbling in the air, and the two of them shook forcefully. A splendid energy storm swept in all directions. Wu Xingfeng retreated, Xiao Chen followed up again. The four great Sanshou and the seal of immortality were blasted out one after another. Xiao Chen obviously wanted to avenge the previous, hard shake, and deal with him in his own way. A punch is like a punch. The energy continued to burst out, and the gorgeous rays of light shrouded the surroundings of the two of them, like a stormy sea surging. Everyone watching the battle was astonished. The two strong men gave them too many surprises, especially Xiao Chen was able to reverse the defeat and firmly suppress the leader of the Northland, Wu Xingfeng, which was beyond expectations. Loud noises continued to erupt. Xiao Chen was as fast as lightning, and each punch was stronger than the next. At the 18th punch, Wu Xingfeng finally couldn't bear it, and traces of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Aha, hey, how can this be? The Southern Wilderness Elite and Sun Miao's people all exclaimed. The legendary leader of the Northern Land lost to Xiao Chen. Pressing every step of the way, with sharp moves, Xiao Chen flew wildly, opening and closing, giving Wu Xingfeng no chance to dodge at all. All the fierce attacks were connected together, so Wu Xingfeng could only block, not dodge. Unless he risked his life and took a terrible death punch. After the 36th punch was thrown out, Wu Xingfeng let out a roar, and finally couldn't hold on anymore. His body was thrown upside down, and a big mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth. Hey, Xiao Chen followed up. His movements were extremely fierce, still a fierce direct attack, without any skill at all. An invisible momentum enveloped Wu Xingfeng. He just wanted to force the opponent to shake hard, so that the opponent could not dodge. He threw 9 punches in succession again. Wu Xingfeng vomited blood continuously. Xiao Chen felt extremely hardy. He vomited blood from the majestic leader of the Northland. He had already avenged himself, and returned it in his own way. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Their eyes showed their own charms, and Xiao Chenji's strength was deeply imprinted in their minds. Boom! Another punch was thrown out, directly sending Wu Xingfeng flying. A string of blood sprayed into the air, and Wu Xingfeng's body had smashed into several halls. Xiao Chen soared into the sky, then swooped down, attacking forcefully, blasting Wu Xingfeng into the ground with one punch, leaving only half of his body exposed on the ground. After 7 consecutive blows, the ground cracked, Wu Xingfeng was driven into the ground, and long blood sprayed up. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was the leader of the Northland defeated like this? The end of a legend. Is this the end of a legendary young strong man? There is no doubt that Wu Xingfeng's reputation is too great, and everyone at the scene seemed to be in disbelief that the undefeated leader of the Northland was blasted into the ground like this, and he vomited blood. You forced me. A cold voice came from the cracked ground. Like a wounded beast, Wu Xingfeng roared wildly. The ground cracked open, his body was covered in blood, and he rushed out of the ground. I can't do the integration of the 5 elements, but the integration of the 2 elements is barely possible, and you have to pay the price. Wu Xingfeng had lost his composure, and stretched out his arms. His left hand was a water fist, and his right hand was a fire fist. There are gusts of wind and thunder between heaven and earth, and thousands of turbulent waves. The water blue light and raging flames shrouded the sky, all heading towards Xiao Chen. Brush. Undead wings unfolded. Xiao Chen soared into the sky, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. He said, talking about the unity of the 2 elements, so what if you can really achieve the unity of the 5 elements? Unfolding the immortal sky wings, Xiao Chen went up against the current, rushed towards the eye of the storm, and violently blasted out the magic suppressing style and the cracking style towards Wu Xingfeng, who had the same origin as water and fire. Everyone was extremely shocked. This Xiao Chen was too powerful. He actually directly challenged the legendary combination of 5 elements. Although it was only a combination of 2 elements, its power was still astonishing. Combining the 2 elements into one, Wu Xingfeng was not smooth, but he was able to unleash his potential continuously. Legend has it that one of his rivals was defeated by this technique, and no one has seen him perform it again since then. Water and fire live and die. Wu Xingfeng's shout came from the eye of the storm. The water fist and the fire fist collided together. Xiao Chen and Wu Xingfeng shook each other continuously. Their bodies trembled continuously. But that's it. As soon as Xiao Chen's voice fell, his complexion immediately changed again, because he found that what he had just resolved was just the first force, and now another force came surging. At the same time, Wu Xingfeng in the eye of the storm was surrounded by water and fire, turning into blue and red rays of light, supporting his body to float. The second wave of energy is surging. Xiao Chen's eyes were sharp, and he punched hard, smashing the second largest wave. However, Wu Xingfeng flew up under the entanglement of the two elements of water and fire, and he was pushed into the sky by the second chi of the five elements. At the same time, his crossed hands erupted with the third force. Xiao Chen shouted loudly, the god-slaying pose and the demon-suppressing pose attacked at the same time, his hands were constantly shaking, and the two different forces entangled in a spiral force to hit the opponent's third energy wave. There was a sound of shattering, and the energy wave shattered. However, it is clear that the third level of power is not the end, it seems that it has just begun. Wu Xingfeng's body is full of colorful brilliance, like the five elements of fighting gods revived, his fighting spirit is soaring, his hands are crossed together again, and the fourth level of power bursts out. Obviously, the first weight is stronger than the first weight. However, Wu Xingfeng also paid a huge price for this. He is coughing up blood, which shows that he is in a bad state. This power of water and fire is not something he can fully control at present. If he is not forced to life and death, he will never use it rashly. Hurting the enemy is also hurting oneself. Xiao Chen's expression finally became dignified. He didn't know how many waves of energy there were, so he had to fight the enemy with all his strength. Everyone on the ground was amazed that Wu Xingfeng was able to fly in the air, never heard of it before. If it wasn't for the powerful variable of Xiao Chen appearing in the southern wilderness, forcing Wu Xingfeng to desperately develop the most powerful technique, I am afraid no one would know that he has such supernatural powers. The fourth level of power finally burst out. Xiao Chen was in the wave of energy, his left hand reversed the chaos, his right hand suppressed demons, opened and closed, and shattered the energy wave again. In the fierce confrontation, the battle on the ground has become a battle in the air. The two silhouettes in the air flew higher and higher, constantly clashing in the air. 5 major waves, 6 major waves, 7 major energy storms, 8 major. Wu Xingfeng vomited blood, and Xiao Chen kept coughing up blood. This Wu Xingfeng was so crazy that he had already exploded with 8 waves of energy, and there was no sign of stopping. Until the 9th major wave hit, Xiao Chen felt like he was going to collapse. If he hadn't been promoted to Zhuchongtian, he would have been crushed for a long time. This Wu Xingfeng is terrifying and evil. He is too powerful among his peers, almost invincible. Violent, Xiao Chen was covered in blood, and the unparalleled pressure caused his skin to ooze traces of blood. He had already turned into a blood man, and he finally finished fighting against the 9th energy wave. The number 9 is extremely high, but the imaginary calm has not yet come, and the 10th wave of energy has swept in. Xiao Chen was also almost crazy, unable to retreat, unfolded all his strength, and burst out. Finally resisted the 10th wave. Coughing up blood, Xiao Chen was seriously injured. Of course, Wu Xingfeng paid a higher price. He was vomiting blood from the beginning to the end, and forcibly performed the taboo method of combining water and fire, which caused his body to suffer serious trauma. The 11th major wave is breaking out. Xiao Chen was extremely exhausted and felt a strong danger, which really made people feel like he was breaking down. This Wu Xingfeng was wasting his life with him, and it was a completely lose-lose style of play. However, he had to admire that such a massive and powerful attack, one wave after another, unexpectedly reached the 11th stage. The avenue is invisible, and the imprint of the Tao flows through Xiao Chen's heart like a trickle. His violent movements gradually stabilized, and his hands drew beautiful trajectories. At this most dangerous moment, Xiao Chen let his body and mind fall into an ethereal state. However, at the moment of the final attack, the energy from the shaking of his hands was still unparalleled. Collapse. The 11th energy wave finally collapsed. At the same time, Wu Xingfeng finally nearly collapsed, with horrible wounds appearing on his body. He couldn't control his own strength and was hurt. Everything was calm. He stood on the high sky, faced Xiao Chen, and sighed softly, "Legend, there are so many strange people in the southern wilderness. Although it is a wild land, the cultivators are not weaker than the northern land." All the people on the ground looked up at the sky. Since the 2 young strong men were high above the sky and very far away from the ground, they couldn't hear their words. However, I vaguely feel that this battle seems to be over. When we entered the territory of the Southern Desolation, a strong young man from the Southern Desolation stopped us on the road and had a fight with me. We were all seriously injured in the tie. Xiao Chen was extremely surprised, and asked, "Who is that person?" A young strong man from Zhuchongtian actually intercepted Prince Li and his party and confronted Wu Xingfeng. What a madman. "I don't know who it is." Wu Xingfeng shook his head and said, "I think I have never lost a single defeat since my debut." I don't want to enter the southern wilderness. I have a draw and a loss in just 10 days. I am really unwilling. He looked at Xiao Chen firmly, and said, if I hadn't been seriously injured, I had been suppressing my strength at the beginning and didn't dare to attack with all my strength. Today's defeat would never have happened, and I would not have lost. Xiao Chen finally understood why he was able to barely resist Wu Xingfeng when he was in the realm of the 8th heaven and the opponent was seriously injured. If Wu Xingfeng hadn't shown the overwhelming power of the 9 heavens directly to suppress the injury at that time, I am afraid that he would not have the opportunity to be promoted to the realm of the 9 heavens. If I am at my peak, even if you are promoted to the 9 heavens, I will not lose, and you will never be my opponent. Wu Xingfeng was very unwilling. Xiao Chen shook his head at Wu Xingfeng, I won't lose. At this moment, Wu Xingfeng finally couldn't hold it anymore, and when he finished speaking the last sentence, he fell to the sky and fell to the sky. Before Xiao Chen could move, a green light rushed up from the ground, and an old man hugged Wu Xingfeng and flew away. Those watching the battle knew that this battle was over and Xiao Chen won. Everyone was shocked that the legendary invincible Wu Xingfeng was defeated by Xiao Chen, a young man from the southern wilderness. Zhu Ming, Li Feng, Yan Qingcheng, Hai Yunzu, Kanas and others looked extremely complicated. They had witnessed all this and their emotions were difficult to understand. Especially for the beauties of the southern wilderness, every girl has a hero in their hearts. Wu Xingfeng became famous in the Northland and the southern wilderness when he was young. He is the most legendary and peerless young master. He inevitably left traces in their hearts, but today the hero in their hearts fell in front of them. Chapter 154 Enlightenment and Physical Training. Wu Xingfeng, the leader of the Northland, was defeated. A legendary young master was defeated by a formerly unknown youth from the southern wilderness. Such a result was really unexpected, and many people would find it hard to believe what was said. Xiao Chen stood quietly in the sky, adjusted his breath silently, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, spread out the immortal wings and left here quickly. The old man who was able to walk in the air was not chased by anyone, which meant that the unwritten rules of the longevity continent had a great influence, and generally the old masters were not allowed to attack the younger generation at will. However, if he dared to attack Prince Li, the old masters would definitely kill him mercilessly. It's just that I don't know if the old master is a spirit man or a warlock. If he is a warrior, it would be too scary. After all, he has demonstrated the strength of flying in the sky. After Xiao Chen left, Sun Miao's expression was very ugly. This was really beyond his expectation. How could Wu Xingfeng lose? Why did you lose? It is unimaginable that Wu Xingfeng is almost invincible among his peers in the Northland, except for 1 or 2 people, no one is his opponent. A young man with long black hair had a cold expression, walked out of an attic silently, came to Sun Miao, and said, I will fight Xiao Chen within 10 days. Sun Miao turned around and saw that it was him. She shook her head and said, no, Wu Xingfeng has already been defeated, so you can't attack at will. After all, Yu Wenfeng, Zhao Chongyang, and Dugu Sword Demon in the southern wilderness haven't made any moves yet. On the other hand, the feelings of the southern wilderness elite are complicated and difficult to understand, and this battle has had a great impact on them. Wu Xingfeng's defeat made Xiao Chen's brilliance, and a southern wilderness master will rise from this. There is no undefeated hero, and the myth of being an undefeated leader in the north has been broken. With this, Xiao Chen was born, and the top 3 strongest in the southern wilderness may have to re-rank today. Hai Yunzu, Kanas and other southern wilderness beauties felt a little bit disappointed. The former leader of the Northland fell before their eyes. The clouds are calm and the wind is light, the once immature dreams are shattered, everything seems to be nothing more than that, there is no undefeated hero. Yan Qingcheng was in the most complicated mood. He really hoped that Xiao Chen would be defeated, but he didn't want him to be seriously injured, and hoped to use Wu Xingfeng's hand to vent his anger. However, during the fierce battle, she suddenly discovered that her mood fluctuated violently and it was difficult to understand. The immortal sky wings unfolded, and within a few tens of miles, Xiao Chen returned to his room in the shortest possible time, picked up the sleeping KK, and called the little stubborn dragon and the 3 skeletons to guard them outside the door. Although he defeated his opponent, he himself was injured by the crazy Wu Xingfeng, and the injury was serious. The combination of Water Fist and Fire Fist creates a wave of 11 levels of energy that is unparalleled. Even if Xiao Chen is promoted to the 9th level of Transformation Realm, it is difficult to bear. During the battle, he had already vomited 7 or 8 mouthfuls of blood. Shahui erupted from his body, his skin shone with a crystal luster, and the flowing energy seemed to wrap his body like a tangible substance. The essence of heaven and earth gathered from all directions, surging towards Xiao Chen's body, receiving the essence of the sun and moon, the aura of plants and trees to repair the body. It can be clearly seen that the flowers and plants in the courtyard, and even the trees on both sides of the nearby streets, have a little green light fluttering. This is a crazy plunder. Xiao Chen's body seems to have a huge gravitational force, depriving all life aura. It wasn't until 2 hours later that divine flames jumped out of his body, shining brightly like a raging fire, and the injury was completely stabilized. This time the injury was very serious. If it hadn't been for absorbing the essence of a few dragon eggs, the vitality far surpassed that of ordinary people. This time, something bad might happen, and the cultivation base might be affected, requiring a long period of rest. The apotheosis of the acupoint seems to be pregnant with endless vitality, stabilizing his injured body in a short period of time. Xiao Chen pushed the door out with a long breath. It must be fully recovered as soon as possible, otherwise it is not known what will happen in this Tiandi city. Xiao Chen grabs KK and soars into the sky, spreads his immortal wings and flies towards the outside of the Emperor city. In the vast southern wasteland, there is no human habitation for thousands of miles, and the barren mountains and great swamps are the main body of these tens of thousands of miles. Tiandi city is like a bright pearl, located in the southern wasteland of thousands of miles, surrounded by endless primitive dense forests and green seas. Outside the city, there are endless virgin mountains and forests. Xiao Chen found a beautiful flat-topped mountain and landed on it. On a majestic mountain peak in front, a waterfall made a deafening sound, dropped 3,000 feet straight, and fell from the cliff to the foot of the mountain. In the other 3 directions, the peaks are green and the valleys are emerald green. The roar of wild beasts can be heard endlessly, and wild beasts appear from time to time. Xiao Chen looked very serious, and said to KK, "I want to practice here, don't let any beasts approach, and protect my safety." The little snow-white beast blinked its big eyes nonchalantly, then nodded, its snow-white jade body left afterimages on the Pingding Shan, looking at the surrounding environment. Xiao Chen relaxed his body, immersed his mind into an ethereal state, and soon became ethereal, as if he had merged into the nature and connected with the mountain as one. Kiki, the little snow-white beast, blinked its big bright eyes strangely, and saw the surrounding flowers, plants and trees trembling constantly, and a large number of large plants and trees emitted their energy, as if there were green rays of light floating. The luxuriant forest area is full of vegetation, full of endless vegetation essence. Small green rays of light were introduced into Xiao Chen's body, and the vitality was flowing. His flesh, viscera, and bones seemed to be transported into endless vitality. With the passage of time, the green vitality of all directions can be clearly captured by the naked eye, and a dense green mist surrounds Xiao Chen. 2 days later, Xiao Chen recovered completely from his injury, and the strength in his body was surging, but he still continued to practice. At night, the moonlight was hazy, and the bright moonlight fell down. Although there were roars of beasts in the distance, Xiao Chen was still as calm as a rock. At this moment, his heart was peaceful, and the 4 great Sanshou slaying poses, reversing chaos poses, suppressing demon poses, and splitting poses were continuously imprinted on his mind, which made his comprehension more profound. The imprint of Tao is elusive and cannot be grasped, but it can be approached slowly and accommodated with an ethereal state of mind. This is a kind of enlightenment, this is a kind of experience. Xiao Chen feels that his state of mind is sublimating, his body is not moving, but his heart is moving, and the whole world seems to brighten up. All kinds of feelings came one after another. In the bright starry sky, a shooting star flew across the sky, short but brilliant. Xiao Chen's heart moved accordingly. Life is like a dream, like a shooting star. An ordinary life is only 100 years, and it comes and goes in a hurry. Compared with the universe, it is too short. In the vicissitudes of life, who will remember that short life after the eternity has passed by in a hurry? Compared with the eternal world, the previous life experiences are too insignificant. However, it is short but also beautiful. Life is like a shooting star, which can also burst into brilliant light and shine in one direction forever. Life can also be eternal. Need to burst out that ray of immortal light in the right direction. Xiao Chen grasped a trace of the imprint of the Tao, found the eternal direction of cultivation, broke through the thick fog, and raised his mental state to a higher level. Time flew by, and 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. The moonlight is like water, under the same starry sky. Xiao Chen's state of mind is quite different. In the past 7 days, he couldn't feel the passage of time. He seemed to be integrated into the nature of all things in the world. His body and mind were condensed with this flat-topped mountain, connected with this primitive mountain range, and blended with this piece of heaven and earth. He seems to be able to hear the heartfelt words of trees, flowers and plants, understand the voices of birds and beasts, and feel the pulse of the earth. He seems to have really integrated into this thriving world, and has turned into a leaf, a flower, a tree, and a mountain. He seems to have been sitting here since ancient times. The breeze gently blows, and the fragrance of various plants and flowers slowly rippling in the forest. Xiao Chen is like Zhuangsheng's dream butterfly, not knowing whether his body is a mountain or the mountain is his body. The soft moonlight is like water waves, making the forest seem to be covered with a light veil. Xiao Chen stood on the top of the mountain, looking up at the infinite starry sky, as if he had passed through the barrier of space and entered the infinite starry sky. A ray of morning glow pierces the dawn. Dashes of golden light fell on the primeval mountains and forests, and infinite vitality rippled out. Monkeys crowed and tigers howled, birds sang and insects sang, and the vivid world truly appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He had completely woken up. Looking up to the sky and screaming, hundreds of millions of years are false, and the truth is only in the present. Xiao Chen's body is like a vast ocean, gathering vitality from all directions, the essence of the sun, the moon, and the essence of plants and trees, all gathered together. One after another faintly visible holy radiance circulates in Xiao Chen's body, nourishing his body like nectar, filling his viscera, bones, and flesh with a layer of precious brilliance. His state of mind has improved, and he is tempering his body. The endless heaven and earth essence flowed through the flesh and blood again and again like a stream of water, and finally the heaven and earth essence gathered more and more, and the water flow gradually solidified, turning into sharp blades, passing through the flesh and blood. Excruciating pain. There. It seemed that thousands of swords passed through Xiao Chen's flesh and bones continuously, tempering his body over and over again, as if to make this flesh and blood body into an eternal body. Another 7 days passed, and the spiritual energy from all directions drifted away. It was calm, as if nothing had happened. Let's go, we should go back to Tiandi City. You greedy little thing, instead of protecting me, you ran out to find the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Xiao Chen hugged Kiki, and Kiki carried a bunch of Ganoderma lucidum, old mountain ginseng and so on. Yi, the little snow-white beast protested. After the war, I have disappeared for more than 10 days. There must be something wonderful happening in Tiandi City. Xiao Chen spread his immortal wings and flew towards Tiandi City. Chapter 155 Colorful Dragon Cocoon. Tiandi City is very ancient. No one knows when it was built, or even how it appeared in the southern wilderness. There are many unimaginable myths and legends here. And because of its large scale and wide influence of legends, it has become a famous city in the entire longevity continent. Flying near the Tiandi City, Xiao Chen keenly felt a vast, long-lasting, and vicissitudes of life. Although he also had some feelings when he saw the Tiandi City for the first time, it was far from comparable to now. In front of it, it seems that there is an indomitable giant sleeping, and it seems that an ancient space has become another world. It is as if the mighty ocean is surging, as if the vast ancient continent is in turmoil, and through the ancient space, there are bursts of heart-pounding fluctuations towards the present and towards the future. It's an indescribable feeling, only by sensing it with the heart can one experience this incredible pulsation. Tiandi City seems to be a huge and ancient living body. After more than 10 days of practice, Xiao Chen's state of mind has reached a new level. His spiritual consciousness has been condensed a lot, and his spiritual sense has become stronger. This is the main reason why he can sense the extraordinariness of Tiandi City better than before. Although he couldn't break through the 9th heaven of transformation, his cultivation has deepened a lot, especially the cultivation from the spiritual level, which gave him a very different understanding from the past. Of course, the 7-day sacrifice of the body is also unimaginable for ordinary people. The aura condenses into a blade that continuously strikes in the flesh and bones. Destruction, reorganization, destruction. So it goes back and forth, as if a piece of iron has been tempered, the dross is removed, the essence is left, and it is more condensed. It seems that the flesh and blood body has really experienced a rebirth, and Xiao Chen's body is moving towards the treasure body. Yes, this is not an exaggeration, it is true. If he can continue to practice like this, then his body will become a precious body, a veritable physical magic weapon. If he can cultivate to the extreme level, he can directly compete with the sword of the divine weapon. Even if he fights against the legendary holy weapon, he will not die. Xiao Chen believed that he would have a great chance of winning when he met the master of Juchongtian again. These days, his spirit and body have undergone a sublimation, and most of the general masters of the same level will not be his opponents. Of course, there is no shortage of geniuses in this world. People like Wu Xingfeng cannot be judged by common sense. It seems that the magical powers of the 5 elements will be able to compete with the 4 major Sanshou. Xiao Chen still has a long way to go. He has just been promoted to the 9th heaven realm of transcendence, and there are 4 other realms behind: knowledge of Tibet, Yukong, Nirvana, and longevity. The bustling Tiandi city is extremely lively. Looking down from a high altitude, the crowds are bustling, and the streets are full of voices. Merchants from the north, herbal collectors and animal trappers from the south, and wandering monks from the west are walking around this famous city on the mainland with various purposes. The beast fighting competition is about to start in 2 more months, and practitioners from all directions gather here. At the gate of the majestic Beidou Academy, beautiful female students come in and out, and there are many people like Zhuge Liang and Hai Tianyan wandering around, peeping at the beauties. Xiao Chen landed in the courtyard, and the triple courtyard was quiet. His powerful spiritual consciousness swept over and found 3 skeletons and a small stubborn dragon. He spread his immortal wings and came to the second courtyard. Sensing his aura, the 3 skeletons pushed the door and came out, looking very embarrassed. The leather clothes on their camouflage were dilapidated, as if they had experienced a thrilling battle, and the light of soul in their eyes was also a little dim. The little stubborn dragon did not come out. Under the signal of the 3 skeletons, Xiao Chen crossed the small bridge over the flowing water and saw the little stubborn dragon lying on the ground in the verdant gazebo of Jiamu, licking his wound alone. Its injuries were very serious, and there were horrible wounds all over its body, as if it had been torn apart by sword energy. Even though he knew that even if he was seriously injured, the little stubborn dragon would hardly be in danger of life, and after going through hardships, its potential would be stimulated and it would be able to gain certain benefits, but Xiao Chen was still a little angry. Who did this? He even came to his residence and shot ruthlessly. It can be clearly seen that the rockery and pavilions here seem to have collapsed once, and the new rockery and pavilions have been rebuilt in the shortest possible time, and even those vines and flowers have been replanted. Blood flowed all over the floor, staining the marble floor in the gazebo black and red, and one could smell the smell of blood. Xiao Chen walked around the pavilion and realized the seriousness of the matter. The big eyes of the little stubborn dragon were a bit dull, and he kept licking the forelegs that were almost broken with his tongue weakly, and the terrible wound between his chest and abdomen was still dripping blood until now. One can imagine how serious the injury was at that time. If it were other spirit beasts, I am afraid they would have died for a long time. Yi, Kiki yelled angrily, and jumped in front of the little stubborn dragon. Her bright eyes were wide open, as if she was asking for something. Xiao Chen crushed the spirits of Ganoderma lucidum and old mountain ginseng in the arms of the little snow-white beast, and applied all of them on the wound of the little stubborn dragon, patiently treating the wound for it. Squeak! There was a sound from the gate of the front yard, and Hai Yuntian walked in with his head poking his head. His movements were not commensurate with his beautiful appearance, and he came to the middle courtyard cautiously. I need an explanation. What the hell is going on? The sudden voice startled Hai Yuntian, and then a smile appeared on his beautiful face, and he said, Brother Xiao, are you really alive? This guy is a bit speechless, and he says such unlucky words when we meet. How do you talk? Do you ever talk like that? It's not my fault. You have been missing for more than 10 days since you defeated Wu Xingfang, the leader of the Northland. There are gossip rumors that although you won, you also paid an unimaginably heavy price. You may have died. After being missing for more than 10 days, Xiao Chen felt a little surprised that such rumors spread. Who broke into my place and severely injured the little stubborn dragon? Was it someone from the Monde family or someone sent by Sun Miao? After Xiao Chen came to Tiandi City, he had conflicts with the baby girl of the Monde family, and severely injured her cousin Lu Muda, but I feel that according to the naughty nature of that little girl, it would not be so cruel. He felt that Sun Miao was the most likely to make a move. It seems to be. Hai Yuntian hesitated. Who is it? Xiao Chen saw his hesitation. It was done by an ignorant kid from the Zhuge family and a scum from the Reagan family. Zhuge's family? Xiao Chen's face darkened. He only knew Zhuge Liang, the fat man of this family, and Zhuge Ming, the overly drunk guy. It's nothing to do with Fatty. Although he has a certain status in Zhuge's family because of his sharp eyes and good at digging fighting beasts, he can't be regarded as a true direct descendant in terms of blood relationship. How can he act so arrogantly? Besides, he knows you, so he won't do such annoying things. Hai Yuntian explained slowly. What happened was very simple. The fact that the fat man valued the little stubborn dragon was leaked by his subordinates. Because of his precise vision, both the Zhuge family members and outsiders have always been convinced of this, but Zhuge Kun, a direct descendant of the Zhuge family, heard the news and wanted to take him over to take over the little stubborn dragon. But Zhuge Kun also heard that this is a star-killing war beast with the title of humanoid Tyrannosaurus. In the past few days, the record of Wu Xingfeng, the leader of Xiao Chen's defeat, was circulating in a small area. However, within a few days, gossip came out that although Xiao Chen won, he eventually died due to his serious injuries. This made Zhu Kun a little restless, because he once asked the most discerning old beast master in his family to secretly observe the little stubborn dragon, and the conclusion he came to was surprising, that the little stubborn dragon had unlimited potential. It may be a young holy beast not weaker than the Dragon King. The news is so powerful, what does it mean? It goes without saying. Zhu Kun was very jealous of Xiao Chen from the Juchongtian, and he didn't dare to do it lightly. He didn't conspire to steal the little stubborn dragon until he was still nowhere to be seen after waiting for more than 10 days. Hoffman, who also had the same purpose, included the Reagan family. On the same night, the two groups met in this courtyard and started a battle for the little holy beast. As a result, two groups of people were attracted again. Zhu Kun and Hoffman of the Reagan family joined forces temporarily, and a fierce scuffle broke out with those two groups on the street. In the end, the master of the Undead Gate led a large number of people to arrive, and then attracted the attention of the city lord's mansion, and the turmoil quickly subsided. All this happened the night before yesterday, and it came and went quickly. The Reagan family. Xiao Chen felt a little familiar, and suddenly thought of the few people he met on the ancient road 800 miles away from Tiandi City. Wasn't that guy named Qidi Luo a member of the Reagan family? Which party do the other two groups of people who took advantage of the fire belong to? I didn't find out. It's probably not from Tiandi City. It should be the Northland Masters who came to participate in the beast fighting competition. Otherwise, the people from Immortal Gate and City Lord's Mansion should be able to recognize it. Speaking of this, Hai Yuntian laughed and said, "Now that you come back, it will probably make some people jump in fear, hee. Old masters can't shoot at will. If Xiao Chen does it recklessly, it will indeed scare some people." Speaking of which, this little holy beast is really extraordinary. Several masters wanted to get it that night. Later, they wanted to kill this little guy with the intention that if they couldn't get it, no one else could get it. As a result, it was seriously injured and dying. No one thought that it could survive with its chest and abdomen pierced, but it created a miracle. Hai Yuntian shook his head and said, "This little stubborn dragon is too proud to allow anyone to help it bandage its wound." Now that Xiao Chen came back safely, the rumors will be self-defeating. Hai Yuntian has already let the masters guarding nearby retreat. "Where's the fat man? Fatty is embarrassed to see you. After all, Zhu Kun belongs to their family. Tell me the whereabouts of Zhu Kun and Hoffman." This time, the little stubborn dragon was seriously injured. Xiao Chen checked carefully and found that its internal organs were all shattered. This is a fatal situation that cannot be healed. However, it has never been sickly alive, so pitiful and miserable. Although Xiao Chen's state of mind improved, his mood was hard to be stimulated and fluctuated strongly, but now he is still very angry. Those people are too cruel, which made him have a strong killing intent. Hai Yuntianli has already left. Xiao Chen carefully took care of the little stubborn dragon, hoping it can survive this difficulty. Another 2 days and 2 nights have passed, and the little stubborn dragon has always lost his gaze, licking his wound with his head down, looking distressing. Xiao Chen thought of a way to save the little stubborn dragon. Maybe only the sacred tree of the dragon clan can guarantee its life without any worries. Xiao Chen's 7-colored holy tree was set on the chest and abdomen of the little stubborn dragon. After a day and a night of repeated attempts, he finally achieved synchronous pulse with the little holy tree like he did on Dragon Island. However, this time it was not to incorporate the little holy tree into his own body, but to implant the little holy tree into the viscera of the little stubborn dragon. The brilliant brilliance was shining, and the mist of light was flowing. Under the flickering of colorful rays of light, the little holy tree seemed to melt, and slowly flowed into its body from the wound of the little stubborn dragon. As if his eyes were opened, Xiao Chen could clearly see the little holy tree blending into the little stubborn dragon's internal organs. On the palm-high vigorous tree trunk, a piece of black jade leaf, a piece of white jade leaf, a piece of jasper leaf, and a piece of golden jade leaf shone with soft divine light, shining brightly on the broken internal organs. Kiki stared wide-eyed, looking at all this in surprise, as if she didn't understand why the holy tree could grow in flesh and blood. The hazy brilliance slowly pushed Xiao Chen's palm away, and the colorful holy tree completely lost contact with him, and the holy tree established a close connection with it alone in the little stubborn dragon's body. The gazebo is full of light and color, and the gorgeous glow is lingering around the body of the little stubborn dragon, and waves like ripples are slowly rippling. The whole body of the little stubborn dragon is covered with terrible wounds, and at this time, crystal liquid is flowing out, which is definitely not blood, but if you look carefully, you can find that it is actually colorful thick liquid droplets. After a short time, the crystal liquid covered the little stubborn dragon's body surface, and then a surprising thing happened. The overflowing colorful liquid wrapped the little stubborn dragon inside, forming a colorful ball of light, which finally looked like a huge cocoon. A colorful dragon cocoon. Chapter 156 The surprising change of the little stubborn dragon. The colorful holy tree and the little stubborn dragon pulsated synchronously and merged into one body. It was unspeakably miraculous that viscous colorful liquid flowed out from the horrible wounds, and the faint fragrance wafted in the air, which made people feel refreshed. As if the ginseng fruit has matured for thousands of years, this is an intoxicating and delicate fragrance. The formation process of the colorful dragon cocoon is accompanied by slight vibrations, and the foundation in the pavilion seems to be trembling slightly. Until everything stabilized, the colorful dragon cocoons were shining brightly, and the strong fragrance made the whole yard fragrant, making Kiki eager to take a bite. The small snow-white beast surrounds the colorful dragon cocoon, its big bright eyes are full of surprise, and its long eyelashes are constantly blinking. In the end, it couldn't bear the temptation of the refreshing fragrance, so it took a peek at Xiao Chen, and then quickly grabbed the dragon cocoon. The colorful drops of black jade liquid, white jade liquid, jasper liquid, and golden jade liquid are mixed together, sticking to hands like honey, and the glow reflected by its small claws is dazzling and dazzling. It closed its eyes intoxicated, smelling the intoxicating aroma, and sent the little paws covered with colorful droplets to its mouth as if drunk. An astonishing thing happened. Amidst bursts of flashing light, the brilliant colorful liquid droplets seemed to be vaporized, and actually volatilized from its small claws, turned into a flowing light mist, evaporated away, and finally merged into the bright dragon cocoon. KK was very unwilling, and wanted to grab a handful of crystal clear and sticky liquid droplets, but was stopped by Xiao Chen. The little snow-white beast also seemed to know not to mess around. This time it didn't mess around, and began to watch quietly from the sidelines. The colorful dragon cocoon is completely formed by the condensation of radiant liquid droplets. Although it is pressed against the marble floor of the gazebo, it is not deformed. It is a very regular circle, and it is not contaminated by any dust. About 2 hours later, the colorful liquid droplets began to solidify and turned into a hard-colored shell. Kiki's expression was very rich, and her small mouth suddenly opened into an O shape. Although this is not a colorful jade shell egg, it looks very much like a colorful jade shell egg. You must know that Kiki was born from a real colorful jade shell egg. Even Xiao Chen was quite surprised. It was obvious that the little stubborn dragon was transforming, but such a result was very surprising. Click, there was a broken sound, and under the dragon cocoon shaped like a colorful jade shell egg, the hard marble floor cracked, and even the foundation of the gazebo shook again. When everything stabilized, streaks of rays of light surged out from the cracked ground and gathered towards the colorful dragon cocoons. Earth Dragon Chi. Xiao Chen was very surprised. Looking at this tangible aura, he thought of some kind of legend. There are dragon veins under the earth, and tangible dragons are bred in the veins. Of course, this is not a real dragon, it is completely formed by aura. No matter how powerful a person is, it is difficult to capture the dragon's veins. It is the essence of the earth, and it is difficult to breed one within 1,000,000 square kilometers. And it is constantly flowing, it is rare to stay in one place for hundreds of years. There are innate feng shui masters. If they can capture the moving trajectory of the dragon veins and bury people where the dragon veins stop, the legend will benefit the future generations of the burial. The legendary cave of the emperor is related to this legend. Of course, even if the movement track of the dragon veins is found, it is impossible to capture it at all, and it will collapse 1,000,000 miles away with a touch. Xiao Chen had to sigh. The colorful treasure tree was indeed worthy of being transformed from the dragon clan's heaven-reaching sacred tree, and it was able to attract the aura in the dragon's veins of the earth. If it can be fused with the shaped dragon energy, the dragons will benefit enormously. The colorful sacred tree has finally shown a great use that is not known to outsiders. There is no doubt that a dragon vein must be conceived under the Tiandi city, otherwise, even if the small holy tree can attract dragon energy, it cannot gather out of thin air without the dragon vein. Although the attracted dragon energy was very weak, it was enough for the transforming little stubborn dragon. It was like fireworks being steamed up, roasting the colorful dragon cocoon, and finally the dragon energy continuously surged into the cocoon. Xiao Chen didn't dare to leave here, for fear of accidents. Kiki was full of curiosity after being surprised, and stayed here quietly. After a day and a night like this, the colorful dragon cocoon made a click, click sound and began to crack slowly. This transformation is much faster than expected, but it will be completed in 12 hours. Xiao Chen is full of expectations, wondering how the little stubborn dragon's strength will be improved. There is no doubt that saving one's life is no longer a problem. At this moment, the colorful rays of light danced violently. Yao couldn't open his eyes, the colorful dragon cocoon was shattered, and the light on the dragon cocoon disappeared in an instant, and quickly retracted. The originally brilliant jade shell was now dull, and finally shattered and turned into fly ash. The light was shining, and a white jade dragon broke free from the dragon cocoon as if it had been carefully carved. The little stubborn dragon has changed a lot. It is very different from before, from dark brown to milky white like suet jade, and the scales seem to have water waves flowing, shining brightly. The head is more like the ancestral dragon, the single horn on the head disappeared, and a pair of white jade horns resembling the dragon's family were born, which are exactly the same as the ancestral dragon's horns. It is still the body of a tiger and leopard, but the flowing brilliance shows that its body is full of powerful power, and the terrifying power between twisting the waist and lifting the legs seems to be overflowing, and shaking it a few times is quite powerful like a dragon walking like a tiger. The most shocking thing is that the tail covered with white jade scales is no longer a crocodile tail, but transformed into the tail of an ancestral dragon. This is too surprising. You must know that the tails of the 11 little dragon kings on Long Island were all crocodile tails. Now that the little stubborn dragon has undergone such a transformation, it really has to be jaw-dropping. Xiao Chen came to a conclusion in an instant. The little stubborn dragon transformed into a dragon king. The 12th little dragon king was born today. Yes, it is truly no longer ordinary. If those 11 little dragon kings have not changed at all after leaving the dragon island, then the little stubborn dragon may be stronger than them. Because, it has transformed a bit more than those 11 little dragon kings, and that is the tail of the ancestral dragon. The head of the ancestral dragon, the body of the tiger and leopard, and the tail of the ancestral dragon are all covered with white jade scales, as if carved from the most exquisite suet jade. It can be said to be very perfect. Kiki opened her small mouth wide, rubbed her big eyes vigorously, then ran over and squeezed the little stubborn dragon's tail, looking suspiciously at the 1-meter-long bright jade dragon in front of her. Undoubtedly, the little stubborn dragon has become much more beautiful, and is no longer as ugly and inconspicuous as before. It can be said that the ugly duckling has become a white swan. The only thing that remains the same is its demeanor, which is even more proud, with fierce eyes. It seems to be very satisfied with this transformation. It stretches its body lightly, and leaps for more than 10 meters like a white light. The speed is extremely fast. Xiao Chen walked over, put his hand on the tiger and leopard body of the little stubborn dragon, and sensed the pulsation in its body with his heart. The terrifying energy pulsation was beyond imagination, surging like a wave, making its body surface continuously flow with brilliance like water waves. 9 heavens! The strength of the little stubborn dragon is even comparable to that of a master who has transformed into the 9th heaven. When they were in Long Island, the powers of those little dragon kings were all around the 6th or 7th level of the mortal state. It has been more than a year. If they have not changed, then they must have been surpassed by the little stubborn dragon. However, this possibility is unlikely, and the 11 little dragons should have made some progress. After all, their bloodlines are too extraordinary, and it is absolutely impossible for them to stand still. Xiao Chen had a premonition that although the little stubborn dragon had undergone an astonishing transformation, it was impossible to leave the 11 little dragon kings far behind. The closest thing to the fact might be that the 11 little dragon kings might also have reached the realm of the 9th heaven, and even if the little stubborn dragon could overpower them, it would be limited. Xiao Chen had to sigh. The dragon race is really terrifying. Its talent conditions are not comparable to other races. You must know that the little stubborn dragon and the 11 little dragon kings were only born for more than a year. It is obvious that the little stubborn dragon has become very powerful. If you add the ancient dragon battle skills it has mastered, even against a leader in the north like Wu Xingfang, I am afraid that it will not be defeated. At this time, a soft colorful glow flashed, and the colorful holy tree emerged from the body of the little stubborn dragon. Kiki was very happy, and lightly waved the little beast's paw, and the treasure tree flew over. It turned over and looked over, as if it wanted to take a better look and see clearly. You have to work hard, don't sleep all day, or the holy tree is really a bright pearl in your hands. Yeah, Kiki protested dissatisfied. In fact, Xiao Chen also knows that the little snow-white beast has a special cultivation method. Sleeping is equivalent to cultivation, and it has been improving, but it has no chance to show it. Seemingly, Kiki fixed the treasure tree on the cracked gazebo floor, trying to attract the dragon energy of the earth, but the spiritual energy has not completely dissipated at the moment. However, in an instant, the little beast screamed, and quickly deployed its magical power of confinement to fix the little holy tree. I saw a dragon-shaped glow wrapping around the precious tree, about to pull it into the ground. Xiao Chen rushed over in a hurry, and slammed his palm violently at the cracked ground, causing the dragon energy to dissipate. It can be seen that if you want to attract dragon energy, there is a certain danger, and you may lose the treasure tree if you are not careful. To Xiao Chen's regret, after the turmoil that night, the little white-shelled tortoise locked at home escaped and was never found again. After resting for a whole day, Xiao Chen was going to take KK and little stubborn dragon out the next day. But at this time, he felt a little troublesome. No matter how you look at it, the little stubborn dragon is a real dragon king. If he goes out like this, he will definitely attract others to covet him. You must know that this is not an ordinary spirit beast. What does a dragon king mean? The news will have an unparalleled impact. In the end, something that surprised Xiao Chen happened. The little stubborn dragon's body made a click, click, click sound, and all the joints in his body were moving, and finally turned into a 1-meter-long white jade dragon horse. The shape of a steed is just covered with white jade scales and a pair of ancestral dragon horns on its head, a very handsome little Pegasus. It was beyond Xiao Chen's expectation that the little stubborn dragon had such an ability. But even so, when walking on the street, Bai Yulongma still attracted the attention of many people. The bustling Shafu Road is bustling with people, among them are many college students. Xiao Chen strolls leisurely on the street. This time, the little stubborn dragon has undergone a major transformation due to a blessing in disguise. The anger and killing intent surging in his heart have subsided, and his emotions have already calmed down. However, he will never let Zhu Kun and the scum of the Reagan family go. Go to that bastard of the Reagan family first. He had already learned from Hai Yuntian that the scum of the Reagan family was a student of White Deer College, walking along Shafu Road among the crowds, and soon came to the prestigious White Deer College in Tiandi City. The ancient walls are full of years of wind and frost, and the tall and majestic gatehouse of Beilu College is more than 20 meters high. These ancient buildings have a history of 800 years and have existed since the school was founded. Although many students of Beidou Academy knew Xiao Chen and Lu Muda because of the last confrontation, it didn't mean that the students of Beilu Academy also knew him. After all, only a few students of Beilu Academy ran over to watch the excitement. Seeing Xiao Chen standing at the door with a beast that looks like a dragon and horse, many students stopped to watch. What is this buddy doing? No matter how you look at it, it looks like you are looking for someone to fight. It's really like besieging the students of our college here. I don't know how many gold coins have been collected here to help people vent their anger. Listening to those students' discussions, Xiao Chen felt a little speechless. Could it be that someone often invites experts to come here to deal with the students of White Deer Academy? What made Xiao Chen even more surprised was still behind. A guy who looked quite handsome came over and approached. Brother saw that you are a super master, you must have reached the 5th level of transformation. Who are you going to fight today? How about I help you introduce a business? Many people here want to clean up a guy named Hai Yuntian. This bastard often comes here to harass beautiful girls. If you can clean up this little boy, I think I can earn 100 gold coins. By the way, if you take care of that Zug pig head, and there will be more, eh? Xiao Chen felt a bit ridiculous. Could it be that helping people to surround enemies and fight has become a profession now? Interesting, those two guys really don't have a very good reputation. Do you know Hoffman of the Reagan family? Ah, you mean that scum of the Reagan family? Hit him, and kill half of his life. This is a scumbag. He has raped several beautiful female students, and even has several lives in his hands. Then can you tell me where he is? He hasn't shown up in the past few days, but I know that he often goes to a place. There is a place called Hot Spring Wonderland in the city, and he often goes there for recreation. Xiao Chen immediately left here. The student behind him clenched his fist excitedly, and said to himself, there is really someone who dares to touch that scum of Hoffman. I hope he can kill half of his life. Well, this person must be a ruthless character. The Hot Spring Wonderland is very famous in Tiandi City, where beautiful trees are verdant, and when pavilions and pavilions are dotted, the water mist is misty, dreamlike, and the scenery is picturesque. The 3 short mountains in Tiandi City are all concentrated here, all of which are only 100 or 200 meters high. They are surrounded by wooden fences and occupy a large area. There is no doubt that this is the property of the city's owner. Xiao Chen soon came to the wonderland of hot springs. The people who come and go here are either rich or expensive, and pets are not allowed to enter here. Xiao Chen met an acquaintance at the gate of the mountain. Lu Yu, the third son of Lu Daoming, the lord of Tiandi City, once confronted Sun Miao together with Xiao Chen in Prince Li's mansion. Haha, so it's brother Xiao. The battle against Wu Xingfeng, the leader of the Northland, was really enjoyable. I watched the whole process. If someone else came here, they would definitely not be allowed to bring the war beast, but they would definitely make it easier for you. Well, is this the legendary dragon horse? Could it be a holy beast? Lu Yu looked suspiciously at the little stubborn dragon. How could it be a holy beast? It's just a spirit beast with relatively strong combat power. At this moment, several old people in the hot spring fairyland seemed to have just come out of the steaming hot spring pool. Lu Yu said to Xiao Chen after seeing it, "Brother Xiao has a few guests here today, and I must entertain them. I will have a drink with you some other day." "Okay, go get busy. Remember, from now on, Mr. Xiao will come here for free, and he will be taken into the VIP area." After giving instructions to the people at the mountain gate, Lu Yu greeted the elderly people who were walking with a respectful expression on his face. The hot spring wonderland is filled with clouds and clouds, fragrant flowers and plants, and luxuriant forests. Each hot spring area is separated by beautiful trees and vines, and pavilions and palaces can be seen everywhere. Xiao Chen walked in with the little stubborn dragon Yukiki, turned left and right, and entered the so-called VIP area. At this moment, he suddenly found acquaintances. It turned out to be Yan Qingcheng and Hai Yunzu, who were soaking in the hot spring among the flowers and trees in front. I can't go to the wrong place, right? Xiao Chen felt a little bad. Why did he break into the hot spring area of AA's several southern wilderness beauties? Chapter 157 Hot Spring Wonderland. There was a clerical error in the last chapter. The scum of the Reagan family should be called Hoffman instead of Chaos. It has been corrected. The water mist is misty, the flowers are fragrant, the hot spring fairyland is full of exotic flowers and plants, and many vines and beautiful trees are stacked together, forming a natural barrier to separate the various VIP areas. Xiao Chen had indeed crossed the line. When he saw Yan Qingcheng and Hai Yunzu in light veils, he knew something was wrong. Fortunately, his cultivation base was advanced, and he stretched his immortal wings lightly, and quickly flew back more than 10 meters. Kiki and the little stubborn dragon looked at each other, bowed their heads and walked back. Fortunately, no one paid attention to this side, otherwise there would definitely be a disturbance. When Xiao Chen took off his clothes and immersed himself in the hot spring, the beautiful maid brought fine wine. This is a barbarian woman, her fair skin is extremely tender, her two lovely ears are fluffy, and there is a fox tail growing on her back. The beautiful barbarian maid gently put the fragrant wooden tray containing fine wine into the hot spring water, and said softly, "Do you need any other services?" Xiao Chen was stunned, but when he saw the big watery eyes of the little maid, he suddenly realized, no need. "Oh, okay, if you have anything to do, you can pull the bell rope, and we will come to meet your request as soon as possible." The little maid retreated with her waist twisted. The mist was hazy. Xiao Chen was soaking in the warm hot spring, leaning against the pool wall, smelling the refreshing fragrance of flowers, drinking a small wine on the tray in the water, feeling relaxed all over. It was really a kind of enjoyment. Let your body relax first, and then go to settle accounts with that scum. It has to be said that the layout of the hot spring wonderland is pleasing to the eye, built against the mountains, with a garden style and fragrant flowers and plants. It is really like a pure land born in the bustling and noisy Tiandi city. One must know that the place is shrouded in water and mist, and it is difficult to keep those delicate flowers and plants alive, but what you see right now is 100 flowers competing in splendor, lush trees and vines. The tribute wine was very refreshing, and it was rare for Xiao Chen to have such a chance to relax. The pores all over his body were opened, and his whole body was extremely comfortable. His body has been in an extremely tense state all along, and now he is drinking alone, and he actually feels a little drunk in the hot spring pool. At this moment, his thoughts diverged, and he thought of many, many things. He accidentally came to the world of longevity. What will he do in the future? I really want to go back to the human world. I miss my parents, my friends, and all the familiar people. Even the few enemies from the past appeared before my eyes, and I feel that they are no longer so hateful. How can he return to the human world? The information he received after coming to this world made him feel a little powerless. That is, people who have broken through life and death and reached the realm of longevity, if they want to shatter the void and enter the human world, they will almost die. With the power to shatter the void, if you enter the longevity realm from the human realm, it is like going downstream, while entering the human realm from the longevity realm is like going backward in a torrent. The difficulties between the two are not in the same order. I want to go back and have a look even if I have a narrow escape. Xiao Chen has been moving in this direction since he entered the longevity realm, that is, he has been working hard to practice and strive to break into the longevity realm one day. A person like Lan Nuo who has an eternal face and has reached the realm of longevity in his 30s is rarely born in 1,000 years. He is a veritable fairy of Tianzhao. Especially in the context of the lack of aura in the human world, being able to cultivate to that level makes Lan Nuo's extraordinary and refined, and he is a veritable peerless arrogance. Xiao Chen didn't expect to enter the realm of longevity in his 30s. He set a time for himself to reach the peak of longevity before the age of 45. This is an unattainable goal for ordinary people. But Xiao Chen had to be so strict with himself. He was already 21 years old, and his parents were almost 50 years old, and after 24 years, he didn't know whether his parents were still alive, so he wasn't allowed to have any extra time to squander. The next 24 years will be the brightest years of life, a necessary process from youth to middle age. Will that girl in the human world become a wife? Youth is easy to pass, and beauty is easy to grow old. The emotion he once had will be shattered under the ruthless grind of time. Xiao Chen dare not expect extravagantly. After 24 years, if the other party still remembers that there was a young man named Xiao Chen, he is already content. 24 years, I used my youth to cultivate, but I couldn't see the result. There was a trace of sourness in Xiao Chen's heart. He sighed helplessly. Those clear eyes, those long eyelashes, that innocent smile, and that slender figure slowly faded away, and Xiao Chen tugged at his long black hair, then raised his head abruptly. Looking for trouble, liking and being touched once, that's enough. I have to say that Xiao Chen's mind is extremely firm, and he quickly forced himself to get rid of that depressed mood. I wish you to find someone truly worthy of entrustment. Xiao Chen's eyes seemed to cut through time and space, as if he saw that clever girl with a charming smile and beautiful eyes again. Then, he pushed away the fragrant wooden tray and began to practice in the hot spring. If anyone saw him like this, he would surely murmur that he was really a cultivator. KK was also enjoying the hot spring, and the little stubborn dragon seemed to feel refreshed. They all showed a contented look and swam around in the hot spring pool. In the end, Kiki even swam to the fragrant wooden tray, grabbed the jug and drank 2 big gulps. As a result, the choking little snow-white beast burst into tears, threw the jug on the spot, and then fled out of the hot spring pool. Xiao Chen didn't practice deeply, and soon he noticed someone approaching. It was the barbarian little maid with furry ears. My lord, I'm here to deliver wine to you. Put it here. After the little maid put the tray into the water, Xiao Chen asked, is that scum of the Reagan family here? This, you mean Master Hoffman? It's that scum. This. The little maid hesitated, as if in a dilemma. Don't worry, I won't make a fuss here. From your demeanor, I can tell that scum is here. Xiao Chen's words were calm, but gave off an extremely strong feeling, and said, go and tell him, I won't look for him, let him come here by himself. Just say that. The little maid felt her heart pounding. Who is this person? To be so arrogant, that is the young master of the Reagan family. How many people dare to provoke that guy? Yes, that's what I said. What if he wants to ask who you are? He knows who I am. If he doesn't know, he's dead. Oh, okay, I'll go right away. The little maid ran away in a panic, feeling that she was definitely a madman. When the little barbarian maid came to VIP District 7, several playboys were teasing with several beautiful women in light gauze in the hot spring. Is Master Hoffman still there? The little barbarian maid knew the vices of these anointed children, and was afraid of these young masters who made fun of them in broad daylight. Hee, it turned out to be a barbarian little girl. Come quickly and accompany me. A little fat man smiled maliciously at the barbarian little maid, and said, my young master likes women of other races. The little barbarian maid hurriedly whispered, Master Zug, someone is looking for Master Hoffman. Do you know he is still around? Hey, all the playboys laughed. A few coquettish women were also giggling and laughing in the water, their branches trembling. One of them pouted and said, it's in the room. Among the flowers and trees not far from the hot spring pool, there is a row of exquisite wooden cabins, covered with vines, which look very natural and harmonious. There is a faint moaning sound from one of the cabins, which makes people blush. Someone from Hoffman is looking for you. The little fat man shouted maliciously. Don't disturb me. An impatient voice came from the cabin. Really not coming out? It's a beautiful girl from the barbarian race. If you don't come out, I'll just enjoy it. Boom. The door of the cabin was pushed open violently, and a blond man who hastily put on a bath towel stepped out. His body hair was very heavy, his thighs and chest were more than an inch long, dark and thick, quite scary, and he was tall, like a gorilla. Tisk tisk, what a sweet barbarian chick, haha. Hoffman laughed loudly and walked over quickly. Followed by a disheveled black-haired woman, she looked like a seductive woman, her waist twisted like a water snake swimming, and her face was full of spring. Master Hoffman, someone wants to invite you over. Well, what's going on? Hoffman immediately put away the obscene smile on his face, with vigilance in his eyes, and said, who is it? I don't know the details. He said, let you go, in the VIP area number 2. Hearing this, Hoffman completely put away his thoughts, and asked in a deep voice, what exactly did he say? Please repeat it for me according to the original words. After hearing what the barbarian little maid said, Hoffman raised his eyes and said angrily, damn it, who is that arrogant bastard who dares to call me a scum by name and make me bow my head? I'm so sick of it. How dare you speak wild words, you're so fucking ambitious. The little fat man's laughter came from the hot spring pool. You have a bad character, you have too many enemies, and you don't even know who you have offended. Hoffman stared and said, Zug-kun, don't talk sarcastically, don't you do too many bad things. Don't say 2 or 3 things every day are about the same. People seek revenge every day, can you remember clearly? In the hot spring, a young son put his arms around a young and beautiful woman, and said, this person is indeed very arrogant. If he dares to speak like this, he must have someone to rely on. I think it may be the person you have provoked recently. I've provoked too many people, how do I know which one is looking for death? Hoffman cursed viciously, put on a bathrobe, and said to the young masters in the hot spring, come on, let's go and have a look together, and teach this annoying damn ghost a lesson. Pushing away those women with hot bodies, several young masters walked out of the hot spring pool and walked towards the second VIP area where Xiao Chen was. Which bastard is so arrogant? How dare you call me Hoffman to come to apologize, isn't he tired of doing it? The voice came before the person arrived. With a piece of black hair on his chest, the tall Hoffman was as strong as a gorilla. Xiao Chen took a look at him, and found another acquaintance. Among the 4, the decent-looking young master was actually the so-called 7th brother of the baby girl of the Monde family, Kana's. This guy once invited Xiao Chen to the Monde family with pride in the Colosseum. As a result, Xiao Chen did not go, which caused a series of incidents. Xiao Chen ignored Hoffman, looked at Kana's 7th brother, and said, I've seen it before, how do you call it? Rogo. For some reason, Rogo didn't reveal Xiao Chen's identity. Report your names yourself. Xiao Chen's words were very cold, with an orderly tone, as if a general was reprimanding the recruits. Who the hell are you? Dare to speak so brazenly, you're going to die. Among the 4 of them, a black-haired man with a lot of freckles showed a ferocious expression on his face, and said, remember, my name is Li Dongbo, young master. I'm not something you can provoke. Don't pretend to be the boss if you have nothing to do. He stepped forward, as if he wanted to slap Xiao Chen who was sitting in the spring pool. Snapped. The sound was exceptionally crisp, with a big mouth, but it wasn't Li Dongbo who slapped it, it was Xiao Chen who slapped Li Dongbo flying horizontally, and landed in the hot spring pool with a thud. I'll do it. Li Dongbo jumped up immediately after falling into the water, and roared angrily, you're fucking looking for death, kid, you're going to die this time. Xiao Chen ignored him, and said to the 3 of Hoffman, report your name. Damn it, who do you really think you are? My name is Hoffman. The burly Hoffman suppressed his anger, stepped into the hot spring, and sat opposite Xiao Chen. There were many people who had grudges with him, and he wanted to see what tricks this pretending deep person in front of him could play. My name is Zug-kun. The little fat man who looked like a landmine calmly walked into the hot spring. Xiao Chen was almost amused. Why did Zug's family come out with a fat man? This one was no different than Zug Liang and Zug Ming. His waist was as tight as 2 people tied together, and his fat face was trembling with fat. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to find this guy, but he didn't expect him to be with Hoffman, which saved a lot of trouble. Finally Razio also stepped into the hot spring. Among the 4 sons, Li Dongbo and Hoffman were the most annoyed. The man opposite was too arrogant, they wanted to beat him up immediately. It's not your way of playing if the kid wants to die. Hoffman stared at Xiao Chen coldly, with a trace of contempt. As long as he gave an order, more than a dozen experts who guarded him outside would rush in and chop Xiao Chen to pieces immediately. This is the reason why he has no fear. I really can't understand how you, a golden retriever gorilla, are so stupid and crazy, why you can survive until now. Xiao Chen sighed, almost suffocating Hoffman to death. I'll do it. Hoffman wanted to jump up at the time, but held back, and smiled cruelly. Okay, I'll play with you slowly. KK, go and catch everyone outside, huh? Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment, and found that the little snow-white beast had disappeared without a trace. It seems that there are a few beauties from the southern wilderness who are soaking in the hot spring next door, so they won't go there to cause trouble, right? In the hot spring pool next door, several non-Wang beauties were in a hurry to surround the little snow-white beast in the water. Grab it, quick, it's only a little short. Over there, stop it quickly. Oops, I almost caught it. The little snow-white beast had a lot of fun in the water, causing several women to jump around and surround it regardless of the leaking spring. Those slender snow-white thighs, those tender jade arms like creamy fat, and that small waist that is full of grip, the light gauze flutters, and the jade body flaunts, a scene that makes people nosebleed. If a man stood here, he would definitely not be able to bear it. Either his blood boiled and his blood vessels burst and he died, or he fainted from excitement. Poor Kiki, out of curiosity, drank 2 big mouthfuls of wine, choking its throat as if it was on fire, escaped from the VIP area to find some delicious food, and suppressed the spicy wine. I didn't want to come to the spring pool of several beautiful women, and immediately swept away their desserts, but a group of women chased and blocked them. All of them had little stars in their eyes, and looked like they wanted to hug it vigorously in their arms. The little snow-white beast can still tell the good from the bad, knowing that they are not malicious. It seems to like it very much, but it is precisely this that makes it afraid, and does not want to use magical powers to deal with them, and escapes in the hot spring. Only Yan Qingcheng did not participate, because she recognized KK and knew who it belonged to. Her beautiful eyes turned, and a smile gradually appeared on the corner of her mouth. Plop! Oh, why did I suddenly fly up and fall into the water? Kiki finally made a move, using the magical power of confinement to pin down the 2 women, and then fled back to the second VIP area. Chapter 158. A hooligan meets a madman. I have to say that Hoffman has indeed done all kinds of bad things. He murdered and set fires, raped female students, and took over people's property. He would kill a person every once in a while. A few days ago, he got the news that he didn't pay attention to the fight for the little stubborn dragon. Anyway, he didn't succeed, and he didn't do it alone. Who the hell are you? Hoffman had a ferocious look on his face. He was used to being domineering. He couldn't allow others to speak normally in front of him, and he had to nod and bow to him to be considered normal. Your mouth stinks. A flash of light flashed, and a crisp sound came out. A clear slap print appeared on Hoffman's face, and he almost fell into the hot spring with a big mouth. I'll do it, you dare to hit me, you're looking for death. Hoffman is also considered a master, and his cultivation base of the 4th heaven is enough for him to walk sideways among ordinary cultivators. To be slapped in the mouth like this is simply a great shame and humiliation. He had a fierce look on his face and rushed towards him viciously. What is Xiao Chen's cultivation level now? Transcendence to the 9th heaven. Compared with it, Hoffman is really a world of difference, not enough to watch. Xiao Chen's disgust towards this guy rose to the peak, and he sat in the hot spring with his back against the pool wall like that, raised his leg and kicked out, and the heavy footsteps swayed in front of Hoffman's eyes, which made him startled and frightened, and he couldn't dodge at all with his cultivation base of the 4th heaven. He stared at Hoffman's face with one foot, causing his nose to bleed profusely, and he flew upside down, and fell down in the hot spring with a plop. Hoffman burst into tears in pain, his nose seemed to be broken, and his eyes couldn't be opened. Damn it, come here, chop up this offal for me. Hoffman yelled. He had never suffered such a big loss. He had always abused others. What happened today was unimaginable to him. Come on, kill this bastard for me. Li Dongbo next to him also yelled. If Hoffman hadn't told him to restrain himself first, he would have yelled for someone a long time ago, and he got a big mouth just now. During the call, he secretly slandered. Hoffman, you fucking deserve it. You told me to restrain myself when I was beaten just now. Now you pretend to be 13, make a big fool of yourself, you deserve it. In an instant, more than a dozen figures rushed in, and at the same time, KK fled back furtively. Seeing the excitement here, she thought some female devils had sent someone to catch it, but Xiao Chen called out to her just as she was about to escape. Xiao Chen originally wanted little stubborn dragon to take care of these people, but when he saw KK coming back, he said, come back, fix these people up for me and let them soak in the hot spring. For a while, he forgot to ask where it went and whether it caused any trouble. Colorful rays of light flickered, and a dozen figures were all fixed in shape, and then were thrown into the hot spring, and then an invisible force pressed their bodies under the water, and bubbles kept popping out, soaking in the hot spring became drinking hot spring. Xiao Chen leaned leisurely on the wall of the pool, poured himself a drink, and drank fine wine. Who the hell are you? Hoffman changed his color. This time the vengeance seeker was obviously different from the usual, with unfathomable cultivation, and such a strange little beast, which seemed to be a ruthless character. You still don't know who I am? Xiao Chen sneered, and said, a few days ago, you still wanted to snatch my holy beast. You are Xiao Chen. Hoffman changed color again, he looked at the white jade heavenly horse next to him, and looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously. Although this heavenly horse is very handsome, it can't be that little stubborn dragon. It is precisely because of this reason that he has never thought of the identity of the person in front of him. Xiao Chen seemed to see his doubts, and said solemnly, you killed my holy beast, a holy beast with unlimited potential. Tell me, how do you want to pay for it? Nonsense, how could it be a holy beast? It's just an ugly sub-dragon beast. Hoffman's tone was obviously no longer so tough, and he didn't dare to swear. He had heard of the master in front of him. Many people have been talking about it these days. The madman who even got rid of Wu Xingfeng is definitely a super dangerous character. Xiao Chen laughed angrily, and said in a cold voice, the ugly sub-dragon beast. Then why do you still go to snatch it? At this point, he slapped it with a slap, and the tall Hoffman was immediately sent flying, and fell into the water with a plop. Li Dongbo next to him turned pale. He really didn't expect to offend this legendary humanoid Tyrannosaurus, which is a pervert from Juchongtian. Besides, in terms of family background, he can't compare with Hoffman, and he doesn't have any too strong reliance. Fuck you. Hoffman's face was livid with anger after he fell down. After he got up, he pointed at Xiao Chen and said, fuck, okay, I'll admit it today. I can't forget about this kid, just wait. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. Xiao Chen slapped out again, a ray of light flashed, Hoffman received another solid slap, his cheeks swelled badly, and he fell into the hot spring in embarrassment. Dare to pretend to be a bachelor with me? Dare to play tricks on me? You are not qualified yet. Xiao Chenhan said in a voice, who told you to go? I won't speak today, do you dare to take another step? Hoffman completely lost face in front of his usual bad friend, and was about to go crazy. He stood up and cursed, you're looking for death. I'm the Reagan family. This time Xiao Chen was no longer polite, and waved his hand violently, a stream of light flashed, and Hoffman was pulled to Xiao Chen by an invisible force. Xiao Chen grabbed him and slapped him 10 big mouths front and back. Hoffman's face was 3 sizes bigger, swollen badly, bruised and purple, and full of bruises. If you dare to use dirty words when talking to me, you will be bored. Li Dongbo, Zhuge Kun, and Luo Guao next to him all felt chills. This master was simply too arrogant. He grabbed and beat the young master of the Reagan family like a chicken, and went crazy to heaven. They do this kind of thing a lot, and they usually humiliate the ordinary weak, or the sufferers who come to seek revenge, and they are usually people whose status and strength are far inferior to theirs. It was the first time they had seen someone as crazy as Xiao Chen. How could the Reagan family be among the top few ancient families in Tiandi City? Their strength enveloped the southern wilderness. It was not ordinary. It was too crazy to beat their young master like this. Hoffman was extremely angry, but when he saw Xiao Chen's cold eyes, he suddenly lost his temper again. He felt the breath of death enveloped him. There is no doubt that the person in front of him is a madman, he doesn't care about the family behind him at all, if he dares to shout again now, he will be killed without mercy. Why don't you scold? Continue to be arrogant. Hoffman was completely stupefied, and deep fear filled his heart. This Xiao Chen is definitely not a good man and a believer. If he disagrees with him, he might kill someone. How dare he continue to speak wild words? What do you say? I want to tell you about the misunderstanding a few days ago. Misunderstanding? Xiao Chen snorted coldly, and pushed him away forcefully. Hoffman fell into the water all of a sudden, but after getting up this time, he never dared to do it again. Come here. Xiao Chen sat down again, drank a glass of fine wine, and hooked his fingers at Li Dongbo. This kind of behavior makes Hoffman, Li Dongbo and others want to scold your mother. You think you are the big boss of Tiandi City, but you are so arrogant. Li Dongbo walked over in fear. He no longer had the previous arrogance. The master in front of him was definitely a ruthless character among ruthless characters. If he had known this, he would never have taken the lead to cause trouble. Xiao Chen patted his face lightly, and said, aren't you very arrogant to slap my face just now? Didn't you say that I wanted to die? Why are you scared now? Boom, Xiao Chen kicked Li Dongbo away with one kick, splashing a large splash of water. Come over. Li Dongbo's face turned green and pale, and he walked over again. Snapped, Xiao Chen slapped him and sent him flying. It took a long time for Li Dongbo to get up again. Xiao Chen is not a bully, let alone cruel. The main reason is that this group of people does not have any good birds. Hoffman usually rapes female students, murders for money, murders and arson. He felt that what he did was already soft enough, and there was no mercy for a bunch of conscienceless guys. Without paying attention to Li Dongbo, Xiao Chen raised his head and drank a glass of fine wine, hooked his fingers at Zhuge Kun, and said, "It's your turn, fat man." Zhuge Kun, who is not tall and looks like a landmine, walks with fat all over his body trembling, with a smile on his face, he said, "Brother Xiao, it was really a misunderstanding last time, please rest assured that I will give you a satisfactory explanation." Stop talking nonsense, my battle beast is dead, what do you bring to accompany me, how can you satisfy me? Xiao Chen just wanted to teach these dudes a lesson, even if he said that he would beat him up. The little stubborn dragon next to him has been watching all this with cold eyes. If it hadn't seen Xiao Chen cleaning them up, it would have rushed up by itself. Brother Xiao, listen to my explanation. As a direct descendant of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Kun's status can be described as very unusual, and he has never been so humble. But being trapped here today, he couldn't help but find a way to get out of this ghostly place right now. Snapped, Xiao Chen seemed to be obsessed with twitching his mouth, and a big slap was printed on Zhuge Kun's fat face. As the saying goes, beating people doesn't slap them in the face, but Xiao Chen just wants to shave their faces. Zhuge Kun's nosebleed was immediately blown out, but he still stood up with a smile on his face, and said, "Brother Xiao, be merciful. I am Zhuge Liang's cousin. I really misunderstood last time. Please listen to my explanation patiently. I believe we will become friends. Being friends with you guys, I'll just kill myself, do you still have character?" Xiao Chen is tall and straight, sitting in the hot spring, his sturdy body is shining with bronze-colored brilliance, his well-proportioned and slender body seems to be wrapped with horned dragons, he looks vigorous and powerful, his long black hair naturally hangs over his shoulders, his long eyebrows fall into his temples, and his bright and energetic eyes are as sharp as blades. In the eyes of Zhuge Kun and others, they felt full of magic, making them feel as if they were being targeted by wolves. It's hard to explain why a gangster meets a murderer. Yes, if they are gangsters, then Xiao Chen is a peerless murderer, which makes these people feel powerless. While the murderer, in the second VIP area was cleaning up the hooligans, several beauties who were playing in the water in the next VIP area were discussing in low voices. Where did the little beast come here just now? It's so cute. That's right, it's Snow White, like it's carved out of white jade, and the fluffy ball is shining brightly, I really want to hold it in my arms. Yes, I really want to keep one by my side, that little Snow White beast is really aura. Several beautiful women were very intoxicated, they seemed to have KK in their arms, and they did not hide their love in the slightest. They didn't care about the leaking of the spring when no outsiders were present, and their pink arms and legs, big breasts and fat buttocks were stinging eyes. Kanas, the baby girl of the Monde family, had big eyes chattering non-stop, with a sly face, she said, "Why don't we go out and look around, maybe we can find it. Even if it has an owner, we can buy it. We are a group of young and beautiful girls, who will say, no, to us." She had already recognized that it was Xiao Chen's little pet beast, so she just wanted to take the opportunity to cause trouble for Xiao Chen. She touched Haiyunzu, who was beside her peacefully with her jade arm, showing a large piece of white skin, and said, "Don't pretend to be quiet, and there are no outsiders. What's my idea, do you want to go? Go, we must find that little Snow White beast." The two women beside him very much agreed with this proposal. On the other side, Yan Qingcheng watched all this with a smile. She was new to their small group and didn't express her opinion, but she agreed with the proposal of the blue-haired girl Kanas in her heart. There was a strange look on the beautiful face, she could imagine Xiao Chen's troubled look, she felt that she should definitely take revenge on this hateful bastard. Chapter 159 Reaching the bottom line. When the sixth big mouth twitched, Zhuge Kun closed his mouth. He knew it was useless to say anything, and cursed in his heart, "Damn it, who do you think you are? Even the young master of Zhuge's family dares to mess with you. Don't let me out, once I get out of here, I'll find someone to pinch you to death." As if he could hear his heart, Xiao Chen gasped 20 times in one breath, and then stopped. "I only hit people in the face. Looking at the pig's head in front of him, Xiao Chen said indifferently. You, come here, Xiao Chen pointed to Hoffman. Hoffman's teeth were itchy with anger, but right now he had to bow his head under the eaves. Xiao Chen said to Zhu Kun and Hoffman, you two smack each other 20 times, if I am satisfied, then it will be over. The color of the two of them changed at that time, what kind of identities they were humiliated again and again, and anger spewed out in their 4 eyes. Why, still not convinced? Let me do it myself. Let's do it ourselves. After Zhu Kun finished speaking, he slapped Hoffman with a snap. Didn't eat, use your strength. Snapped, hey, you fucking pighead Zug, how dare you use your strength? Hoffman drew back his mouth with a backhand. Crack, the noise continued, and the two of them forgot each other's identity. They were completely venting and beating each other. The crackling was endless, and finally they beat each other for more than 30 times before stopping. At this moment, the eyes of both of them were sealed, and the surrounding flesh and blood swelled so badly that the oppressed eyes could only open a crack, and they had become 2 blood gourds. Okay, let's stop here, I didn't expect you to hate each other so much. Xiao Chen teased. Now let's talk and see how to solve the problem last time. Rogo breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Chen didn't seem to have any intention of attacking him. But Hoffman and Zhu Kun almost jumped up. Now let's talk about how to solve the last problem. What were you doing just now? Could it be that it was for nothing? Could it be that the matter has only just begun and is not over at all? The two nearly jumped up. The little stubborn dragon is a holy beast, but it was killed by you. You two should each prepare 1 million gold coins. I'm X. Hoffman burst into a foul language when he was shocked. 1 million. Zhu Kun was so shocked that he almost fell into the hot spring. What is the concept of 1 million gold coins? They can't get it even if they are killed. Their family strength spreads all over the southern wilderness. Although they are not the first heirs of the family, they are all direct descendants. Even so, their own property is only 80,000 to 90,000 gold coins. 1 million gold coins is too far away from them, unless they control the family. 2 gold coins can be placed on a table for a banquet, and 1 million gold coins can imagine how outrageous it is. Why, do you have any opinions? Xiao Chen sneered. Holy beasts are priceless, even if they have great financial resources, they may not be able to buy them. In the huge southern wilderness mountain range, only a few or 2 can be caught in 10 years, not to mention the rarest young holy beasts. If they are properly cultivated, after decades or hundreds of years, they will definitely become the most loyal and invincible powerhouse at the 9th 5 level. You killed holy beasts, you know. Xiao Chen shouted viciously at the 2 people in front of him. Zhu Kun cursed secretly. Damn, this guy opened his mouth like a lion, and the devil would believe that it was a holy beast. Even if it was, he must not have died, otherwise you could sit here so peacefully and rip us off. Obviously a scam. Hoffman also felt aggrieved. He had always been the one who bullied others. He had done a lot of murder, arson, and rape. How could he be so unlucky today to meet this pervert? He swore to himself, don't let me get out alive, or I'll kill you. My entire net worth is only 80,000 gold coins. Zhu Kun gritted his teeth and said, even if you kill me, you don't have that much. I only have more than 80,000 gold coins. Hoffman felt aggrieved and wanted to vomit blood. What he said was really familiar. Isn't this tone that others often say to him? What happened today? How he himself became the target of being ripped off is really a turn of events. Alright then, each person should pay 80,000 gold coins first, and let your people pick it up. I'll wait here. Speaking of this, Xiao Chen fished out 2 guys with swollen stomachs from the water. The 2 masters of the 6th heaven usually domineering and are the personal protectors of the 2 young masters, but today it was too miserable and they drank a lot of hot spring water. Xiao Chen said the original words to the 2 30-year-old men, and they looked at him full of resentment and then at their respective young masters. Get out of here, Xiao Chen snorted coldly, until the 2 go away. Zhu Kun, Hoffman, Li Dongbo, and Luo Guao just came back to their senses. This guy is actually playing for real, dare to send people to collect money from the 2 big families. It's not just talking, is this guy crazy? It's fine to beat up the young masters of the 2 families. The older generation can only turn a blind eye. After all, this is the grievance of the younger generation, but this guy actually dares to come to the door and ask for huge gold coins. I have never seen such a rampant person. The old masters can't easily interfere with the grievances of the younger generation, but there is a degree, and only Xiao Chen, who is, half understandable, to the longevity continent, dares to act like, following the rules. The old masters can't intervene at will, it's because of some unwritten rules, but if the family's face is swept away, they have an excuse to take action. Both the Zug family and the Monde family are top-notch families in the southern wilderness, and they value face very much. If Xiao Chen snatched tens of thousands of gold coins from Zug Kun and Hoffman in private, it would still be considered a grievance of the younger generation. But like him, sending people to the two big families to ask for huge amounts of gold coins in a big way, with a look of following the rules, that is considered to have reached the bottom line. After a middle-aged man in the Reagan family got the news, he frowned slightly in the study and said, "What is the origin of this Xiao Chen, so arrogant?" A man in black next to him who seemed to have melted into the shadows reported, "According to the investigation, he came from the human world and had extraordinary performances on Dragon Island." That's what he said by himself. I don't really believe that he came from the human world. Such a domineering style of behavior gave me a very bad feeling. Maybe, he came from the deepest part of the southern wilderness. The middle-aged man showed a worried look on his face. According to the investigation, when they came to Tiandi City from the ancient town in the South China Sea, they mysteriously disappeared on the road for more than a month, and arrived in Tiandi City for more than 30 days at night. I don't know where they went during this blank period. The man in the shadow replied. The worry on the face of the middle-aged man became heavier, and he said to himself, "During the 1-month blank period, I must have returned to the deepest part of the southern desolation. My guess may be true. 30 years ago, that person came from the deepest part of the southern desolation. He caused a lot of trouble for the children of a family in Tiandi City, and finally almost caused a catastrophe. Your Excellency is saying, the ancient legends circulating in the southern desolation are true, and how many ancient kings are hidden in the deepest part of the southern desolation? But, didn't you say that all of that clan was sealed off? All, were they sealed off on that island in ancient times?" The people in the shadows felt a little parched and stammered a bit. There are more ancient secrets in the depths of the southern wilderness than you can imagine. At the same time, Zug Kun's father in the Zug family was also frowning. It's a 1-month blank period. Could it be that this kid really came from the deepest part of the southern desolation? The behavior style of that person is exactly the same as that of 30 years ago. The person next to him respectfully asked, "My lord, are there really a few ancient myths and legends in the southern wilderness? Are they really not sealed? Those are the few kings of that clan back then. It is very possible that they escaped. Even if they no longer exist in the world, it is absolutely fine to leave 1 or 2 bloodlines behind. No wonder no one has ever been able to enter and exit the depths of the southern wilderness alive." The people next to him were a little scared. Zug Kun's father sighed, and said, "There are many secrets in the deepest part of the southern wilderness, and it's not just that clan." Having said this, he turned his head and said angrily, "This little bastard has done all kinds of bad things. It's time for him to learn the lesson of blood. Tell him to wipe his butt clean himself, and I won't care." In the VIP area number 2 of Hot Spring Wonderland, Zug Kun and Hoffman showed a hint of hateful smile. This Xiao Chen was so crazy that he dared to send someone directly to the two big families to ask for a huge amount of gold coins. Maybe he would make 1 or 2 of the old people in the family angry, and see if you are still crazy. Li Dongbo and Luo Guao also looked like they were watching the show. "Madman, we can't provoke you now, let's see if you can have the last laugh. If you provoke an old man, you will die." However, Zug Kun and Hoffman were dumbfounded by the news brought back by the 2 masters of the 6th heaven who went back and forth. The words of the 2 families were almost the same. They were so shocked that they were stunned, until the 2 6th-layer guards repeated the words softly in their ears again, which brought them back to their senses. What is the background of this Xiao Chen, so that their father has scruples? Does he have a deep background? Seeing the demeanor of the 2, Li Dongbo and Luo Guao's mentality of watching the play was destroyed. They probably guessed the result, which is really incredible. "You didn't send the gold coins, you 2 continue to drink water." Xiao Chen directly threw the 2 6th-layer guards into the hot spring, while a dozen guards with big bellies next to them were retching and vomiting water. "It seems that you 2 are not convinced, so I will continue to loosen your muscles and bones." Xiao Chen walked towards Zug Kun and Hoffman with a smile. Stop. This time, someone must send gold coins." Zug Kun gritted his teeth and said to a guard who was spitting water, "Go to my housekeeper and ask him to send gold coins." Now that the matter was over, Hoffman hurriedly ordered his subordinates to do so. He wanted to vomit blood because of his aggressiveness, and secretly swore that as long as he could leave this ghost place smoothly, he would have to find someone to kill this ferocious bastard, and he would get his gold coins back. While Zug Kun and Hoffman's hearts were bleeding, They also secretly wondered why the family really didn't care about them, which made no sense. How did they know that Xiao Chen's behavior style was exactly the same as that of someone 30 years ago, and he was suspected to be from the same place, which made their fathers deeply jealous. After less than half an hour, two groups of people were seen walking towards the No. 2 VIP area of AA Hot Spring Wonderland, each carrying a large bag of gold coins, which surprised many people who entered and exited Hot Spring Wonderland. Xiao Chen felt a little speechless. He couldn't take away so many gold coins by himself no matter what. Is there something wrong with you? Are you trying to punish me intentionally, and exchange them for golden tickets and send them to me? Huchi panted heavily, and the two teams retreated quickly. However, the news has since spread. Those who come and go here are all people with a certain status in Tiandi City. Many of them are from the circle of Zug Kun and Hoffman. There are many young masters and other people. There are even celebrities such as ladies, and there are even many powerful people from other places who came to Tiandi City to participate in the beast fighting competition. Hey, you know, the two scum suffered a lot today, and they were redeemed with tens of thousands of gold coins. Have you heard that the two dandies of the Zug family and the Reagan family are deflated today? Big news, Zug Kun and Hoffman were beaten so badly that they didn't know where to go, and now they have to obediently exchange their lives with gold coins. Those two guys are usually too crazy, so I knew they would suffer big losses sooner or later, but that Xiao Chen is simply a madman among madmen. Those two guys were completely ashamed, but this Xiao Chen is really fierce. He dared to act like this. In just half a quarter of an hour, almost everyone in the Hot Spring Fairyland knew about this matter. It was difficult for Xiao Chen not to be famous. In addition to Wu Xingfeng, a leader who had turned north all his life a while ago, his reputation skyrocketed. Chapter 160, The Sturdy Southern Wilderness Beauties. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already let KK put the brilliant gold ticket of 79,000 gold coins from Zug Kun and the dazzling gold ticket of 83,000 gold coins from Hoffman into the clothes not far away. Huge harvest, full of a sense of accomplishment in my heart. Xiao Chen smiled exceptionally brightly, but Zug Kun and Hoffman's hearts were bleeding. Return the remaining gold coins slowly in the future. I believe that your character will not allow you to leave written evidence. Xiao Chen's original intention was not to make the matter too big. After all, this is a grievance belonging to their younger generation. The collection of so many gold coins has exceeded his expectations, and there is no hope for the rest. It would be bad if the old people were disturbed. Who knows that he, an outsider who has no knowledge of the longevity continent, has already broken the rules, but by accident, he became a person who the father of the two scum was very scrupulous about. When Zug Kun and Hoffman heard these words, they both had the urge to vomit blood, and wanted gold coins. Dream it. They all made a strong oath, and immediately found someone to kill this arrogant bastard after they went out. The two of them have almost settled their accounts, and you two should also settle their accounts. Xiao Chen turned around and stared at Li Dongbo and Luo Guao. Li Dongbo felt a little numb in his scalp. The young masters of the two big families were all dealt with submissively. His family was quite poor, but he didn't have so many gold coins. I don't have many gold coins. Li Dongbo felt very unlucky today. Why would he be the first bird if he had nothing to do? I know you don't have much. Come and write me an IOU. You owe me 20,000 gold coins now. Seeing Xiao Chen's eyebrows raised, he quickly lowered his head and said, I'll write right away. Well, I have prepared the pen and ink. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen rolled up the pen and ink not far away. He came completely prepared, which stunned the few people present. Razio, you should also write an IOU. You owe me 20,000 gold coins. Why did you ask me to write? I didn't provoke you. After seeing Xiao Chen's series of tough methods, Rogo felt a little guilty at the moment. HMPH, if you hadn't provoked discord last time, why would Kanasi trouble me, and why would Lu Muda confront me at Beidou Academy? Hurry up and write. You owe 30,000 gold coins. Didn't it be 20,000 gold coins just now? Time is gold coins. If you don't write it, you will lose 40,000 gold coins. I wrote. The two young masters who were writing the IOU also hated Xiao Chen to death. This is not a small sum. They were so heartbroken that they were going to die. But it's a good thing that he didn't pay immediately. Maybe this arrogant guy will be beaten to death after going out from here, so he won't be afraid at that time. Xiao Chen also asked KK to keep the IOU in his clothes. Suddenly, there was a burst of singing and swallows coming from VIP number 2 area, and then a beautiful blue-haired girl barged in fiercely. Shocked, Xiao Chen was stunned. All of them sat in the hot spring and stared at her fixedly. Kanas. Razio exclaimed, "Why did you come in?" It was the precious girl of the Monde family who broke into the No. 2 VIP area very fiercely. I heard that you, Zug-kun, and Hoffman, the two scumbags, are being dealt with. I'm here to save you. Shui Lingling's little girl is so tough. Facing several big men in the hot spring with a look of satisfaction and indifference, they even compared whose chest muscles were strong. Zug-kun and Hoffman once tried to get Kanas's idea, and they coveted this young and beautiful girl, but they failed several times. Now they felt like crying. How could they be bumped into by her on such an embarrassing occasion? They were so ashamed to throw them home, they were no longer as airy as before, and wished they could plunge their heads into the water. Sisters, come here quickly, they are all dressed up, and the cute little snow-white beast is here. Kanasi showed a shrewd look. Footsteps came, and 4 beauties from the southern wilderness came. Kanas, what are you going to do? Rogo knew that this cousin was always weird, but this was not helping him. She clearly wanted to make the men here look ugly, but this little girl was getting bolder and bolder. This is a hot spring pool for men. In fact, several southern wilderness beauties had already arrived outside the No. 2 VIP area, and even heard the news. Kanas, you are going to die, how dare you lie to us? Several beautiful women were coquettish, but none of them backed away. They all looked at these people in the water with a smile. They covered their bodies in bathrobes, with beautiful curves, slender bodies, pink arms and jade legs, and they were full of hazy and seductive beauty. Zugekun, Hoffman, Li Dongbo, and Luo Guao wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. Their heads were almost submerged in the water. It was really embarrassing. How could they be bumped into by them on this occasion? They really wanted to swallow Xiao Chen alive. Xiao Chen looked at Kanasi, Hai Yunzu, Yan Qingcheng and others speechlessly. These women are so tough. Please, this is the men's section. Ladies, you have gone to the wrong place. Xiao Chen didn't mind dealing with beauties, because it was a kind of enjoyment. However, if a few beauties stare and study with interest, then it is not enjoyment, and you feel uncomfortable all over. Hee hee. Kanas walked over with a smile. Her long water blue hair was wet and naturally draped over her shoulders. Not long after she came out of the hot spring, her body was full of water and tender, filled with a girl's unique fragrance. The guy surnamed Xiao, I didn't expect to meet you here. It's really a narrow road. Why, are you afraid? Kanasi looked at Xiao Chen with a provocative look, and her beautiful big eyes squinted at Xiao Chen, which was really fascinating. I'm afraid of you. Xiao Chen laughed maliciously, and said, Kanas, you owe me 20,000 gold coins, write the IOU now. Hearing this, Zug-kun, Hoffman, Li Dongbo, and Luo Guao were dumbfounded. Is this guy crazy? How come anyone dares to rip off money? Even if you rob money, you can't rob like this. Who owes you gold coins? The blue-haired beautiful girl Kanas pointed at Xiao Chen angrily, and said, are you trying to get me wrong? I didn't bother you, but you actually want to blackmail me. It's really disgusting. You have troubled me several times out of nowhere, and once lost to me as a servant for a month, but you cheated and didn't fulfill your promise. Write an IOU now, and bring 20,000 gold coins, and you and I will settle the matter. Go to hell. The blue-haired girl felt as if someone had stepped on a cat's tail when she heard about the follower, and she wanted to pounce on it immediately with all her teeth and claws. It's impossible to deny that. Xiao Chen said, sitting firmly in the hot spring, but waved a bright light with his right hand, covering Kanas, trying to catch her. Zug-kun, Hoffman and others behind were completely dumbfounded. This guy actually wanted to play for real. Even the baby girl of the Monde family dared to attack. This is too crazy, too incredible. Kanasi screamed and rushed to resist. Although she didn't mind looking down at the men in the hot spring like this, if Xiao Chen caught her in the hot spring, she would make a fool of herself. Thinking about what happened, she felt terrible. Behind Yan Qingcheng, Hai Yunzu and other 4 girls rushed to help Kanas, and the red, blue, green, purple, and yellow colorful lights were dazzling. At the same time, they collided with the Qingwei shot by Xiao Chen, and a bright light burst out above the hot spring, surging waves of energy. Fortunately, she was rescued in time, and Kanasi escaped unharmed and was not caught by Xiao Chen. This made her feel lingering fear, stared at Xiao Chen angrily, and said, how dare you come to the truth with the guy named Xiao, today I will never finish with you. It's all gone, Xiao Chen responded nonchalantly. The clean white bathrobe on Kanasi's body was rolled up, revealing a pair of snow-white jade legs that deceived Shuang Saishui, slender and straight, and the whiteness was extremely dazzling, and even a touch of yellow underwear was seen. Kanasi screamed, and hurriedly tidied up her clothes, then stretched out her slender fingers, pointed at Xiao Chen, and said, "You are a good boy, dare to take advantage of this lady, I will not let you go." "Please, it's not certain who will take advantage of whom. Are you as tough as you? Break into my hot spring area. You and Ia. You, me, you owe me 20,000 gold coins. I'm so pissed off, sisters, let's deal with him together." Kanasi's pretty face flushed with anger, but the outline of the girl's innocence and cuteness was particularly touching. At this moment, Li Dongbo suddenly raised his lowered head, and shouted at Hai Yunzu, "Cousin, save me." "Li Dongbo, why are you here?" The graceful Hai Yunzu was surprised, she hadn't noticed the cousin who lowered his head like an ostrich just now. Okay, don't talk about it, I know. Hai Yunzu is tall, graceful and beautiful as the most exquisite jade girl carved out of divine jade. She turned her head to Xiao Chen and said, "Brother Xiao, can you let Li Dongbo go?" "Okay, no problem, my problem with him has been resolved. Cousin asked me to write an IOU for 20,000 gold coins." Brother Xiao, what's going on here?" Although Hai Yunzu had already heard some news outside, she didn't expect that her cousin, who usually behaved badly, would also be involved in it. "Oh, it's nothing, it's just debt repayment." Xiao Chen responded casually, then turned around and sneered at Li Dongbo, saying, "You are really promising, a big man is hiding in the hot spring and begging his cousin, hey." At this moment, Kanasi had a shrewd look on her face, whispered to the two beautiful women behind her for a while, and then they walked towards the small snow-white beast not far away, seeming to ignore the few people in the hot spring. Whoosh! Kiki quickly ran to Xiao Chen's side, and flaunted her teeth and claws at the girls, but she wasn't scary at all, but rather naughty and cute. "What are you doing? Kiki is my partner." Xiao Chen looked at them vigilantly. Kanasi's big eyes rolled back and forth, her long eyelashes fluttering constantly, and she shouted, "Catch it, the little snow-white beast is an ownerless thing. It escaped from Dushu Avenue last time, but was snatched by this guy." Everyone knows this is a lie, but the beauties of the southern wilderness lack such an excuse, not only because they like this little snow-white beast, but also because they feel that Xiao Chen's actions are too arrogant. Not only Kanasi's cousin, Hai Yunzu's cousin, but also the cousin of a beautiful woman from the Zhu family were ravaged here. In addition, Yan Qingcheng was already dissatisfied with Xiao Chen, and these beauties found an excuse to attack unceremoniously. It is true to snatch the little snow-white beast, but it would be better to take care of Xiao Chen by the way. Several beauties can be described as clever and cunning. Chi-Chi attacked Xiao Chen and then quickly retreated, grabbed Xiao Chen's clothes and wanted to throw them out of the hot spring area, intending to make Xiao Chen look ugly. "He's meowing." Xiao Chen couldn't help cursing. There were more than 100,000 gold notes in his clothes, and there was an IOU of tens of thousands of gold coins, which must not be lost. "Are you tough? I am stronger than you." At this moment, Xiao Chen played a shocking blow that stunned the beauties of the southern wilderness for an instant, and then they all turned pale and screamed in unison. Xiao Chen stood up from the hot spring very fiercely, and then shouted, "Leave the clothes for me." It was so tough that Hoffman, Zug Kun and others behind were stunned like clay sculptures and wood carvings as if struck by lightning. "This guy is such a jerk, how could he be like this, how could he be like this?" Hoffman and Zug Kun admit that they are not good people and have done all kinds of bad things, but it seems that they have not been so violent. "The beauties in front of me are the most beautiful women in the southern wilderness. Normally, no one would dare to blaspheme, but this guy actually doesn't mind meat and vegetables, and dare to be the first in the world, so tough." Xiao Chenteng got up, quickly put the bathrobe not far away on his body, and then chased forward. Now people from all three parties are very anxious. The reason why Hoffman and Zug Kun are angry is because that arrogant guy dared to be so rude, and those women are the ones they have been pursuing all along. Kanas, Hai Yunzu, and Yan Qingcheng were jealous because Xiao Chen was such a jerk, he dared to be so tough. Xiao Chen was anxious because several women were fleeing, but their clothes were not put down. There were hundreds of thousands of gold coins there, and they could not let them snatch them away.